culture united, culture united, culture united, culture united, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world.
Word up, mic check, check, check. You're tuned in live. Culture United Wednesdays, every Wednesdays, right here on the Company Man channel. 9-second applause to you all. Hashtag CU Wednesdays every Wednesday. This is a special Wednesday because this is actually the first Wednesday of something that has been very intentional for a long time. You guys will see this in the future, but this is the first Wednesday that the theme song adds up to what's happening on the panel. We got El Janelle out here in France, so we truly are connected all over the world. 9-second applause. I'm excited. This is an incredible panel. You guys know who I am. Y'all been following me for a while. You guys know how I see the world, and you know who I'm inspired by. This is going to be a fantastic conversation. Joining the panel today for the first time ever, one of the greatest MCs of all time. New album out right now. New Deco Ensemble live from Miami Beach. Professor at MIT and Johns Hopkins. The one and only Lupe Fiasco. 9-second applause. It's all happening. Also on the panel today, back once again, had a fantastic conversation a couple of weeks ago with Lupe. Brilliant mind, brilliant historian, brilliant comedian, cultural heretic, the one and only Dwan B. 9-second applause.
Welcome, everybody.
Good to see you, bro. Good to see you. Also on the panel today, one of the greatest MCs of all time as well, headmaster at Pendulum Inc. Just incredible mind all the way around, the one and only Mickey Factz. 9-second applause.
I see. Pause. Dean. Headmaster's crazy.
Dean, there you go. Okay. That's probably a good thing to make sure your students know. Don't be having no pause-worthy bars when you leave Pendulum Inc. Also on the panel, as always, co-host of Culture United, truly a rising star, incredible perspective, conversations, and execution. Big fan of her work. Representing Shreveport, representing Dallas, one and only BK. 9-second applause.
Hey y'all. Hey Justin. What's up, L? Bonjour, bitch. For real. Like you in Paris. Happy to be here. I'm so excited for the convo tonight.
Word up. And representing Chicago, Oakland, LA, Paris, strategy, undefeatedness, undefeated nature. Great friend of mine, the one and only El Janelle. 9-second applause.
Actually, it's bonsoir because it's 2:00 in the morning here. So bonsoir to the panel. I'm really excited about today's show.
Word up. And you guys have been here before. If you haven't seen this show before, we normally have a 2-hour main discussion. Then we move into the second show. The second show is driven by you all and your super chats. I know there's going to be a lot of things people are going to want to say today. If you notice, I have a slightly different background. Had a setback, y'all. I pulled my back again. So I had to remix my whole situation. So if you see me moving back and forth, I'm getting the ice pack, just that you know up front. So feel free to share your comments in the chat. Moderators, be on duty. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a whole lot of various things that we know to stay away from when it comes to how we mod this spot. But thank you all for joining. This is going to be a great conversation. One more time, last time before we get started, 9-second applause to you all. All right, so I want to start this, before we move into the main discussion, before we move into where I want this conversation to go, where I hope this conversation goes, I want everyone on the panel, just for the audience and also for us, to share what your definition of lyricism is. And I want to start with you, BK. What is your definition of lyricism? How do you look at that?
All right. Well, let me start by saying, but I'm not a rapper. I've done some spoken word back in the day, like in high school when I was like artsy fartsy Tumblr girl, but that's just like what my perspective is. So it's more of like as a listener, as a consumer. But my definition would be like a person's ability to craft words in such a way that makes you feel and or think new thoughts, like think things that you never thought of, or even put words to emotions you never thought you had. So I think what encapsulates that is just like being a wordsmith, like having a large vocabulary, knowing how to like manipulate and craft words to tell like a profound and effective like image. Yeah.
Well, take it, Paul. Word up. Where you come from with it, Dwan?
Lyricism is the use of lyrics to send a message. All music makes you do something. So for me, I see lyricism as your ability to not only put words together, but put words together to tell something. Sometimes the message is love, sometimes it's hate, sometimes it's war, sometimes it's peace. But it has to have some kind of an outcome. And the artists that know how to use those words and use the least amount of words to say the most, in a way that in some ways conveys a message. So that's how I look at lyricism, the people who do that the best.
Word up. 1 second, applause. Yeah, I look at lyricism as, the ability to put words together, in an artistic way, in a creative way, to have a visceral effect. Like how does what's happening with these words really connect to us, but also the technique that's used in terms of word placement, wordplay, et cetera. Where you at with it, Mickey?
I look at lyricism as a myriad of things between rhythm and style, advanced techniques, storytelling, all of these things encompassing to get your point across. And obviously, there's so many different branches that come up off of that tree. And how you convey that to the people to resonate with it is how I define lyricism.
So word up. 1 second, applause. What you got, El?
I think my definition won't always matter. It depends on the conversation. So I think the best way for people to understand each other is to come with one definition in the first place. So if I'm having a conversation and we decide that lyricism is just punches, bars, I'm going to use that as a definition. If we're having a conversation and it's about evoking emotion, I'm going to use that as a definition. So I don't think I have a solid standard definition like that, but I will want to clarify it before any conversation I have about it.
Okay, 1 second, applause. Lou, you've had a lot of lyrical conversations, or conversations that involve what lyricism is and isn't to a degree over the past week, but also I think just through your work as an MC and also with MIT and Johns Hopkins and those things. When you hear the word lyricism, or when you're speaking about lyricism, what are you generally focusing on?
As it relates to rap, punches and bars. Punches, punchlines, bars, similes, entendres.
1 second, applause. Now, what is it about those particular literary devices that you seem to prioritize when it comes to rap?
Because when you go back and you look through the history of rap, and you look at individual MCs, groups, what have you, talking from 79 and prior to 79, all the way up through to now, through the 80s, there's always been a premium put on punchlines. There's always been a premium on setup, reveal, setup, reveal. Other things are in that, but I think as it relates to rap, for me, the what's on the pedestal, what is practice, and what kind of sets you apart from other MCs in a cipher space and an acapella space, and even in on beats and on songs, is your punchlines. And so that's how I was trained. That's how I was influenced. And when I was able to go back and really study rap, the craft objectively, that's what I found.
Was that your boss? Mickey, coming from Pendulum Inc., do you agree with that assessment? Do you think about more things in terms of, particularly when it comes to rap in this case?
I disagree. And I had a conversation with Real Deal about this, I would say 2-3 weeks ago, and how I ranked it. I'm gonna give my ranking on lyricism, right? Foundationally, at the very bottom is multisyllabics. Right above it is punchlines, which is at the bottom. Right above that is wordplay.
Right above that is entendre. Right above that is storytelling. And right above that is constraints. Right. And, you know, for me, and then, you know, somewhere in between like storytelling and, metaphor. Metaphor will be after entendre, right? So somewhere between storytelling and metaphor, I will put content, right? What you're actually talking about. And then at the top, I would put constraints in terms of lyricism. Like what can you do that nobody else has done? What kind of story can you tell? And are you executing it at a very high level? Because foundationally, and you know, what I agree with Lupe with is from a foundational standpoint, you got to be able to rhyme, right? So your multis, you got to be able to make the stuff rhyme, not do the one syllable stuff, whatever. And then right after that, the first thing a lot of people do is the punchline, right? And that's to me, that's base level. You learn that as soon as you come in. Then you got to start taking the craft to a higher level. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I see it. That's how I see it.
Can a battle rapper, is a battle rapper always a better MC than a mainstream commercial artist? Open floor.
It depends on which mainstream artist you are talking about. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it just depends. It depends on which mainstream artist you're talking about. And then when you put battle in front of rapper, right? You can't negate the other rappers that are out there. You can't negate underground MCs that are doing exceptional stuff. You can't negate MCs that are weaving in between pockets that battle rappers don't, because they're not constrained to a metronome. There's so many different ways to kind of look at it. So, and that's just my perspective. I think that battle rappers focus primarily on entertaining the crowd that is in front of them, that are now trained with their ears to react to a punchline and an entendre or wordplay. Then there's nothing else you can't do anything else. I've heard so many times from different battle rappers, they're like, yo, I'm stuck and confined to doing this. I can't attempt to do or try anything else because the crowd won't allow me to do anything else.
Open floor, Dwan B, where you at?
See, for me, I see all the genres in the continuum. You know, they all have their own way of putting things out. And I think content within the message, whatever you do is premium, is how I look at it. I look at what you're actually saying, because the minute you put a melody behind something, you're going to write to people's subconscious, whether you want to or not. So music is a prayer. So what kind of prayers are you putting out there? And how you execute that depends on whatever the individual's skill set, their way of doing things. I don't like to rank top to bottom. It's a continuum. And each way of doing it speaks to people who listen for that thing. The one consistent thing across the board, no matter how you deliver it, whether it be punches, whether it be through storytelling, at the end of the day, you're telling somebody, you're motivating somebody to do, think, feel something. And what is the content of that message? And also what energy you deliver it with. I know it is like when I used to play the drums professionally, you can't just play the beat, you gotta feel it. Like our music is feeling. And even if like Maurice White, there was an interview with Maurice White with Barbara Streisand, and she was talking about when she worked with Maurice White. And Maurice White was very good at Earth, Wind & Fire with having songs you don't quite know what it said. It just kind of mumbled it. And he told Barbara Streisand, it ain't about, she was frustrated because she couldn't get the words out. He said it's not about the words, it's about the feeling. So in some ways where the lyrics do matter, at the same time, that's the beautiful thing about music. Sometimes it don't. You learn the rules to forget them. But if you got the message and the intention behind it and the feeling, the rest of it, to me, is just subjective and up to the listener and what they prefer to listen to.
1 second, Paul.
But just know real quick, just you gotta know you gotta know that you got power. Musicians and lyricists, y'all are some of the most powerful people on the planet, and you gotta respect that power.
My second applause again.
See, I wonder if the problem is people are talking about it on different levels, because everything you're saying is true, but I'm not sure that that's lyricism. And I don't think it's anything wrong with like separating the different qualities or qualifiers that makes rap great. So we could be talking about flow, we could be talking about tonality, we could be talking about bars, we could be talking about all of these different elements. And I think there's some value in separating them into all of these different classes so we can kind of investigate each one. Do you guys agree, disagree?
Yeah, I like that. But I also want to ask too, like, how do you rank the use of literary devices? Like, are entendres better than similes or whatever? Like if we speak just within the confines of wordplay and like lyricism, is there a ranking in within that of like, is the use of certain part of speech better than multi-syllables, or like, is there a ranking within like the different ways that you could be lyrical? Because I feel like that's even a spectrum, even if you just hone in on like that category.
Well, Mickey said, if I may, Mickey said he disagreed, but then he turned around and said he agreed with that. Foundationally, it's punchlines. So even your stories are made up of punchlines. There's macros and there's micros. So this is what I teach in my class. There's macros and there's micros. If something is made up of something else, it's a macro. It's not foundational, right? The micro is what the building blocks of it are. And so that would be similes and entendres and punchlines. And the best optimal punchline structure is within a simile, right? Your tenor, your vehicle, your tenor, your marker, and your vehicle. You can do punchline setups that are made out of similes, and even though they're basic, that's how I judge someone who has a mastery of that particular literary device, is how they can take something that has a basic structure and make something exotic with it, right? Entendres are definitely more ranked higher because they require more cognitive energy to produce, right? You're taking more of a risk. You have to have an understanding of all the connotation and the spin of each individual word involved. And so as a person who plays with words, who are able to produce and generate entendres at whatever scale, double entendres, triple entendres, quadruple entendres, you know that person has spent a lot of time and energy crafting and building that out. So you obviously just give them more credence to that. But with that said, there's people who are able to find those similes with just one layer that are so powerful and so profound, right? That all you need is one. Just that one is enough to set you up as being respected as a lyricist, right? And you can have that one you can have that one simile, that one punch, and it's so impactful by itself, with no beat, no storytelling, no other embellishment, none of the other macros on top of it. And it hits in a certain way, and you're locked, and they repeat that forever, right? And there's tons of examples of that throughout kind of rap. So I went to your question. I think that foundationally and primarily, it's similes that are constructed, punchlines that are constructed out of similes, and then extending into entendres, and you would rank somebody who has a mastery on entendres higher.
I think for me, when I think about even just the idea of comparing people, not even people, but when I think of artists, commercial artists, and I think of battle rapper space, I think about ultimately two different objectives in terms of what they're putting out. I think about those separately. And so it's hard for me to even think about the skill sets that both of those possess, particularly when it comes to the commercial artists, because I'm not always sure when I hear a song that a commercial artist is making, if I'm actually hearing the full breadth of their skill set. A lot of times I'm hearing someone who seems like they're trying to make the biggest splash with their song from a virality standpoint or a sales standpoint or a music standpoint. I never think about what a battle rapper is thinking about musically when I'm listening to his rhymes. I'm just thinking about the lyricism itself. Are those two things even really comparable when it comes to making a distinction on whether a battle rapper is more lyrically gifted than a commercial rapper? Open floor, anybody.
So for me, I look at, so when Lupe says all stories have punchlines, you know, my brain automatically goes to like, today was a good day. And is the title, right? Is the title a punchline, right? Or is the entire story a punchline, right? Because being from a particularly bad area and then saying, hey, all of this happened that typically might not happen on this day, is that a punchline derived from what's going on? Or something like Brenda's had a baby, or Dear Mama. From my perspective, what is that punchline in those particular stories that resonate with people? And I think that, and just to your point, when it comes to battle rappers, I don't want to take too much time on the battle rappers, right? But you know, their focus is to entertain that particular set of people at that moment. And they are under a rigorous amount of pressure to not mess up, to say something that's never been said before, to impress the people, and to also discredit their opponent. There's a lot of pressure on that. So they have to, go hard with that perspective. So I'm not sure if as someone who's done both, right? I understand the gravity of pulling up and doing it in that space, as opposed to, doing other different techniques and things with lyricism and music.
One second, applause.
Well, one example of a story record that is a punchline is Stan. It's set up to the reveal. Oh, it was me. That's the punchline, right? And that is probably one of the most powerful and impactful hip hop story records of all time, right? It's probably the quintessential hip hop rap story record. The whole story is about rap. It's about hip hop internally, and the subject matter, and it ends with the biggest punchline of kind of all time, right? In addition to inserting into hip hop it's like bling bling Stan. It introduced a vocabulary, a word into the vocabulary of hip hop that still persists to this day. To your question, Justin, can you ask the question again? So because I was building an answer. Can you ask it again so I can make sure that my response is like correct?
Is it fair to judge a commercial rapper on his lyricism in comparison to a battle rapper, knowing that there's two different motivations, and perhaps we're not even seeing the commercial rapper's full lyrical spectrum through their commercial work?
If the commercial rapper challenges someone to a battle, then yes, you activate that piece. Also, if the commercial rapper starts to compare themselves to people who are also in the commercial space who also battle. So yes, you open yourself up to you can't hide behind, if we want to call it that mainstream moniker. I'm limited by this, by that. If you start to challenge people to battles, and then also if you start to challenge people who come from battle that are also mainstream artists, to Mickey's point, he's both. He's in both worlds. Eminem comes from both worlds, right? Lupe Fiasco comes from both worlds, right? So there's something. So most people don't challenge people to battles, right? Most mainstream artists, they don't compare themselves or put themselves up and above people who come from that space or are part of that space. They may challenge people within their space, but they don't necessarily put that. But when the artist does do that, then yes, they open themselves up to that critique and that comparison.
Let's take applause. Open floor. Anybody else agree, disagree?
I think that's fair.
I don't know that I disagree. I feel like they should still be graded on that, whether they battle somebody or not. Like I guess I really look at it almost like like, I guess a blood test. You know how you do a blood test and they have all of these different markers, your vitamin D, your vitamin, all of these different things. I feel like every song can take the same blood test. It may be okay that your song isn't that lyrical. I'm cool with that. Like, it doesn't have to be to still be a great song. But I kind of feel like the test is still the same. I'm not sure. So if they don't challenge somebody to a battle, are they just not in the runnings to be a lyricist, or is it just not considered? What's the case for a person who didn't challenge somebody to a battle?
I mean, are you asking me?
Yes.
I'm sticking to Justin's kind of question. He says, you know, they might have limitations because they're in this mainstream space. But you activate, and to just repeat the question, to repeat the answer again, and then maybe get a little more clarification from you. If you challenge somebody to a battle, then battle rules come into play. And then what we look at in a battle or from a battle space and what the expectations are, you have to deliver that. If you also in the mainstream space declare yourself to be the better or the best, and you compare yourself by name to people who come from that world, again, to Mickey's point, that have battled, that got into the mainstream because they battled, and they carry all of that DNA with them and all them rules, then yes, you have to kind of abide by that space, by the rules of that space, and abide by some of the expectations of that space. Not saying that you can't subvert it and do something else and what have you, but the main baseline of what the expectation for me when somebody does that is, yes, you have to. So can you clarify the piece about blood tests for every song, or like you think they should have that in every single song, or?
Yeah. Well, not necessarily have the high level of lyricism, but I think it can still be graded whether you battle somebody or not. Like, to me, I feel like it's just like standard categories. This is what each category is testing. This is your score for each category. And so I guess I'm wondering, even if I don't challenge somebody to a battle, I feel like I should still be able to listen to their song and be like, okay, this is a 6 out of 10 in lyricism. This is a 9 out of 10 in performance. This is a 3 out of 10 in flow, whether they challenge or not. So I guess my question is more so, why does it need to battle? Why do I need to battle somebody to still be able to have my lyricism graded the same as battle rappers and mainstream rappers?
I mean, you don't. This is all kind of just subjection and appreciation, people's opinions. Gotcha. Like we all still have 6 different definitions of what lyricism is. Maybe there's some overlap.
Definitely.
But I'm specifically talking about one particular aspect. I can talk about the word usage and more the macro, bigger areas, conceptual concepts, constraints, things like that, which are there. But I'm looking at the fundamental building blocks, which the majority of what we grade rappers on in either space is that, right? And then
what do you think is second? Sorry.
As a rapper, I'm listening for something different. As a person who doesn't rap, you're listening for something different. We'll find overlap, but we're going to be judging the quality of certain things. So somebody might say a bar in a battle that as a rapper, we've heard before and somebody else say it, but you might have just heard it for the first time because you're just, investigating and studying rap isn't your profession. And so you might hear something that's like, wow, he flipped this thing. But we heard it 20 different ways, 20 different times. If not, we have, even if we, to the point where we might have even done the same thing ourselves, right? So there's a certain level of awareness and appreciation as well, and understanding of kind of like the history of that space, the history of how people use metaphor. And there's people who might use the same bar, like the same punchline. And it might have a different flavor, a different feel, and it'll hit different depending on the context. So to your point, even, and I'll land the plane, when you said your definition, it was kind of context dependent, like that's also true. So I think little pieces of all our definitions are in it. But it just becomes, after that, it's a matter of subjection.
Cool. What do you think is second?
Second to?
Bars, punches, lyricism. Like if you're grading the quality of
the tone of your voice.
Yeah, I think about that too. For me, it's voice and imagination. How is someone conveying something I've been hearing my entire life throughout the whole length of human history, but they're presenting it in a new way? You know what I mean? Like love is hard because everybody in every art medium has been talking about that. The moon in visual arts, the sun. Like these things have been here throughout the entire course of history. But how do you convey a point in a way that makes us feel like we've just heard that for the first time? That's one of the most difficult things in the world to me, just to convey in general. And those are the two things I think about the most when I think about whether or not an MC is dope or not.
Same. And I feel like adding on to that, like to the tone piece, like if you saying it makes me want to learn it and say it, that like rates so high for me. It's like, oh my God, that sounded so fun to perform and they sounded so fly doing that. Like I gotta learn it right now so that I can embody it. Like that delivery and the brand new thoughts or thinking new thoughts or in Octavia Butler's world, like there are new suns, right? Like there's nothing new under the sun, but there may be new suns. And so I think that's the exciting part of like going beyond even lyricism that, you know, ties into that whole package of what makes someone like great. It's like that emotion and that fly, like that's so important to me.
That's what's up. We'll second applause. I like this comment right here, this super chat from Leo the Lion says, Nas doesn't have great punchlines, so is he not lyrical? What about other literary devices? I remember Lou praising Blue back in the day. He also isn't a punchline heavy MC. How can we reconcile this? Open floor.
So in terms of like, if you compare Nas to, if you remove, like again, for me, remove the beat, remove everything else and just go with the words. If you threw Nas into, and you created the list of just people who rap, which is a big list. There's hundreds of thousands of rappers. And you remove all that, he wouldn't rank high. I wouldn't rank high. That doesn't mean we're not lyricists in our space, but when you isolate it to that, just that fundamental part, a lot of people don't rank high. You know, it doesn't take away from, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just confused on why you said you wouldn't rank high.
It doesn't take, I'm saying, because I know beasts, like people who all they do is punchlines, similes, entendres all day, right? And I also know that I'm really high, but I also know there's thousands, right? And we haven't done a count. We haven't done a survey. We haven't done a proper summary. It was something I wanted to do a couple years ago, and we might do it in the future if things like this become more people get interested in that, to really see how many rappers are there in the world. I reached out to Spotify, I reached out to SoundCloud, and tried to get a list, even though some of that is like proprietary information and is private. Just to get a count of how many rappers there are in the world. And out of that, how many are in this genre, how many do this, how many do that. And you can sit and test skill. It'll take some time. But, you know, it doesn't take away from Nas as a lyricist at all, because he's Nas. Like, that's crazy. But if you start to, is when you compare him to just like punches, the guy said it himself, Nas don't have a lot of punches, right? He don't have a lot of like bars like that. Compared to like a Chino XL IT, which is all bars. So if you're rating it on bars, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, Chino XL. If you're rating it on that chill, are they both lyricists? Yeah, because again, we you know, kind of defined as a unit. Everybody has pieces of these. Like even to kind of BK's point about feeling, and me and Mickey, we talked about this yesterday, like feeling, right? Like everything has feeling. You know, you're not going to escape feeling. You're not going to find a feelingless word. Everybody's going to feel. That comes along for the ride. So that's kind of like a given, right? How intentional you are with the vocabulary choice and the word use or whatever to exaggerate certain feelings or compress certain feelings or say things in a certain way to remove the feeling or dampen the feeling or project it into different space. The whole game is negotiating feeling. Language is negotiating feeling in a certain way, right? So you're going to get that like regardless. It becomes like, if we're going to focus on who has a mastery of feeling, right, then that's a whole other conversation. Like, who makes me feel the best? And you can have that with or without bars, you know. But you know, if the talk is like punches and bars, if the target punches and bars, it's like, yeah, we all know Nas ain't got bars like that. He knows that.
I like how you explained that kind of. I can hear the academic nature, the way you're explaining what you know about rap. do you think that, like, you looking at it in such an academic manner is kind of, I don't want to use the term out of touch, but making you so different from how most other people are kind of processing rap and hip hop in that way? Because I keep hearing over and over again that people keep saying, I just want to feel something. I just want it to be a good story. Do you think your academic nature is kind of like the reason why you seem to have such a different outlook?
I've yet to find a rapper who doesn't think like me and talk like me when we get to talking about writing raps. Maybe rap, we are, you're talking two of us on this chat right now, and then a few others, as Sosa and Pendulum Inc. and the other kind of distributors.
I would like for you to remember that I'm a rapper. I would like for you to remember that I'm a rapper. I'm just playing. Go ahead.
Second applause.
We're setting currently, like in real time, setting the foundations for what academia's relationship is to rap. And we have people, everybody has a different perspective on how they move, but everybody thinks structurally. Everybody thinks programmatically, right? They look at all of the micros and the macro, whether they call it macros or micros, they're still operating under this kind of framework that is very systemic. It is very much so jargon heavy. It is very much so analytical. It's very much so investigative. People are doing it at different scales, but because I'm at MIT, I'm looking at it through the lens of cognitive science, right? So I'm looking at the cognitive science of rap. I'm looking at the physics of rap. I'm looking at is there a mathematical theorem or formula or something that already pre-exists that can be mapped over onto rap in a certain way? So I'm exploring all of the different possibilities. I don't think we're going to land on anything unified for a while, if ever, but that's good though, right? That keeps the energy going and the vibe, everything kind of rotating and moving. So because I have yet to meet a rapper who doesn't talk like this, right? And I have yet to meet an audience member who doesn't say what you just said. Like, it's just about the feeling. Like, we need to know how to make we need to know how the sausage is made because we make the sausage. You just need to know how to cook it, right? And how to enjoy it and experience it. But we're in the factory. And when you're in the factory at a certain point, you get past how it makes you feel. And you try and, like, at least from my experience, and I know this is true because I teach it, right? I look at my students' work. I see how they work. We talk about the work. They have to explain their work. They have to do annotations. They have to explain what they do, why they did it, what was the effect, what they could have done better, even with their negative space, even that they choose negative space versus putting a word there, and what are the pros and cons of that. So it's a constant negotiation with the work to get to a certain place. So I've yet to meet a rapper who doesn't think like that.
Yeah, I definitely hear most.
Are there 100 battle rappers better than you, Mickey?
No.
Are there 100 battle rappers better than you, Lupe?
There's about like 18.
I say
not 100.
This is not 100. So, but I say no. And again, this is not meant to kind of like to diminish what they do, because again, like I said previously, what they do is extreme high level under extreme pressure due to a lot of the things that go along with it. But they've mastered punchline and entendre. That's something that they have mastered, right? But if I was to tell them to write an A-, or if I was to tell them to write a mural, or if I was to tell them to write something that's high level, I'm not sure that can be done. I'm just not sure that can be done. Which I say that very respectfully, because sometimes they get out of pocket. But for me, when it comes to writing, right, how far can you push your pen? Like, can you write a story backwards like Nas? Right? Are you able to personify yourself into a different character? I'm not sure. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure that I'm just not sure if that can be done.
I mean, it definitely can be done, and they do it all the time. Like, you can't. I mean, in some cases, you can't escape personification. Right? It's such an embedded part of our conceptual matrix and our conceptual metaphor matrix, or how our brains are built. We personify things all the time. right? Whether you personify them intentionally or not, you know, it's a whole nother thing. Again, this is just one basic definition of it, one layer. I agree with all the other layers, right? All the other layers, all the other potential definitions as it relates to lyricism and writing words and navigating songcraft and text setting and all of that, lyric writing, melody writing, top line, right? In some cases, top line is more important than the lyrics. To your point, Duane, like the melody sometimes is more important and more impactful than the lyrics could ever be, right? There's some people who don't know how to write melody. They just know how to write words. They don't write to beats. To your point, Mickey. And I'm talking about not even they can't even perform it a cappella. It's just literally they know how to write sentences and it requires somebody else to form it kind of melodically. So like we both study it very deeply, and you're more actively in it than I am. But I also, you know, we're two different people with two different levels of kind of understanding of the space. So I see the potential for anybody to do it. And within and you know this with Pendulum Inc. and I know this teaching at MIT and at SOSA, you can learn it in a session. Like you can learn all of that in like one session. You can learn punchlines in a session. Like you can learn all of those things in a session. The difference becomes how often do you practice it? And to your point about the imagination, Justin, and even tone, it's unfortunate because some people's imagination is very much so limited. You know, like there's some folks whose tone, you're stuck with the voice that you have. And you got to figure out how to manage that voice and find your, you know, explore your registers and figure out those different possibilities for yourself. And it may not ever hit. It may not ever land. It's still somewhat of a dice roll, and you're still in conversation and competition with your peers. And you're growing and learning. People age out. People age in some cases. So this may sound like a lot of kind of blah, blah, blah and pander, but that's because the subject is so vast. Like it's not just a singular thing. So even for somebody to say that they're the best, right? I like to say that you might be the best on that day, right? Because the very next day, somebody's already kind of one-upped, took what you did and turned it into a whole other thing. To your point, Mickey, about A- with Black Dog, we sent you a remix. You know, like people are constantly taking and building and refining on that piece. So for somebody, I don't like the best of all time. I don't like the greatest of all time things. Because it just doesn't stand the test of time. You know, the one person who had that one album that was really pivotal and really great and really substantial in that one moment, their next album was whack. You know, their next album was trashed, and it did it under whatever metric, from a music metric, from a commercial standpoint, an underground standpoint. Like it didn't. Maybe it lost its focus. Maybe the executive producer who was in charge of that first piece left. Whatever may have happened, it has changed. And so I think I'm honest about that, even with my own music and my own career. So, you know, I never think that it's an everlasting, evergreen thing. It's something that you have to constantly practice and work to and work on.
We'll take applause.
I think it's like going what Lupe said about the vastness. I think it comes down to respect that there are different lanes, there are different ways of going about this thing we call art. Because when I'm listening to you talk about battle rap and the lyricists, it's for me, in comedy, I put it towards roasting versus stand-up comedy. They're like two different muscles. There's some people who could do both. If you're roasting, it's all about punchline. It's all about what's in front of you right there in the moment. But that person isn't necessarily, it's a different muscle to come and be able to engage an audience for an hour. You know what I mean? And be able to present a story without them being there and being funny enough to keep them interested. And you use your punchlines in a different way. In comedy, I'm going to use my punchlines to keep the story interesting versus roasting is everything that I say. You know what I mean? So it's different muscles, it's different lanes. It's almost hard to compare the two. No different than being a musician. Some of your best soloists, some of the greatest drummers that can chop it up and shred, they can't make music. Because in music, you can't, a song can't have a drummer coming out doing triple paradiddles and all and enunciating and doing triple kick flam. You can't do all that in the song. You got to be able to just lay down a pocket and put a feeling into it. So I think these are two different, almost like two different lanes. And so where when you have these conversations, you can go on forever because the values in what we're talking about, they change depending on what you're expressing it through. A song has to sell. It has to connect to people. It has to do things. A battle just has to make, it's these are like completely different things, yet through the same vehicle. So I think it comes down to like kind of a respect for both and the differences, and one isn't greater than the other. It just comes down to whichever medium you're using in this moment that you're delivering.
Right up. That's I want to ask you this, Lou. I mean, you got New Deca Ensemble out now. I know this is a press run. It feels like a press run to me. You've been
unwanted a pressure run. Being pressed to run. It's press to run.
Bars. Let's take applause.
Hold up, Judge. Before you do that, because I'm gonna get cooked on that Nas comment, so I want to clarify and bring up Dewani's point.
Okay.
So we're talking about bars. At least me. I'm talking about bars. Now and to your point about there's people who roast and there's people who do like full hours, like specials, right? And that's a completely different muscle. And I'll keep the same pieces. And I know both of these brothers, like Chino XL IT was like a brother to me. Rest in peace, right? Once it moves away into like, let's go make an album. Oh, it's Nas all day, right? It's like once you leave, okay, once we establish this part, you don't need to have a mastery of it to be able to go make an album. In some cases, having a mastery or like a hyper grand mastery of it, it may keep you from making an album, right? It might be the thing that limits you to use your language again, L. It might limit you from being able to have a certain amount of diversity, right? To have a certain amount of kind of fluidity if you get so locked in. And I know a bunch of artists like that, a bunch of artists, some of the greatest MCs of all time. It's like they have a hyper mastery and a hyper focus on one thing, and creating an album or even creating a song is a completely different experience. It's a completely different set of tools. Back to your point, Duan, it's a completely different set of muscles that you have to exercise. And so it's about that balance at the end of the day. And I'm gonna land with that, but I'm also in the conversation with that when you bring everything all in. At the end of the day, it's about balance, right? And finding that and achieving that balance, and recognizing that if you want to have this type of career, then you just, of course, you practice this, but you don't want to over practice this. You don't want to overtrain that muscle because it's going to hinder you over here. It's going to hinder you in your beat selection. It's going to hinder you in your exploration of your voice and your tone. And so somebody like Nas, who was one of my heroes, so I want people to get it fucked up. Some of bars, and the rewind and I gave you power and all the conceptual greatness and stuff like that. I think that requires a certain amount of knowing when to come off the gas to let other things kind of take precedent and take place. And that in itself is its own form of grand mastery that some might grade being better and above, and I do this, grade better and above than being just a straight bar for bar, punchline king.
So now that your pressure run is going on week 2, I guess it's week 2 of this, because you had a great conversation with Dwan. You were on a few other platforms. You're on Jason's, you were on Rap Roundtable, you were on Koala Tea. And I look at all this and I kind of get confused because I'm not sure if whatever message you intend to convey is necessarily getting out there the way, in my mind, it feels like you might want it to be. Do you feel like you've been effective in sharing your perspective on various things?
Koala just wanted smoke in public, so I gave him smoke in public. That's all that was. I didn't promote anything. You didn't know I had an album out. I didn't mention I had an album. I didn't hold up merch. I didn't look, he asked me what's on the hat. I'm like, I'm not here for any of that. I'm here to talk to you with smoke because you want smoke. The other people wanted explanation of this, so I gave them an explanation of that. It wasn't about promotional things or anything like that. And then I felt like people feel like I give too much attention to the negativity, so I talk to my homies. I talk to Mickey Factz. We jump on the live, right? I'll call in to my brother Glasses Malone show him, do this and this, that, and the third. So I just give people what they give me. So what people are looking for is smoke. What people are looking for is a certain amount of what have you. So I just give them that. And if they receive that in a certain way, then if they did, then it's successful. It's successful to him because he's spiraling right now. He's changing the titles to videos. He's rewriting history. Like he's probably deleting his battles. Like it's off. He's crazy right now. Exactly like how I wanted it to be. And everybody else who chimed in is going to feel it the same way. Because when you start to rewind and you look at what people said and they get exposed for lying or not saying what really happened and doing all this other shit, their fans are gonna lose trust in them, right? Their sponsors are gonna lose trust in them because they're fucking liars, and then you're gonna look crazy. And I don't mind having that with you because I'm good. I've made my money, I've made my experiences, I've done my things. This is victory lap stuff for me. This is me coming back around the track multiple times. I don't care what people's opinions are. And I'm like, I have the things that I do in this world and in this life just right now in real time, and what I'm doing. I mean, you can't buy the stuff that I'm doing. You can't match that. Like, there's nobody that can match what I'm doing right now. My resume is super crazy. And I'm not putting it in people's face, but I put it in the people's face who say I'm not successful, or I ain't shit, or I need to change the way I do things, or I'm jealous, or my things didn't land the way it landed because of the way I talk or the way I act. I act like that in front of y'all. I don't act like that in front of the president of MIT, right? Or the dean of the Peabody, you know, or with my fans who are actual fans. I just had a great conversation with one of my fans who has a startup that's doing something ill, and he is. Anyway, with those people, they got what they wanted. That's what they like. They like smoke and controversy and lies and bullshit. So that's what they got.
I want to piggyback on what he said about as far as the audience wants. At the end of the day, I made a post about that because Lupe, when he called into my show, we were talking about, you know, the science of music. We was really having an in-depth conversation about what music is, because I was talking about, you know, some of the issues that hip hop has brought to the family of music, and we had a quality conversation that anyone who cares really about music, I think you can learn something from it. Fact of the matter is, most people want smoke, like as far as listeners go, and we gotta be okay with that. That just is what it is. And as a content creator, you know the best way to get numbers is with smoke, because that's what the algorithm is gonna feed, and that's what people want. You even got to title your stuff in a certain way. They maybe look like even if you're not getting smoke, you want your titles to look like it was some kind of smoke, and people gonna click on it. So I think this is a question for society in general. Although it's easy to point fingers at the artists and entertainers, what are we as consumers clicking on when it comes across our feed? And I thought that was a prime example, because people are gonna make their money. You know what I mean? People are gonna do what they gonna do, but as long as we feed into the smoke, and everything's about the smoke, everything's about hate this, everything's about that, it's almost like sometimes you feel like the consumer doesn't care about the actual art form. You know what I mean? And so that's something I think as a society, I'm not here to judge or say yes, good or bad, but I do think it's a question we all need to ask ourselves and raise. What is it? Is it the artist or is it the consumer when it comes to this whole smoke culture? Because Lupe gave you two completely different sides of him, 2 different days apart. What side did the consumer gravitate towards?
Well, second applause. But even with that, I mean, you know what people want. You know they want smoke. You know, you give them that. But it seems like you respond to, from my point of view, for example, you're sitting around, you're doing whatever you're doing online, you're looking at whatever you're looking at on YouTube, you look at the mentions, or you look at the recommendations, you see someone who puts your name in a headline and you're like, what are they talking about? You go in there, you see that they're talking about you in a way you don't like, and then you engage. Like, you jump in and you start talking, right? Like, is that
a fair assessment of what happens?
To me, that's what it looks like. Is that fair?
I actually ignore 99% of it.
Oh.
Right? The reason it pops up on my feed, and even the reason that I see it, like, I think people forget that I'm a regular person. So I go on YouTube to watch van life videos and lectures on the New Testament and stuff like that. And on the way to there, like leaving out your house on the way there, like, you see your face with some crazy shit connected to it, and you're a hater and a loser, you're jealous, you're this, you're that. And I'm like, what is that? Right? Like, what is it? Like, what's the temperature of Lupe Fiasco in here? So I'll peek in for a little bit, and when I see the vitriol, I back out. Right? So even with Dewan, I was like, when I talked to him, I forgot it was a video where he was at my head over something that I said. You don't see any comments of me on his joint, right? And I didn't let that stop me from having a conversation with him. You know, a few months later. Right. So I don't take it super serious. and I don't respond to 99.9% of it. But if somebody keeps, and most of the content creators to you know, not to like just say they're obsessed with me. Some of them are. All their videos aren't about me. I might be a very tiny percentage, but what I take issue with is when somebody keeps doing it, right? So Koala Tea keeps doing it. He has a history of this, right? So it's like, oh, you can talk to me, and I'm gonna talk to you, right? Somebody that just keeps pressing and pressing, it's like they want your attention, so you give them the attention. Like, you know, like what's the problem? Literally, the title of his show, the title of the video that I responded to was Lyricism Doesn't Sell Records, the Lupe Fiasco Problem Part 1. Right? And I made the decision to say he's gonna have a better informed Part 2 because I'm gonna talk to this dude. And the first question that I asked him when I got on the chat with him, and y'all can replay this and go and do the forensics and timestamps or whatever. I asked him, what is the problem? The title of your video is the Lupe Fiasco Problem. So I'm here to ask you directly, what is the problem? Right? And everything after that is off the rails. But yeah, I think that I approach people with a certain intensity that give me a certain intensity. And I play all these different roles because I'm all those different people. It's not an act. Like I'm from the streets, I'm from the universities, I'm from martial arts, I'm from high discipline, I'm from Zen, I'm from Islam, I'm from this, I'm from that. I operate on all those different levels, and I have all those different faces. They're all authentic, they're all real. You can check my background, you can check my file on every single one of them, and it's gonna come back clean, right? So if you want that attention, I'm gonna give it to you, and I'm gonna give you what you give me. When me and Dewan was on the phone, it was 2 a.m. I just finished the Lupe Fiasco Food and Liquor Tour in Chicago, and I just seen he had a thing about hip hop, and I just called in, right? And it was like we talked for an hour, and it was vibes, and then we hung up the phone, and now we buddies. And then we found out like we had saw each other at a show and did some other things, and it's a vibe, you know.
Yeah, the Blue Note, and that's the thing like about what you said, because I remember the show when I talked about when you were talking about the electric machines, and I teach the history of instruments, and it was a show that I was talk how I talk, you know what I mean? And I knew when Lupe called in, a lot of my listeners who were listening to that show, I knew in my head, I can get him right now if I want to, and I can at least get some kind of reaction and get a big following and get a big, not big following, but big viral moment. And that's where I think, as in the space of someone who speaks music and the way I speak about music, I wasn't willing to take that. You know what I mean? We called in, we're talking about this. Let's keep it to the subject of music. It's not always about the viral moment. It's not about baiting. A lot of people like to bait, and then when it happens in the blow up, everybody want to play victim and do this and do that. I think sometimes you got to be a little bit more mature than baiting people into things. I get people making their money or whatever, but sometimes it comes down to the overall discussion of music. I thought the value of what was being talked about, because I listened to y'all conversation on Koala TV. I think that there's value in the conversation. Does this sell? I think that's a conversation within itself that needs to be had more in music. But we tend to gravitate towards the nonsense, and that's just, I think it's just a time that we're in right now, and it just is what it is.
Yeah, I feel like. Were you gonna say something?
Well, I think from a Lupe fan perspective, right? Because in the Lupe fan community, I'll say this: for the Lupe fan community, I've probably been the most consistent journalist writing about Lupe Fiasco for the longest time. That's still doing it. You know what I'm saying? So I get a lot of feedback from Lupe fans all the time. My DMs be hit up with people I've been going to Lupe shows with in multiple cities for years, and people keep asking me, why does it look like Lupe is putting himself in positions to make people look at him as if he's a hater, as if he's elevating these people who are critical of him? And I never really have an answer other than, you know, I understand the value of protecting your name, but I'm looking at Billboard magazine today or yesterday, and I'm sitting here thinking, like, is this a headline that actually makes sense for what it is that Lupe actually feels?
BK, you were gonna chime in. I'm gonna address something with Billboard directly, but BK, you gonna chime in?
I was just gonna say, just speaking to like, I think the medium, especially on YouTube and Twitter, in this period of late stage capitalism, niggas is broke and need money at the baseline.
Niggas be broke.
And
Super facts.
And the medium rewards rage bait. And if it rewards rage bait by boosting your SEO in the algorithm, that means more eyeballs, that means more money. And so, of course, it's just a breeding ground for hitting at the root of humans and like human emotions. Like Lupe just said, like, I'm a human being. And so when I see my face on a thumbnail, I'm going to click it, right? Like it's like it hijacks you, no matter like how much you know and how aware you are and how like cognitive you are of the meta, like it's still going to maybe hit that nerve. And so I would invite everyone to like use the block button more and the mute button more. That's been like my saving grace, because I love to like jump down people's throat, especially, oh my God, like Drake stands in period. But like the Drake fans that have like circled back to one of my videos that's in that bitch, I'm like, I'm responding to every single one of them. So like, I'm no better than the nigga that's on the fucking thumbnail or whatever the fuck. But I think it is curious to, you know, wrap it back to like Justin's point, why this same kind of story of like Lupe and Dot, or Lupe and the word resentment or whatever keeps getting brought up. There's a bait element. There's a like, I think still getting to the root of like that real human emotion of like, I'm just not gonna sit here unless you fucking say shit that's like disparaging to me or untrue or whatever. So I don't know. I think that it's symbiotic. The people want the rage bait. You participate in it because you can't help it to a certain extent, because that's just a part of the human condition. Like, it's really fucked. And then the larger part of it is just like niggas is broke and rage bait pays the bills. Like that just kind of is where the medium is right now.
So I know Elle's gonna chime in on one of them points because she has some facts to add to that, but I'll give you a couple anecdotes and respond wholly. One is it's intentional, because coming from the streets, I live by the mantra, keep your enemies close. So I want to know what you're doing. So I follow my stalker back, so I know where she is. Right? I follow the people that have the vitriol and the whole thing. Not follow them like click follow, but I keep tabs on them, because you keep your enemies close. Right? Keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer. So I know I got my fans, and I'm gonna pay attention to y'all, but we got some real shit going on over here. And I forgot who I talked about this, maybe offline. I talked to somebody about this yesterday, El, when we were on the phone, right? Fans get their artists killed. Fans get their artists killed. Now, this goes back to your point, Justin. But let's take Billboard, for example. And we'll talk about Billboard and fan responsibility, then I'll land the plane, right? I had a Reebok deal back in whenever, 2010, right after maybe 2009, wherever it was. I had a whole Reebok campaign. It was me, Mike Jones, Lil Wayne, Daddy Yankee, 50 Cent. It was like all these rappers had these shoes. And so I did some press. I had billboards across the city, across the country, blah, 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 right? So everybody knows I'm on Reebok. Billboard magazine puts me on their cover. On the cover of that magazine, they have me on a skateboard and some streetwear and some Nikes, right? Reebok sends me a cease and desist. And basically just from that Billboard cover, because they chose a photo while I was wearing Nikes, Reebok basically terminated my deal. So I was going back and forth with Reebok, talking to Billboard. It was a innocent mistake but it's a matter of how they operate too. Billboard doesn't do photo shoots for their cover. They pull from the press photos that the label takes. The label sent Billboard, just here's all these photos, y'all can choose whatever y'all want. They chose a photo of me wearing Nikes. It destroyed my Reebok career. The deal was done. It was cooked. Reebok was like, that's fucked up. Is this? And I explained to them, I was like, I'm talking to Billboard, like, hey, can you talk to Reebok and let them know that this is how y'all operate, this is what y'all do. They weren't trying to hear none of that shit. So I was cooked, right? I didn't do anything. I got cooked. That's another kind of like, you may think that I'm being like saucy, or I want the photo shoot with the dope blazers and I want the new Nikes and our shoes are kind of whack. You may think that, but that wasn't the case. I emptied my closet, had a number of Reeboks, and this photo shoot that I did prior to me signing to Reebok came back up and it cost me my Reebok deal, right? Fan responsibility. And we're going to keep it real gangster and real greasy with my fans. And y'all know I love my fans. But love is to correct, protect, and respect with correct. When the fans wanted to do the petition, they did that petition. I had nothing to do with that petition. When they sent that petition to the label looked at me like I had something to do with it. I was like, I'm not antagonistic. That's just the fans. We looked at it like, okay, cool. Then when they turned around and they did the protest, it was like, I have nothing to do with that protest, but now I'm faced with this thing. I have to choose. And I either have to choose my fans or the label, because I can't do nothing. And I chose the fans, right? And NYPD kicked me out of the building at Atlantic. I wasn't allowed to go back in the building. And when I tell you that it destroyed little pieces and parts of my relationship with the label, it was cooked. On top of them trying to force me to do a 360 and everything else, they feel embarrassed about what just happened. Cooked. 2014, when I couldn't get a release date for Tattoo on Youth, the homies Anonymous, shout out to my homies, they're my homies. When the word kind of got out that Lupe they were playing with people's release dates, Anonymous stopped fighting North Korea and the Ku Klux Klan and sent a letter to Atlantic and said, hey, if you don't release Lupe Fiasco's album, we're going to dox the entire label. I had nothing to do with that. The label blamed me because they said I did it. They said I called Anonymous and told them to do the thing. And I know Anonymous through Occupy Wall Street. They were a big part of that. They doxed me once. And the guy who did it, the heads of Anonymous, they doxed him. They kind of kicked him out of the spot because he felt a certain way about something I did at one of the protests. Regardless of that, when they did when Anonymous did the threaten to hack and they was like, we gave him a release date and dropped me from the album, dropped me from the label. One of the terms of getting off Atlantic was they reset the clock on all my masters. So normally you get your masters at 10 years. This is real talk. Yeah, I never heard this. I was saving this for the memoirs. But I give it to you because y'all my family and the fans so they can know the real hard decisions that I had to make behind the scenes. Because I was prepared to sit on Atlantic. Right? When they told me that they weren't going to push any of my records ever, or any of the records on Tattoo on Youth that I was trying to remake another superstar, do this, I pulled all them records off. You got Mural because it was like, y'all not gonna push this shit anyway, so I'm gonna make an 8-minute record about bars. Regardless of that, one of the terms of them letting me go because they felt it was hostile and I threatened the label is they reset the clock on all my masters. So when I was supposed to be getting Food and Liquor right now, because this 10-year thing ended, I don't know when I'm gonna see Food and Liquor. I don't know when I'm gonna get the Cool back. I don't know when I'm gonna get these lasers back. I don't know when I'm gonna get those masters because of that. Something I had nothing to do with, but it's from the fans, right? So that relationship between fan and artist, for some people who don't know, it can get very, very tricky, right? Where fans are like, well, we're not gonna support you unless you do this. We're not gonna do this unless you do that. Or we love you so much, like Lupe, we love you so much, we want to do, and they overprotect. And they wind up fucking up very kind of fragile negotiations and circumstances where the label felt threatened. And they were like, and I told the label, I said, look, don't do anything. I wouldn't do anything. I wouldn't respond. Right? Call their bluff. Right? But when you do that, law enforcement gets involved, all type of shit. And I always support the people, but I also learned from that experience to be very hands off, you know, be very, you know, like create some partitions and stuff like that. But yeah, those fan things, which are great moments and revolutionary, and they added to my mystique in the folklore. On a business side, I was getting destroyed in that label. And even to this day, Julie Greenwald, who's one of the most powerful women in music, to this day, still believes that I had Anonymous set up to get that album released and threatened to hack the label.
Do you regret choosing the fans in that moment?
If I knew what I was gonna go, I wanted to quit. I was gonna leave music. After the Cool, and we were going through all that stuff with the 360, and they told me they weren't gonna release none of my records or promo my records, I was done. I was just gonna float on through. And so you see like the protests come up, and it's like, hey, and it's kind of like, damn, okay, cool, let's go. I didn't necessarily want Lasers to get released, to be honest. That's why I told people I love when people say I hated that album, this is why. Right? The shit I had to go through to put that album together and make that album work, and all of the things, like it's all type of internal thing where I was trying to actively go to Def Jam and brought in a whole nother lawyer and a whole nother team. It was messy. It was very, very messy at that time. And it was kind of like, man, this is bad. But again, just going back to like fan responsibility and that, and we ain't gonna talk about drill music and fast forward to situations that ain't got nothing to do with me. We ain't gonna fast forward to all of the, you know, Vibe magazine, talking about fans, right? Vibe magazine, when I did that Tribe Called Quest thing, which was the first thing that ever got me destroyed before I could even fly, they clipped my wings. I did an interview with Vibe magazine. 3 months later, I got invited to do the VH1 thing by Q-Tip, by Busta Rhymes. And I went and did it. I fucked up the words, right? I was rehearsing. I got in that moment, I don't know, and I fucked up those few words, and I stumbled, kept it going, right? Everybody cool. They looking like, man, you know, it's all good. Da 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 da. I'm in the back, embarrassed like a motherfucker. That same night, Vibe magazine puts out a quote from the interview that I did 3 months ago that says, I never listened to Tribe Called Quest anyway. When that hit, the publicist at Atlantic, his name was Sidney Marginson, we got the editor-in-chief of Vibe magazine on the phone. And he was like, why would y'all do that? Because niggas was finna die. Niggas was turned up on some street shit. Niggas was turned up on some, and everywhere you went, if it wasn't that to that degree, Q-Tip called me screaming. He was mad than a motherfucker. So niggas was mad. It's niggas I don't fuck with to this day because of that. Who are some of y'all heroes? I hate them niggas. We got the editor-in-chief on the phone. Now this is the publicist of Atlantic. His name's Sidney Marginson. He'll vouch for this. Maybe he will, maybe he won't, because he don't. Maybe I'm dragging people in, but I'm trying to give y'all the truth, the facts, so you know how I move and why I move. We went to his office at Atlantic. We called the editor-in-chief. Her name was Danielle or something like that. She was Elliot Wilson's wife. Sidney was like, yo, why would you do that? Why'd y'all do that? Y'all know he did that interview like mad long ago, and it was in the context of him saying, like, people always talking about Kick Push sounds like Tribe Called Quest. And even though it does, what I actually grew up on was 8-Ball and MJG and Scarface. And my sister used to play Tribe Called Quest, so I'm aware of it. And I'm a huge fan of Q-Tip. I was on the same label with Q-Tip at Arista when he was Kamala Abstract. So I love him. I listen to his albums. I base my albums off his albums, right? But that was a little bit past my generation, and we was in the streets. So she was like, y'all know that was the context for why he said that. Why would y'all clip that and put that out in the world like he's responding to what happened at VH1? She says, and I quote, what, you want to take it to the streets?
Tomato.
And I like, Sydney, hang up the phone.
What?
I got so many stories of that. I got a story on Twitter when Twitter first started. When it first started, I got on it, I deleted it. Atlantic put me back on it. My man Busy. He was like, trust me, this is gonna be the next big thing. I was like, what the fuck is it? He's like, it's like your text messaging, but it's public. I'm like, all right, that sounds crazy. Got on it, right? It's the Wild Wild West. You don't know who's who, who's what. I wake up one day, I'm getting destroyed. I'm in New York. I'm getting destroyed in the press, absolutely cooked from everywhere. All kinds of people, all these Beyonce fans. I'm getting destroyed. Who the fuck do you think you are? You ain't shit. You such and such. You just trying to ride off the hype. You da 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 da. I'm like, damn, I know Beyonce and I know Jay-Z. I was just at their house. What are we doing? Some guy created a tweet that says, he put my name in it, so it looked like it was me, a photo of me, and then wrote, "Oh, Beyonce ain't the only one that got an album coming out," and then posted that as if it was me, and I got cooked. I got cooked by legends, like destroyed. I was like, that wasn't me. Like, I'm trying to explain it. Ain't nobody trying to hit that because it's gone. Now we talking about the Bey Hive. Fuck Koala Tea. Fuck dot stands. Ain't nothing like the Bey Hive. Nothing like the Bey Hive, bruh. Trust me. Fast forward to 2 years ago. And the video's on YouTube, and I'll send it to you if you can't find it, if you can search for it. The guy who did that tweet did a whole video apologizing to me and explaining it. That he was just chasing some clout, but he didn't know it was gonna fuck me over like that. And he's like, Lupe, I'm sorry. You know, for y'all that don't know, this happened a long time ago. I was young, I was stupid, and I did this whole thing. But that's 10 years, 20 years too late, my guy. So I got stories of fans and actual fans with no quotation marks who put me in the blender, bruh. Right? And at a certain point, I just stopped giving a fuck, because it's like, if I say something, I get fucked over. If I don't say nothing, if it ain't even me, I get fucked over. So what's the difference? Now, I don't know. I know, like we talked about the academic question, academia, how rappers talk. I've yet to meet a rapper who doesn't think like me when it comes to putting down these bars. But I've yet to meet an artist of any caliber that has went through the shit I went through in the music business, period. And I know fucking damn near everybody. And I'm not saying minimizing people's situations of what they had, because I know people been through some terrible shit, worse than the shit I'm talking about. But that level of just kind of every album cycle intensity, he didn't even say it, but fuck him, bruh, it's bad. I'm landing the plane.
I can see how you can develop. Yeah, I'm processing. There was like 3 crazy things in a row. It was a triple entendre of crazy. But I guess I can see why you could develop kind of a sensitivity to clout chasers, because, you know, I'm just thinking about how they explain that people want the mess because that's how the YouTube algorithm works. That's probably kind of the reason why Vibe did what it did as well, because it wanted the views. And in some ways, they don't give a fuck how that damages the artist, the person, the subject matter. They kind of have an expectation for you to just ignore it. And this is what I heard from a lot of the commenters who are pushing back on your, what did you call it? Pressure run? What is your press run called? Whatever you called it.
Run, nigga, run.
So, the run, nigga, run campaign, I guess. So okay, so you said whether you say something or not, you still gonna get the same outcome. Because what I'm trying to get to is, why won't you just ignore these niggas? That's what I'm trying to get to. Because that's what people keep asking me. Like, why is he bringing himself down to the level of talking to people? Because, you know, you and I both know you can really go on any podcast you want to go on if you want to talk. Why do you keep talking to these niggas that hate you? And I know you kind of answered it, but even with like, if you have this repeating cycle, of getting trashed, like you haven't come up with like a new strategy that could maybe reduce the amount of, I guess, shit they could use to trash you?
Yeah, to retire. I want to retire. Like, I don't, you better believe I don't want to do this. I didn't want to do this. I didn't retire because Chill went to prison. I didn't retire because my man Randy got killed, right? I didn't retire because Stacks got killed. I didn't retire, like, the reasons why I'm still in this piece and in this space. And to me, these L's that I take are nothing in comparison to Chill doing 17 years. That's right? It's nothing in comparison to what my niggas go through on a daily basis. This ain't nothing to lean in and talk to a nigga and give him fame, knowing that fame is going to fuck him up. Because now he got to maintain that level of bullshit. So now I'm trapping you in that cycle, Koala. And you're never going to reach those heights ever again. I don't give no fuck where you go. And don't dare try and get a job because that's done. Right? So for me, it's bigger things where this doesn't mean anything to me. Right? But at the same time, too, I would love to just retire. You know what I'm saying? That would have been nice, but I can't because I don't have my masters. And I probably won't get them because of their protests, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that, and it's real because fans get people killed. So I got to watch who's activating and I got to see what people are saying because even if I'm not there, they're going to say it. So I don't know from whoever click or from whatever situation might hear that. And then because I don't address it and add the context that's required, because street niggas think differently. They gonna look at the whole thing, right? Some shooter nigga might not. He might see that one thing and keep saying that one thing, and he never see the clip where I say Lupe didn't bring that up. They keep bringing that up. So I have to every once in a while lean into the loudest nigga in the room, who that Koala Tea is. That's why it's everywhere. He's the loudest nigga, right? So go to the biggest bully in the room, slap him up a little bit, and create some context and some texture in his piece. So now that we got to talk about it, so now you see the narrative changing with the real niggas, right? Glasses Malone is a real nigga, a real street nigga OG. That's my man. As long as he knows what's up, I don't give a fuck what the other niggas think, right? As long as the real niggas in the space, Justin, as long as you know. And the funny part is, Justin and L, you know what we all know, right? With the straight face. Justin, you know what I'm talking about. You know who did what first. You know who said such and such to such and such first, but you know they'll never say it.
That's a fact.
They'll never put themselves in that scoop. So as one of the realest niggas in this space, and I done been around all these niggas, all I care about is the real niggas who run the shit. All my Haitian niggas, the niggas on whatever card you play, whatever on the G side, they know who the fuck I'm talking to, and they've been texting my phone, and they've been like, yeah, nigga, you good. So everything else, I'm not worried about that. But I do need to keep it measured and straight so niggas know. Fans get people killed.
That's very
right?
fair.
That shit you talk, the shit you hype up in them comments, you're hyping up some nigga who gonna try and pull up to prove a point. Just like the nigga who shot up Drake house. Right? Y'all gotta fucking relax.
What is something that people don't understand about how you view Dot as an MC? Because I feel like people are taking whatever they want to take. And I want to give you a chance to really clear the air, clarify if that's what you want to do right now. What are we missing in terms of what you're communicating?
I'm talking to L right now. My perspective has completely changed.
Okay.
After what I seen yesterday for the first time and what I seen this morning for the first time, my perspective on the whole situation is completely changed. I feel like a fool. Right? I really feel like, like I show too much love, too much grace, too much charity. And then I know that it will never get resolved. So as long as the real niggas know like I said, who did what, where, when, first to win. I don't really care. If y'all want to do the research to figure out what the fuck I'm talking about, you can talk to L, you can talk to Mick, or you can talk, because everybody on the call, except maybe those BK and Dewan, maybe you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but these three do. And it changes completely the perspective of how I look at people, because I respect you as a rapper first, but then after that, I have to respect you as a person. And I keep it G with everybody I'm with. So the things I've seen today and how the things I've experienced in real life with people after what I seen yesterday and today for the first time ever, I don't feel bad no more about fucking nothing. So niggas can have smoke, do whatever the fuck they want to do. But what I've seen and the receipts that I have, it's a whole nother, my mind's in a whole, I'm worried about being with my brother and chilling with my people because I already know what that is.
Mm. Well, I'm interested to hear, more about it in a different space after you process it a little more. But I thought something you said was interesting about wanting to retire, because a lot of complaints that I hear about you is that you want more success, that you wanted more limelight, that you wanted to be on bigger stages, and you wanted to do more things. What do you say to the people that's like, oh, Lupe is jealous because he's supposed to be in a better position?
Right. I've done every major festival in the world, except Rolling Loud or whatever, but those are past my generation. I've done every major festival in the world, right? At least in English-speaking countries. I've sold 22 million records and counting. I've made millions of dollars. I've made other people's millions of dollars. I've supported the careers, and I have the respect of every single rapper you can think of, even if they don't fuck with me, right? My journey through the music business is unbelievable. The friends that I have, I'm a Henry Crown Fellow, which is basically the Illuminati for real, right? Who else? I'm a professor at MIT, the world's #1 university in the world, and I'm respected by my peers up there so crazy, right? The love that I get on the floor is unbelievable. I cried when I had to leave when I left for the break. It was bananas, right? On top, we ain't gonna mention the other shit. Like my life is so full and so beautiful and so amazing. I'm surrounded by beautiful people on a daily basis, right? Amazing, some of the most powerful people in the world for real, right? Niggas that are worth $60 billion for real, right? The richest man in the world for real. Right? And I got carte blanche wherever I go. My face card is great. I could jump on the metro. I could ride the New York subway by myself for 3 days straight if I wanted to, and nobody's gonna touch a hair on my fucking head and show nothing but love and can't believe that I'm even there. I will sit down with the most impoverished nigga to the most richest nigga in the same day and vibe just as equal and be the same nigga when I wake up and the same nigga when I go to sleep. Right? My life is great and good and amazing. And I appreciate the people who support that and understand that. And I also appreciate the people who don't support and don't understand that. It doesn't matter because it's not going to change a thing. So I don't chase success. I've never have. I don't chase radio. I've never have. I've never chased clout. I've never chased respect. I've always earned it. And it always came to me. And it will always be like that. And some people, and I speak what I speak. I've already been canceled. Did it work? How did that go for you? I've already been slandered. Did it work? How'd that go for you? You already tried to smear my name. You already tried to block me from the concert. I've been debooked from venues. The NAACP Awards rescinded my nominations. Did that work for you? Because now I'm sitting with the head of the NAACP. That's my man. So what are we doing? You know, so I just look at it like, bro, my W's are fantastic. They outweigh my L's, and I actually take my L's and they make fucking W's again. So it's whatever, bro.
1 second, pause. I want to ask you a
Wait,
question.
did he just a hand sign bar?
He did. Ooh,
I see it.
I want to.
I thought it was a bar for your name, like
For me, I thought he was. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, oh, it's my time. He about to add me in there, but
hey,
I'm gonna take it
now.
in.
It's the world's now. It's out there. It's yours now.
It's my new gang sign for real.
I want to ask you something I've been wondering since 2006. My all-time favorite Lupe Fiasco song is theme music to a drive-by. I don't know if there's a line that I personally am more impressed by than no honor amongst fellows. It's harder than sitting with a blind man and trying to describe yellow. Like, to me, that was just a whole corner in terms of what these bars things can do, this lyricism things can do. 2 questions actually on this. One, I would love for you to describe, the process of making that song if you can remember it, as briefly, as much time as you have, whatever. But 2, most importantly, why was that removed from the official Food and Liquor release? Or was it ever actually on the album? Because the version that most of us heard, it was just called Intro and it was on the leak.
Yeah, the leak, the one of my worst moments in my life. But yeah, I can't remember exactly what the full process was because it was so long ago.
Yeah.
It might have been one of those records that was slated, and then when we went to put out the record, and again, I had to find that balance between being like bars and bars, and now we need to make an album. And so it was like that space is limited because actually after a certain amount of songs on an album, the amount that you get paid for that album goes down. So it's like people do 10 songs or 12 songs for a reason, right? Because the publishing kind of goes in reverse or something like that, some mechanical issue, but your penny rate kind of goes down. So you got to be careful with how many songs you put on it. So the decisions that were being made for that album, especially after the leak, it probably got caught up in that, should we have this or should we have I Gotcha? Like we're forced to have Daydream. We definitely got to have Kick Push. And now we're in between this and that. If we go any further, it might push us past the penny rate, right? So maybe that's where it got caught up in. I can't remember. I do remember another line in that record where it said on the phone, as I accept the call from the lifer or something like that, making voodoo in the sink of his cell. Like that happened. I was 11 years old, and it was one of my father's students. His name was Earl Bell. He's free now, but he had a life sentence. And I remember talking to him, like my dad gave me the phone because he's one of the senseis, the top senseis. For y'all know I do martial arts. I've been doing martial arts my whole life. Since I was a kid, our family business is martial arts schools. So my dad's been doing martial arts since the 70s. His whole life has been about martial arts in the military. I was on the phone with this dude who was in there for murder, and I start crying because I didn't know what else to do. I thought that's what you did. When you talking to somebody who's in prison, they're calling you, and it's like, damn, like, So there's a lot of, as much as people say, that's what I say about emotion and stuff like that, that comes with it. And should I have made it more present in that record or left it technical? So you didn't really feel that pain, because I don't want you to feel that pain. I can't even understand that pain. I didn't even know where it came from. Maybe it was just posturing or acting, right? But it hurt like a motherfucker, So, and then the song itself is one of my favorite songs. I think Pro did the beat maybe back in the day.
Yep.
And it was a vibe. It was one of those records, man. It was one of those moments. And since Pro did it, it was definitely in that 2004 world where we were actually building out Food and Liquor. Maybe early 2005. But again, it might have got caught up in that. It's out already. Y'all already got it. So let's just swap it out with something else and keep the penny rate down.
And one more question I've had about that album is really a revelation, or at least a new way I've been thinking about this in recent years. Just Might Be Okay is also another one of my favorite songs of all time. I think the production is crazy. I think we said I backflipped on the mattress they slept on me on, right? And so, but over the years, I always thought you were just rapping about yourself, but over the years I've been listening to it more, and it could be a crazy idea I just made up, but I feel like that song really captures chill in a different way. And I feel like there's a lot of energy in that song that really sounds like chilly, sounds like chill to me. And I'm curious about that, if you're correct, if I'm correct, or if I'm way off base, but I've been thinking about that more in recent years.
I mean, maybe everything is filtered through chill, and at least for that album, when he went to prison, it was hard. And that was another struggle. Like we do a record. I can't get his ears on it because he went on lockdown for 2 weeks because of jail riot. So he was actively my manager still through that whole time. So the whole time you got from in the food and liquor, he went to jail during the coup. He was fighting the case since 2003, but went to jail in 2008. That whole from the day the coup dropped all the way to that, all the way up until even I did Samurai while he was in there. And I did drill. He called me to do an album, and that's why I did Drill Music and Zion. I did Drill Music and Zion on Fort Chill. He called me and was like, "You need to do another album." And I was like, "I'm gonna do that shit in a day." And it took 3 days. But anyway, to your question about Just Might Be Okay. That around that whole time, everything got filtered through Chill. So me and Chill were like freaking frack. Like we rolled around every day, was vibing every day. Like that was my main man, bro. He still is. I would write the raps in the car, spit them, he'd send me to go battle somebody. We do this, go to the studio, listen to some records, come through, pick things out, work through things. Gave me the freedom to explore my own shit and also make sure we stayed on task with what we needed to do. So I always pay homage to Caesar. And what I do and what happens. So you'll hear things that are influenced by things that I know about him, things that he knows about me. Nobody in the world knows him closer than me. And you know that, Justin, because you talked to him a few times, right? So, and there's a lot of shit that I'm leaving out. But to your point, everything was kind of filtered through Chill and pieces of him got caught on to certain things. But at the same time, too, he made sure I was frontline all the time. So anything that I said or did, it was like, yeah, nigga, you gotta, if you can't talk about it if you ain't live it type shit.
And another question I've had forever is Pressure is one of my, at least when it came out in the album when we heard Jay-Z on the song. Not Pressure, was that Pressure? Is it Pressure? I think it's Pressure. But you've collaborated with Hove. And I've heard you talk about your reverence for Nas forever. And I feel like you guys all come from the same tree. I feel like there's a Rakim tree, or Rakim branch, and it's Nas, it's Lupe, it's some other people. I just feel like that's the case. I've seen a picture of y'all together. Do y'all have a track together, and are we going to hear it?
Who?
You and Nas.
Listen, everything that I learned, how I rap, how I talk, how I move, it comes from Nas and Jay-Z, bro. Jay-Z told me I was nice when I was 19 years old. He's like, "You're nice, you're good. You ain't got to worry about that no more." Right? He didn't say don't worry about that no more, but that's the continuation of the conversation in my head. He satisfied my drive and my hunger of being accepted as a rapper. He said, "You're nice, you're good." So from 19, I was done. And it went on to explore those other parts. And I didn't know how to do none of that shit. So I learned how to make albums by listening to Nas. I learned how to do little intricate things with the flow and land punches and set up bars and the tonality of my voice. Back to you, BK. The tonality of my voice, that's all Jay-Z. I never wrote no shit for Jay-Z. But I remember I was in the studio one time doing the Black album. I gave him the beat for What More Can I Say? Shout out to the Buchanans. He was working on a record. And we supposed to sign to Rockefeller. I was supposed to be on Rockefeller. But me and Chill chose to make First and 15th. Anyway, Jay was at the board. He's listening to something. And he said, he looked at me and was like, "Yo, what would you do on this?" And it fucked my whole head up, bro. It put me in such a different place. I couldn't even. And then though I don't even get on Nas, was in the studio with him. I remember on King Nas, that bar I flipped his half man, half amazing kind of jump, and he rapped that back to me. He rapped my shit back to me. He rapped what I was mimicking him doing back to me and was like, "That shit is fire." And I said, "Nigga, that's you." And for me, that was enough. We don't need to do no records. I just respect you, and that's enough for me. I could die right now. But I did text him, and I said, "Nas, I'm working on a shit called Samurai. Can we do an EP together?" And it was crickets.
Second applause. And also, tomato, because I really would love that EP. That'd be a great EP.
Shit, me too, boy.
It'd be incredible. Word up.
Is that enough? Am I good?
I see people.
No,
giving
the
you.
people want
Yeah.
us. The people want you to tell us why the fuck did you shout out Logic? They hate that. They're very upset about
Oh
Logic.
yeah,
And
so
goddamn,
that's
what's dude name? Rosen. What's the dude? What's the dude name? I thought y'all was talking about
Rosenberg Raw.
Rosenberg from the Ebro show when I was
That's
sitting around waiting. When dude popped up,
that's
I was
Rosenberg got
like,
to do with this.
Rosenberg Raw.
no, that's actually it's a
they
different
think you
question. I think
trolling by pick. They think you're trolling by saying Logic and Rosenberg Raw. Are you? Are you kind of trolling by picking people that are like not really that great, or is there something that we're missing because niggas don't understand the Logic shit at all? That do you still think that?
Logic is a huge fan of me. He's like a brother. I fuck with him a lot. That 1-800 record is probably one of the most important records of all time. And every time we get into some hip hop shit or some rap shit, when you look at what this record really does and mean, and does it move the needle? Is it gonna cause a revolution? It don't do none of that shit. And it becomes about just servicing. Right? He's not whack. We acting like he garbage. That's crazy work. Right? And so for me, like I'm just giving tension and we it's jovial because I'm talking to Ebro, who's a fucking comedian, right? And I'm talking is it Peter what's his name? Paul Rosenberg, the other Rosenberg.
It's Peter.
Like
It's Peter.
we Peter Rosenberg, we at Hot 97 vibing. So this isn't meant to be malicious. Like we're laughing. And I'm making fun of Rosenberg, right? Rosenberg is one of the most influential dudes when it comes to supporting New York rap, period. And I'm talking about at the ground level, and he knows, right? He be at EO Dubs and Homeboy Sandman, and he knows what it really is, right? So I'm playing with him, right? But I'm also hitting him with like, yeah, you got to take that in consideration. Whether you agree with me or not, that's my opinion, right? But when I mention King Los, ain't nobody say nothing, right?
Nope.
And you don't bring King Los into that shit. So I'm gonna give you a little bit of like, it is what it is, and the homie is fire, and everybody's fire, so cool. But we can have those conversations, right? But we ain't finna discuss Los, are we? IT? No, we're not, right?
No.
So on the other side of that coin, and you saying Rosenberg recently tried to talk him down, like nigga, you crazy? Lois told him like, nigga, you crazy? You know how the fuck I get down? When it comes to that, can't nobody see me at all. And he's right. With that said though, I'm not trolling. To me, it's barbershop conversation amongst what our friends. And people like to take that really, really seriously. And the one thing that I do check myself on, and what I've learned from this whole experience, is that everybody says it like, bro, you got power. And for me, this shows that like, yeah, I got power. Because don't nobody respond to a nigga that's not a threat. And the only thing you can be threatened by is power. Right? So if I was a nobody or nothing, you wouldn't care about me at all. We wouldn't be having none of these conversations at all. You wouldn't get platformed or whatever, right? So I'm not mad at that. I feel like I'm getting the opposite of what Doc got when he went at Drake. He went up. I went all the way the fuck down. But to me, it's whatever. A down is my up, nigga. Fuck it.
Last question on that. I want to follow up real quick on that Logic thing. In 2026, do you still hold that same opinion?
Yes. With some caveats. Because since then, Dot has went on to do unbelievable things that will never be matched and never be touched. Not by me, not by anyone. Right? So in terms of what I was talking about when it comes to like raps, and let's all get in here and start rapping and like fuck these songs, I stand on what I said. I stand on Rosenberg Raw. Rosenberg Raw said, I'm Anthony Davis. Just when you think I'm playing, I pull something. That's unbelievably fire. That's generationally fire ass bars forever. So you can eat a dick talking about Rosenberg ain't nothing. That's some cap, right? But to land this plane, after what I've seen today for the first time and what I saw yesterday for the first time, my perspective on the whole situation has completely changed. From the moment that I said what I said up at High 97. And everything after that. And everything before it too. So at this point, man, like I didn't mention dude's name in the past 2 years, I'm good. You probably won't see Lupe for a while. The next time you see me is on the tours coming up or the shows. you know, but I'm out of the conversation. I hope this lands. If you feel I ain't shit, I'm not gonna be shit. It is what it is. But just know, and it's gonna come out because people are gonna know what I'm talking about, and they're gonna research it and find it. And y'all gonna have conversations once y'all get off the phone. You're gonna be like, damn, that really happened. So that really vindicates him. Okay, cool. But until then, I'll see y'all later, man. Peace and love. Much love to you.
Congratulations, Food and Liquor 20-year anniversary. 20-year anniversary of Food and Liquor. That is crazy. Congratulations.
September 19th. Appreciate you, brother.
Lupe Fiasco.
I'm gonna be lurking in your comments, my dog, my guy. Maybe I'll see you at the Pluto.
I still want that white paper. You know what I mean? That email.
The Harvard study. My brother. I got you. BK, it was a pleasure meeting you. First time. I see you don't have a problem saying the word bitch, and I appreciate that.
Nice to meet you too.
L, you know it's always a pleasure. IT, always a pleasure. Little IT, what's up, brother? And Justin, you know I love you like cook food, my guy. I'll see y'all later.
My brother, man. 9-second applause.
Yes, sir.
Hey, let's roll. What took it?
Word up, Lupe Fiasco.
All right.
Culture United, it's all happening every Wednesday right here. Company Man Channel, hashtag CU Wednesdays. 9-second applause to everybody tuned in. Open floor, man. Reactions. What do you guys think?
That is not what I expected to happen. But
what did you expect to happen?
I thought we was all gonna argue about like different opinions and you should have did this and you should have did that. But the more he started to reveal the stories, it kind of I feel like maybe we're getting the answer through the stories. Y'all agree or disagree?
Well, what I will say is shout out to Justin for, I think, couching the conversation in a shared definition of lyricism or like a myriad of definitions of lyricism, because for the first 50 minutes, we just talked about the vast nature of hip hop, the way we consume it, the way people write it and listen to it. And I feel like, people often flatten the genre of hip hop because it is so young, because it is so Black. So I just love when we can start the conversation that, people definitely clicked for the controversy, for it to just be like us talking about lyrics and our subjective opinions and just just spending time teasing out the nuance and talking about literary devices and just talking about the science of hip hop. So I don't know if all of my internal questions were answered or whatnot, but just one thing that immediately calmed my nervous system was how Justin started the conversation. And I think that kind of eased us into something that could have been like hot fish grease for no reason in terms of the conversation. So
appreciate that, BK. 1 second pause.
I think that he's been having a tough week. It's been a pretty rough week. And I think that he needed a safe space to kind of get some things out that a lot of people didn't know. And I don't think that it would have been appropriate for any one of us here to kind of interrupt that, because it felt like there was things that just needed to be said. There were a lot of gaps in a lot of stories that we didn't hear that he filled in those gaps with tonight. And I think it was just important for him to get that out. Do I feel that there were some things that could have been elaborated on a little bit more? Yeah, I think he realized he had to pull back on that Nas thing. I'm so happy because I was about to double dutch in there because I was like, we can't do that. You know what I'm saying? But I think that he also kind of was, he was swerving a little bit. You know what I'm saying? When L asked him the question about Logic, and he tried to pivot to Los. The same thing with Rosenberg. At the end of the day, it's his opinion. I mean, that's his opinion. And if you look at how he ranks lyricism, because that was the initial conversation.
Right.
Everyone, I really appreciate Justin for setting the conversation off with, hey, what is everyone's definition? And he laid his hat on punchlines, entendre, right? So if you are laying your hat on, this is what I base how great an MC is, then you have to, you got to be like, okay, that's why he thinks these particular MCs are better than these particular MCs. So that's what I walked away with from this conversation with. I hope that people kind of understand that particular side of clarity. And we might not agree. Like I don't agree. That's why I had to kind of step in and be like, hey, these are my parameters, and what you think is great, that's low level to me. And I'm a peer of his. We both respect each other's pens, but we also have to respect his opinion. Like that's what he feels. That's what he thinks. We could drill like Zion all we want. That's what he thinks.
Yeah.
I think that's why I said it was context dependent, even though he worded it a little bit better than me. I'm gonna have to say that next time. It's context dependent. Because my goal always is to kind of understand where a person is coming from, what they're trying to say, so that I can agree or disagree. And I think that's kind of been like the main clash. Like it feels like being a lyricist is like this super high gold star that you can get. And it feels like people are shifting the definition around so that their favorite can qualify for that gold star, to me. So a lot of times I just first want to hear what does it mean to you, and then we can discuss it from your point of view. I'm okay with doing that because that's kind of how you have to do, because the issue with communications is people are using the same words, but they don't have the same meanings for the words. So I really think Justin did cook with starting with that. Also, I don't know if I agree with, because it sounds like you named like 8 things, right, Mick? Did you name like 8 things inside of lyricism? Like, why do they all have to be smashed together under the moniker of lyricism? Why can't they all be their separate categories and you get a score in all of them? Yeah, you was reading something and not listening to me, so now how you gonna answer the question?
Yeah,
Look, can you hear me, Mick? Do you know I asked you a question?
All right, my son was talking to me about something. What was the question?
All right, cool. I said you named like 5 or 6 things that you packed all into lyricism. Don't you think that's kind of like less than specific enough? If we're trying to, like, okay, I'll say it this way. I like that you guys are pushing rap into academia. Academia is very structured. There's a lot of like classes. Like even right now, I'm in Paris. I'm doing a study abroad program. We're studying medieval art right now. You could think you just going in there and be like, oh, this is a nice fucking column in this cathedral, right? But it's not like that. There's all of these categories, these types, what is made out of, the way that it's dated, what type of artwork is it? Is it very intricate or is it abstract? All of that shit means something. So don't you think it's beneficial to separate out all of them fucking categories that you had in lyricism so that we can talk more more in depth about rap as it moves into academia?
So to your point, El, yes, I think it was, again, let me walk you through this one more time, right? My particular level of lyricism. Multisyllabic writing is foundational. And everything that I'm gonna name, there are branches, right? So multisyllabic is there, right? And then what comes with multisyllabic is perfect rhyme, slant rhyme, segmenting, which is like rhyming a portion of it, inner rhyme, which is shadow boxing, root rhyming. All of these things are multisyllabic. All of that is there. Then you have punchline, right? When I think of punchline, I think of simile, I think of I think of basic kind of like jokey kind of writing, right? Then from there you go to wordplay. And when you think of wordplay, it branches out: metaphors, number puns, corner bending, where you're just doing all these different types of wordplay kind of things, right? Then you get to entendre, right? Double entendre, potentially triple entendre, right? And double meaning stuff. It's like, okay, this is where we are with it. Then we go to metaphor. Metaphor can be broken into different spaces: extended metaphor, long form metaphor, short metaphor, all of these different kind of, and then you get into storytelling. I have all of this in my book, right? Shameless plug, right? Storytelling, right? When you talk about storytelling, personification, method rapping, right? Sound tracking, conversing, all of these different ways to elaborate that. And then content, right? What is content? Because content is also that lyricism aspect. Are you emotionally hitting the specific beats that are going to resonate with the people? And then last but not least, constraints. Like, are you able to write something that cannot be done, or it's so difficult that it takes you days and weeks and months to put together? And I feel that, and me and Lupe had this conversation, it's like he's looking at it from a high level punchline aspect, because any one of these, if I'm grading these things on these levels, it's all foundational. But then you can have a guy come in on a multi-level and just master multis to the point where it's like, oh my gosh, this is the greatest thing ever. But they're a master at it. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it is the most impressive or the most difficult thing to do, at least from my perspective. You know, I'm looking at somebody that is doing things that just can't be, that is so difficult to do. I want to put all the rappers in a room. Can you do this? Can you do something that is so difficult? Can you take, so for instance, right, Justin, what's your last name is Hunt, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right, Justin Hunt, right? Can you take Justin Hunt and rhyme that 40 times while talking about him? Can you do that? Is that something that can be done? I
was about to say, yeah. I was just, because I got to keep reminding people I'm a rapper. That was crazy. Y'all niggas just didn't name me, but go ahead.
Right, but see, that to me is what showcases how good you are. Can you rhyme Justin Hunt 40 times and then also be talking about Justin Hunt and make it relatable and palatable? To me, that completely, and this is my brother Lupe, that completely obliterates punchline. Because now you turn on a battle, you could turn on the greatest battle rappers ever, or you could turn on a small league and everybody's doing punchline. Everybody's doing it. So if everybody's doing it, how impressive is it?
Well, they got to be good too.
I mean,
is everybody doing good, amazing ones?
The way everybody's reacting in the crowd, you would assume that yes, it is good. If you could just watch it and see people going crazy, then yes, you would think it's good.
If the scale is punches and bars, similes, are the battle rappers leaps and bounds ahead of the commercial rappers?
You see, I say this, that I need names, because you got a guy like Cole. Are the battle rappers better than Cole? Are the battle rappers better than, Drake from a writing? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know that in a battle space they are better, but outside of that, I'm not sure. And then again, we're just talking punchlines. I don't know.
1 second, applause.
I love when I ask a teacher a question and they don't know the answer. I take that away as like a, yes, got his ass.
That's what the applause is for. I like when people feel free enough to not know the answer. because I personally feel like, particularly in this era, I definitely see this all over the place on social media, everybody feels like they have to be right. Everybody feels like they need to know the answer. And I think there's a direct connection to how common it is for people to take that approach, and just insecurity. You know what I mean? A lot of times if you feel like if you don't know what the answer is, you dumb.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's how I look at things.
Yeah, niggas got to get over that. Niggas got to get over that. And
right, if they haven't done it, then I can't say that they can do it. Like I need to visually see it. Like I need to hear it. You know, you understand what I'm saying? Like yesterday, like I sent Lupe like 19 constraints, all types of wild shit, like all kind of crazy. He saw it and was like, okay. Now,
what is a constraint?
A constraint is when you forcibly do something that is out of the realm of what you normally do. So when I did A-, when I rapped about the letter A and there's not one
no A in it.
In the verse, that's a constraint. You know what I'm saying? And when I sent it to Black Thought to do it, you know what I'm saying? He sent it back to me. He had an A in the rhyme. He had an A. I was like, there's an A right there. His verse, he's like, oh, my fault, and rewrote it, and it was like, and when his verse was insane. It took him some time to do it though. And I think to me, that showcases, are you good or are you not good? I want to know.
Word up.
Speaking of Black Thought, I'm in Paris and they have a Roots show July 9th. Pretty sure I'll be there. So just popping my collar for absolutely no reason.
Word up. Word up.
He did his thing at the Bowl this past week, like always. They had the Bruce Pitting out here in LA. That's a cold MF right there, Black Thought, man.
Yeah, it's incredible. Incredible.
This will be my first time seeing him.
Oh, yeah?
Never seen him live. I cannot wait.
I've seen them more than any other group ever.
Word up.
Yeah.
So
probably same thing for me too. Actually, now that I think about it, because they used to have Roots jams,
right?
And where was that? Meatpacking District. What's that? Highline Ballroom. I think that's where they used to do the Roots jams. I used to go to those all the time. That's actually the first time I saw Mickey Factz live. Actually, if you go to my original YouTube channel, I want to say like that's probably within the first 50 videos I ever recorded was Mickey Factz performing at a Roots jam at Highline Ballroom in 2010, I think it was, something like that, whatever it was.
It's crazy because last year's Bruce Pitting got the Hollywood Bowl. I called Questlove's Tom. He threw this out there in the audience, and I caught that like I ain't never caught nothing from the audience from the stage before, man. But the Roots, man, they legendary. I'm actually about to do an article on them about how they need to be compared to some of the all-time bands based on, what I see them doing. And they need to be in that conversation.
Definitely. Word up. I mean, that's the main discussion. You guys want to move on to some super chats?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
We got a bunch of super chats.
I do have to put my son to bed. It's 10 p.m. You know where your children are. But thank you again for having me up here. Great conversation as always. If you guys are interested in any of those constraints that I was talking about, sign up to pendulumink.com. Shameless plug. I see Screwface in the chat. Screwface, reach out to me if you want to be a part of it. And
can you show us the book? Can you show us the book before you leave?
Yes. This is the Pendulum Ink textbook. If you ever wanted to learn how to rhyme, this is the book you get. Over 50 techniques. Big Daddy Kane wrote the forward. You know what I'm saying? And it's in full color. Delivery pocket, breath control, content, wordplay, punchline, entendre, interlinking, assonance, alliteration, everything you could think of. There's woman representation. Everything that you could think of is in this book. It is available on our site. If you can't afford to be here at Pendulum Ink as a student, you can just always get the book and teach yourself.
Word up. Mickey Factz, appreciate you, brother.
Thank you, brother.
Applause.
Love.
Word up. And then there were three. Let's get into these super chats real quick. BK, I guess her laptop died. I guess that's what it was. I wanted to wish her happy birthday. I wanted to sing happy
I-
birthday to BK. Let's do it
I
anyway.
know.
Happy birthday, dun, 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 dun. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dun, 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 from me to you. And we hope you have many more. Because today's your birthday. Dun, dun, dun. That's happy birthday to Sanford and Son. I think yesterday was her birthday.
Confetti. Did y'all see my confetti?
I didn't see it. I feel like there's things you can put on screen. Oh, well. She'll get that. She'll see that. But
Happy birthday, BK. That was for you.
All right, let's get to the super chats. First one's from Mr. White. Seriously, what gaps were filled? Music fans have no right to critique music. Sensitive rapper. How did no one pull his card on an educated woman, calling an educated woman out of her name multiple times? Disappointing. First thing is, I guess my initial reaction to it is, one, I guess I just forgot that he said that critique music thing. But I think what he's talking, it sounds like what you're talking about, Mr. White, was that part of Koala Tea's interview. I think Lupe has been doing these when Lupe's having interviews, he definitely wants to find out where people are coming from. I don't know if I personally took it as you haven't sold this many records, you're not qualified to talk about things. But I personally do think that people's experience makes a big difference in terms of the perspective that they're actually adding. I'm not someone who believes that you can't comment on things if you haven't done certain things. I don't think that's the case at all. I think Lupe even talking about going on that platform, acknowledging him as a battle rapper, talking about his battle rap career, you know what I mean? I think that kind of sets the stage in general. But that wasn't that sticky for me. I'll ask him off record if you would like the answer or whatever it is. And two, for the second part of this, on Jason's live, they came to a conclusion that he wasn't going to do that anymore. And then on third verse, I talked about where I'm coming from with that particular thing. And I know that Lupe said on the Jason thing, I think he said since that, he's done talking about that. So to pull up something that is already on record, that's happened this week, that he has talked about and do it again after, it seems like that was something that he's ready to move forward from or move past from, is enough for me in this forum. So, but appreciate you, Mr. Wright. 1 second applause. You guys have any thoughts on that?
You summed that up very well. I was gonna ask about, I don't think he said music fans have no right to critique music.
I don't think he did.
I think he's trying to rank the value of critique, which sometimes can be looked at as an appeal to authority fallacy. So I did want to ask him that, but I had asked so many questions back to back that I kind of fell back a little and then I forgot, if I'm being honest. But I did want to kind of go to that because I talked to Reed today during Glass's stream, and he kind of seemed like he took a little offense to Lupe saying, "Well, I'm gonna make you famous so you can experience what that's like," which I was surprised by that because I would think
who took offense?
Reed felt like it was like not cool, almost like trolling, like, oh, you trying to be funny or you trying to injure a content creator. I don't know. Reed, if you in the chat, tell me if I'm misrepresenting your argument. Yeah. But I did kind of want him to get into his opinion about content creators and whether or not their opinion is valued. But it has to be because he watches the shit. Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess, or is he only watching it if his name is in it?
I mean, I could follow up with him and ask him about this, but my point of view on this is the nature of that conversation, and not even just that conversation. People this year have been trying to talk to Lupe, quote unquote, as if he doesn't have a mid-range. My personal take on that entire thing is I don't know how you sell 20 million records without a mid-range. During that conversation with Koala Tea was like, well, you got 20 million records, but most of them came from these 3 songs, right? Most of the sales came from these 3 songs. I know that was a part of the conversation, right? And so I don't remember the order of where these things go. I'm not going to sit here and say that, I've got a steel trap memory. I think that was part of it too anyway. But when it comes to that conversation, but if I'm looking at that from the outside, I've got someone here telling me I'm not as accomplished as I am. I've got someone telling me that, yeah, you sold 20 million records, but it's really just 3 songs, and minimizing this aspect of it. I personally might want to know the experience that this person who is telling me these things has and where they're coming from, so I can understand how to process whatever is happening or how I can respond to whatever's happening. I don't personally think anybody who sells 20 million records can be you could say that anybody who hasn't sold 20 million records doesn't have a mid-range. That's just where I stand. And the mid-range conversation, for people who don't know what we're talking about, is, you know, you have to be able to make music that's palatable to regular audiences in order to sell a lot of records. Because the beginning of this conversation really started with King Green's video around whether lyricism matters. I put his super chat up on the screen for a second. If he's still here, I would love to get him back on here to talk about that, because I think that was a really fantastic video in general. And that is sort of what led to these series of events, as I understand it, because Lupe going on Koala Tea was because Koala Tea added Lupe to that video about King Green made, that I don't even think mentioned Lupe in it. So that's really the arc of where this is coming from. And I think that's where, you know, this idea that, are you qualified to talk to me about this, came from. That's my interpretation, though. 1 second, applause to the question. This one is from Light Breath North Woman. Hi, everybody. This was a nice combo, even if understandably long-winded on Lupe's part. What happened today, yesterday? That was him change his mind about Kendrick. If it's about him, if it's okay to talk about, oh no, happy birthday, BK. Oh, happy birthday, BK.
I can't seem to remember. I was really just fronting like I knew, and I was gonna ask him later. You too, right, Justin?
I thought he was talking to you about that. He was talking about people on the panel who didn't
well, I ain't
know,
telling y'all
sure.
niggas. I ain't telling y'all niggas. Sorry, I tried to make it very nice.
Let's see what else we got. All right, we got this one here. Nope, we did that one already. Shout out to you again, Mr. White, though. We got this one here. Corrupted says, is Kendrick ready to lyrically battle Lupe? I love both rappers. We are ready for Lupe versus Kendrick. What do you guys
I'm
think?
not. And it's kind of annoying because, like I said, Lupe fan, Kendrick fan. I would think I would be seeing more of a like collab at this point, you know? And the fact that it's turned into this clickbait compounded over time, because that's really what's going on. Like, because I've been like arguing with people on Twitter about it, and it hasn't been super opinionated. I think in my arguments, what I've been trying to do is highlight when they misrepresent something, and then figure out what's the common thing that's misrepresented. And the common thing that's misrepresented is you keep bringing him up over and over and over and over and over again. But the way I see it is there's value in the name, so other people keep bringing it up, and he just chooses to respond instead of just being like, fuck it, I'm not gonna say anything, which a lot of people disagree with, and I think they make good arguments on both sides. But that has compounded as if he's just following him around. Like, somebody called them his Dame Dash. Like, Dame Dash worked with Jay-Z. They built the company together. Dame Dash maybe wouldn't even have the same level of success that he did have if it wasn't for Jay-Z. That's not their story at all. You know, and it's just kind of annoying that, and you know me, into marketing, of course, I'm paying attention to it, that you can repeat something so many times that the people start repeating it back as if it must be true. And then when you try to highlight, hey, this is actually this is actually what happened here, this is actually what happened there, they actually get offended. Like, you can't trick me. I know that this is true because I heard it over and over and over and over again. It's like, well, that was the actual trick. Like, you have yourself so weaponized against me because you think I'm trying to be fake and trick you into something, but you missed the trick. It's like the 3-card Monty. You so busy trying to watch me standing next to you, you think I'm gonna pickpocket you, and you don't see how the nigga moved the ball from the little cup shit anyway already, so you was never gonna win. But, you know, I know people don't believe me because they think I'm biased, but that's what I've been doing. I've been just kind of highlighting, like, that's not true. This is not true. That's a misrepresentation. So
I think as a fan of music, and I like battling, you know what I mean? So I think it'll be interesting just for my own ear. I would personally rather see a collab, but a battle would also be dope. But the environment that we're in, if they did battle, I wouldn't read any reactions or watch any videos because the fan base has gotten too weird these days when it comes to, you know, how they back people. It's like when I see the level some of these grown men back artists that they don't know and talk, it's getting weird these days. So for that reason alone, because I think that if they did battle, they both would say some profound things within the battle. They would both say things that be like, that's bigger than the battle. And then I'll be trying to sort of be on that. For that intellectual reason, I would love to just see it and creatively and artistically. But I think it would devolve into just too much slander and BS. And like he said, you know, fans can get artists, you know, saw it happen with Selena. You know, that's a very, very, very real thing. And that's the part that would, the reaction, the aftermath would be just kind of weird. So that would make me like, I wish it didn't happen, you know?
I'd rather see them collab more than anything. And that's been my position the whole time. Like, to me, the song I want more than anything else in the world right now is a song that has Lupe, Kendrick, Nas, and Andre 3000. And if Andre 3000 not available,
that'd be amazing. And
then Lupe, Kendrick, Nas, Rakim. Like, I would love to see a track that really captures the evolution of what I consider my favorite branch of hip hop. Like, that is what I want more than anything else. Now, I do disagree with you, though. I think if there was a battle, I don't know how dirty it would get. I didn't even think that, even though I expected Drake versus Kendrick to get dirty, I didn't think it had to. You know, I
agree. I think it would be intellectual more than
yeah, I think so. I think the techniques would be crazy.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. But me personally, I don't like. There's two things. For anybody who doesn't know anything about me, just at the core of my personal constitution, who I am, right? There's just certain things I don't support or engage in unless I absolutely have to. And one of those is pitting people who I care about against each other. That's not something I easily do. I reflexively do. I've never intentionally do it. Perhaps it's happened accidentally, but that's just not what I do. And two, I do everything I can not to get embroiled or amplify in community beef. If I feel like I'm in community with people, with someone, with multiple people, I am not the person that is going to reach to amplify that type of conflict. I'll do my best to try to quell it behind the scenes, but I'm not someone who's going to, in this space anyway, monetize a conflict that's happening with other people that I consider to be within the same community. Whether or not I even really get along with certain people or like certain people, or maybe I see one person as a more correct point than another person's point, that's not something I run to, right? And so that's what I look at when I see Lupe and Kendrick. Like, there's never been a part to me that's been like, I can't wait till they go at it. You know what I mean? There's been plenty of parts to me that said, oh, that could be interesting. I wonder what that will sound like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But like, that is not something I promote. That's something I don't amplify. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I look at it.
All right, 1 second applause.
All right, let's see what we got next.
I just want to say I'm a little bit trying to stall for you guys because
you probably
the sun comes up. No, I don't have to go. I'm still kind of on California time.
Okay.
The sun comes up at around 5:30, and I want you guys to be able to see the sunrise in Paris behind you. So let's see if this lasts another hour so you guys can see how beautiful it is.
Oh, that's dope. That's what's up. This one is from Pearl Clutcher. She says, at this point, shut up and rap. That's all we want to hear. We don't want to hear another 6-hour live stream, another interview, another rant, or another dissertation. If you're really that nigga, prove it on wax.
That's a very hip hop outlook to have. I think the best way to not see the live stream is to not click it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely don't think that. I love shut up and rap as a default. I love it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
not about to argue with that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is related to Lupe. I guess the idea that Lupe isn't rapping at Kendrick. You know what I mean? I think maybe that's what this is.
Yeah, definitely. People feel like, nigga, you want to diss him, just send the shots already. Right. My girl's back.
Oh, we can do happy birthday. We can do happy birthday again.
Are you ready? You ready?
Yeah, let's go. Hold on.
I can't sing. I can't sing, so I muted up. I'm gonna clap and do the thing. I don't want to fuck it up.
Okay, you can't.
You got this, Justin. Let's go. Let's go, Justin. 1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday, dun, dun, dun. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dun, dun, dun. From me to you. From we to you. And I hope you have it many more. Because today's your birthday. Dun, dun, dun. I guess yesterday.
I'm Sadie.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday. Yes.
Word up.
Thank you. Merci.
And you're back.
We hope you had a
what's up.
great day, and we wish you many more. And we are the one who got the birthday gift with your return.
Did you do anything fun?
We had a lot of fun. So I went to Houston this weekend. I went there on Thursday. We went to a World Cup game, my very first World Cup game, that Friday. And that was crazy. You just never felt energy like that. Like those fans are crazy. Like by the end of it, I was like standing on the person's seat in front of me, like the back of their chair. Like it was crazy. And then like we ran out of the stadium first so that we wouldn't get like rushed by the crowd. And like the news was right there, and they were like, "What do you think?" And we were like, "Bleep, bleep, bleep, bleep." Like I was like, they're not gonna be able to use this footage, but we had a great time. And then Saturday, we had like a little pool party at my mom's house, and she got these like custom cups made. They say BK Day with the little baby picture of me. So that was like fire and fly, and yeah. And then yesterday was my actual birthday, and this is very reality TV, but last night, a very special episode of Love Island came on last night. It's called Movie Night. And, you know, these people are being surveilled 24/7. And the producers put together these compilations of like actions that they've done, like not in front of other people. Like it just gets really messy. So it was just like the best birthday gift. And I had like little Ben and Jerry's. Like it was great. So.
One second block.
Out to that.
Word
Who
up.
played?
It was Saudi Arabia and Cape Verde. And apparently like, or Cabo Verde, Cape Verde. They're doing a lot better than anticipated. They held Spain to 0-0 and they held Saudi Arabia to 0-0. So they ended up, even though the score was like 0-0, they still advanced to the next stage. So I'm starting to kind of understand that. So it was great either way. Yeah.
Word up.
Dope.
Word up. You got anything on this? At this point, just shut up and rap. That's all we want to hear. We don't want to hear another 6-hour live stream, another interview, another rant. No, a 6-hour live stream is crazy. What you got to get 6-hour live streams?
Yeah.
Right.
Why did we catch a stray?
Right.
I mean, look, I love the music, so I also love what's set off wax. I'm not a shut up and dribble type of girl, so but I love the music, so I think I'm gonna just keep going back to that.
I don't know. We'll take applause. All right, let's see. What we
I'm
got.
not a shut up and dribble type of girl. That was a double. Pretty sure.
Big shout out to Rory Bates and my man. 1 second applause. 1L. CU has gone international. Say ES tout. Say met a Branali. 2. Happy birthday, BK. Hope you had a good one. I don't think I said that well in French at all.
I too don't think so. And then I'm gonna be honest, I lean forward like, let me say it. Can't speak French though. So like, what did I think I was doing when I looked down like, all right, yeah, now I'm gonna let him do it. But you know what's interesting is they speak a lot of English out here. So I keep attempting French and they like, you could just speak English. I'm like, okay. My shit must be trash.
Next one's from Doomer253. Big shout out to you, Doomer. 1 second applause. When I think of lyricism, I think of sexy bars, sexy entendres, just sexy.
Just sexy.
He's
Okay,
talking
Doomer.
about, he was talking, what do you call it? Sexy smoke? Sexy jazzy smoke? That's what he was saying on
Sexy smoke has really caught on. Like people keep going. I like that. Like even when they kicking his back and they like, fuck Lupe, he a hater. And they like, the sexy smoke shit though. I'm using that. It's cause like I call it like somewhat of a like reverse dick ride where it's like, I want your attention, but I'm a diss you. So it's like a sexy smoke. Like, nigga, you think you all that, don't you? You raw and all, but fuck you. It's like,
Sexy smoke.
okay.
No, I like
Sexy smoke is hilarious.
I like how he was saying how, like, it's easy to disarm certain people just by using certain words like sexy. Certain people you talk to, you say sexy, they get so disarmed. It's, oh, wait a minute, pause. Oh, well, you got to stop the conversation to correct yourself real quick. It is a tool to disarm certain people in certain conversations where you need it. So, but you got to be careful with that one too. You can't be using that wrong. That could actually turn into something much worse. So. Leo the Lion says Nas doesn't have great punchlines, so we did this one already. So this is where all the responses to this come up. I like this one by Examine It. Says, big shout out to Examine It. 1 second, plus. I'm a Dot and a Lupe fan, but above all else, I'm a motherfucking hip hop fan. Ain't nobody above the culture. It's fuck Dot if he deviates from it, and it's fuck Lupe if he deviates from it. Hip hop for life. That is a simple place to be. And I think one thing that I see all the time, big shout out to Screwface John. 1 second, pause to Screwface. He says, I'm a hip hop glazer or whatever. I'm a hip hop stan. That's what he says. I'm a stan for hip hop, right? Because we are in this super fan environment. And so a lot of these conversations, between artists and what's happening in different places is, fans of one artist warring with fans of another artist, right? And I feel safe to say everybody that was on the panel today started out as hip hop fans first. I didn't grow up in super fandom. I'm a fan of hip hop, and that's where I start. So whether or not I'm a Lupe apologist or a Kendrick apologist, or whether somebody who's a fan of another artist doesn't want to, take what I say seriously because I might not be the biggest fan of Drake or whoever it is, you know what I mean? I understand where they're coming from, but that is not the lens at which I look at this space. I don't look at the world that way. I'm not saying, I'm a Lupe fan, therefore I can't have another opinion when it comes to certain situations. You know what I mean? That's just not what I'm at. And so I agree with you right there, Examine It.
That's funny. I was talking to my friend earlier about that, and because we were talking about the value of the casual fan. And in his mind, he's like, the casual fan is really the one that matters. And I disagree. I super disagree. I super disagree hard. Like, we argued about it for a little while. And I was explaining to him, like, there was a time when the people who are not casual fans, I think, we were addicted to hip hop. Like, every time there was some free time, we was going to do some hip hop shit. Like, we were invested. We traveled. We spent money. We saved up. We wrote down lyrics, taped them to our wall. Like, it was an addiction. It had to keep happening over and over and over again. And I think that gives you a different type of love for it than you can get from just like, oh, I really like this one artist. Mm-hmm. This one artist makes me happy, and whatever he do is the standard. And I also think it gave us, like, I say it could be a religion. Like, hip hop can be a religion. Like, it gives us some sort of rules not to break. And to be honest, lying for a person because you like them is kind of against the religion of hip hop in some ways. So it's kind of funny when people are like, oh, you're just going to cat. Brother, I'm going to say what I think no matter what, because hip hop was my religion growing up.
It's definitely anti-keep it real. Tell you that.
Yeah,
I love real false.
I love that point, L, because even like Lil Bill, who's a creator in the space, referred to it as the church, and how like loyal to the book or the text or the church you are, and like that's kind of the relationship that you have with it. So it's like, I think that in the superfan era, our ability to like bring balance and zoom out and like just ground it in truth and love for the game, like that's what makes a space like this so special, in my opinion. Because like everybody's going the super fan route, and like that shit's like low hanging fruit right now. So I don't know. I just appreciated the way that we could just have a normal ass fucking conversation that wasn't charged by some weird super fandom that like people were kind of hungry for and like thirsty for in the chat and egging that shit on.
Yeah, they were kind of mad in the chat. And you know what? This is what I'm confused about in the chat. They mad as hell. This is what I'm confused about in the chat. Is that hunger not satisfied from this whole week of him crashing out?
Right, like 2 weeks.
Like it's almost like in some ways, and I want to make sure I say this with some respect, because if you upset with him, maybe it's like, I want to hear him get cussed out because I'm upset with him and I can live vicariously through that cuss out. But is there really something wrong with crash out, crash out, crash out? Let's have a conversation about what happens. We don't know. It could be another kind of crash out tomorrow. We don't know. Like, we don't know what's going to happen. But it's like, is it really that terrible if we stop and say, nigga, what is your problem? What is going on? Tell us about you. What the fuck is going on? Because we just seeing this shit and it just looks crazy. I think it's some value in that. And I'm sorry for the people who are a little bit, you could tell that some people are a little bit disappointed. Like, you know, y'all didn't hold him accountable, but I think we did.
We're supposed to do? Go on an apology tour? You know what? Like, what do we want? We want the Royal Rumble? Is that what we're asking for? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I understand the need to revel in someone else getting put in their place, I guess. But I personally feel like the things that people are telling, or at least in the chat that I've seen, I mean, on super chat side that I've seen, the things that they're saying they're disappointed in, he's already actually addressed. Exactly. Right. So what do we want? Like just another? Do we want another? You want him to address this again? You know what I mean? Like just in general, you know, from a media standpoint, from a journalistic standpoint, there are certain. If someone goes on to the Tonight Show on Monday and then the Today Show on Tuesday, and they've already talked about something on the Tonight Show, might not be the biggest priority on the Today Show, because from a news standpoint, you've already gotten, the news already has that story. It's already out there. So now you're reiterating something that's already in the space. I think about things like that as my overall point. But I'm also not somebody, y'all know me. I don't be out here just doing stuff to get people mad. When's the last time you saw me make anything that was just solely based on fighting? Like, I don't know what the expectation is, but what I do try to do, and what I did try to do in here was, one, I'm always someone, you can look at any content I've ever done. I am someone who gives people the opportunity to speak. As long as I don't got a timeline, you got a chance to get your point out. So at least I can understand where you're coming from. Now, if I don't want to understand where you're coming from, chances are I'm probably not talking to you in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Super fast. You know what else I noticed? I saw a lot of long-winded, and I know I'm going back to school. Sorry, I'm gonna stop apologizing for the shit I said, but I'm not there yet. But like in class, when they're giving a lecture or they're explaining something to you, you really got to sit there and fucking listen, right?
Yes.
And it'd be kind of boring in the beginning a little bit because it's like But once it starts getting to like the middle, that early middle towards the end, and all of those layers start like coming together, you like, oh, it's almost like taking Legos, and then you lean back and like, oh, nigga, I just made a Lego robot. I think there's something going on in the nervous system where people do not want to listen for that long. They're like, answer my question, crash out, do something that's going to excite me or entertain me, or this is boring. But it's like, if you really listen to what he said, although it was a little long sometimes, he really explained what the fuck was going on for sure. Mm-hmm. Like even the thing about the fans, like your fans can get you killed. Did he ever answer my question about whether or not he regrets choosing a fan? Did he answer my question?
He kind of gave us both sides of it, left a cliffhanger.
Because I heard him start with, if I knew what would have happened. I heard something like that. And then I don't remember what he said after that. Mm-hmm. But I thought it was interesting. I definitely have never heard that. And I'm a big Lupe fan. I've never heard this. You know, in some ways, I feel like I did the right thing and chose my fan. And that's kind of why I know some fans not going to like that. So let's be ready for this tomorrow. I know some fans going to be like, did that nigga just blame us for something fucked up that happened in his career? But I don't think that's what he was saying. I think he was saying, I chose that knowingly, and whatever happened was going to happen because I decided to ride with the fans. And I never looked at it that way. I never thought about it that way. Like, I knew he didn't call anonymous, but That was crazy to think about.
I look at this whole thing as just stupid because, like, again, granted, I didn't watch the whole interview, and I've seen fair amounts of it all. When I listen to the essence and nuance of what people are saying, and it's like, although I personally don't agree with this or that, I understand that. Okay, this is a conversation to be had. This is something that's worth talking about. You know, are lyricists better, battle rappers better than mainstream? And a lot of times, yes. You know, we see people who go to the top and win Grammys, and we got 15 cousins that are better than them at rapping. You know, so I thought the conversation was a valid conversation. And I don't know. For me personally, even if I don't agree, I don't know. I know how to remove my opinion from whatever the topic is, because you ain't asking me my opinion. You asking him his opinion. You know, so if I'm gonna spend my time listening, I'm gonna listen, hear him out. And I think that overall, people have a tough time hearing people out, and that's just where it is right now. And it's like the more you try to explain, people will say it's an excuse versus trying to understand the nuance. So I really thought, I to this point now, I still don't understand why people are so mad. Like, I don't get it.
Well, I agree too, because, well, there's like threads of truth in just about everything, in my opinion. And I think sometimes people kind of exploit that and push that line, you know, like there might be a little bit of truth and then we just really taking it there. I think with this whole situation, because I really tried to, like, because I, like you guys on the panel, are listening for like the essence of what someone's saying, like trying not to misunderstand them, trying to hear them out, giving myself an opportunity to form my opinion with as much context as I can get. So I was watching like interviews, like I watched the Rap Roundtable interview specifically that he did, and then I saw some of the third verse takes from Stat, and just tried to gather what was going on. I popped into a space, and I'm very like boomer with the space. I need to get on there more. I know, because I'm like, wait, am I speaking? Anyway, so I was just trying to gather context, and I think I kept thinking at the end of all of this, like hours and hours of listening, like what is the utility of the conversation? And we have to contend with, we do live in a punitive society. We do love to see niggas get whacked and tarred and feathered, right? Like, okay, you know, that's a guilty pleasure, whatever that, but we gotta accept that, because it gets to a point. Like, I didn't realize the point had been belabored for like a week. Like, this just like perked my ear like a couple of days ago, and I was like, okay, it's another headline about Lupe and Da, and something about 100 rappers, and something about, and then I was like listening to all this stuff, and I'm like, okay, but when you really get down to it, it's really subjective, and I like how Dewan said earlier, like looking at this shit more of like a spectrum versus like something that's vertical, like it's just a continuum or something. Like so everybody's right and nobody's right at the same time. But I think I liked how at one point you were just like, why don't you just leave these niggas alone? Because it looks like this is the problem, like poking the bee's nest, or just going to places that you know is gonna be vitriol. And then his point was like, okay, I keep my enemies closer. That's his philosophy. That's the way he lives his life. Like, who am I to argue with like that worldview? So I kind of was just listening to like hear out, but this need for punishment, like the girl that stole the trash can. It's like, okay, she got fired, her resume everywhere, she got doxxed, she got harassed, she got cyberbullied. Like, what more? Like, to what end? Like, where is the utility in this? So
they gonna bring that. And you know what, BK, that's so true. I say that all the time too. That's why I was so surprised and excited that you said it, because people don't even let it go after you get the punishment. They want to keep reiterating like the social exile for almost forever. And I'm gonna read something about that. I'm gonna study a little bit more about like, what is that motivation? You know, I'm sure it's something to do with like in group, out group, which I think is really at the core of a lot of how people operate in most societies. And it's like, well, if you are getting punished for something that I didn't do, then in a way that makes me good. I think it's that. Yeah. I would never steal a trash can like that.
Right.
And so you who stole a trash can, you deserve to be punished. And I'm just going to look back and be satisfied about the fact that I would never do anything stupid like that and deserve that punishment. I think that's what it is. I haven't studied it yet, but that's just my hypothesis. I think it's gonna be something similar to that. When you get punished for doing something that I wouldn't do, that means I'm good.
It's weird because LU and I, we're on opposite ends of the spectrum. And like, you've really followed Lupe's career. When he first came out, this chick I was dating at the time, she was very annoying and she loved him. And so because she loved him so much, I ain't gonna lie, I never got into his career because he reminded me of her, and she used to cackle. Like, her laugh was like a duck cackle. It was like cackle, cackle. It was weird. So when I listened to his music, it reminded me of her duck ass laugh. I mean, for real. So I've always appreciated his artistry. I've always like would hear that, I'm like, he's dope. But I never got into him, and it was never because of him. It was because of somebody who had a duck ass laugh.
Duck ass laugh is funny. I'm listening to people's laughs all this forever just so I can be like, that's a duck ass laugh.
I hear her duck ass laugh every time I hear him rap. So it was one of the things where I never really fully got into his career, and it's not his fault. At the same time, I've been very much so into Kendrick's career since Section 80. Good Kid, Mad City, growing up in LA, that right there, it just reflected so much of my life, you know? Him talking about putting up on the girls at Westchester. I went to Westchester. My wife went to Westchester. So all that, Kendrick is somebody I really, really appreciate as an artist. And I've heard things here and there that Lupe has said about Kendrick for a decade now. But and so far as he said it on my show, I went in on him one time, not because of the rap stuff, but because of something he said about Black American music being rooted in Japanese instrumentation. And it made me do a whole series on how that was all World War II stuff and they ain't got nothing to do with our culture. And this back in the days, I used to go harder on my channel. And he saw that video. With all that being said, we been a really big Kendrick fan, not liking much of anything that I've ever heard him say in the snippets about Kendrick, and me not being as much of a Lupe fan, it's still I still had to hear him out. And when I heard him out, it was like, even though I love this dude's music and I never all the way got into this other guy's music, it makes sense what he's saying from his point of view. And people talk about something, he's arrogant, he's this. And then it's to the point to where even when I saw him at the Blue Note a couple months ago at the Robert Glasper show, I didn't go up and say nothing to him and things like that because I'm not going to be fake.
You think he's some arrogant?
I know he was.
Exactly.
But it was like, so my personal bias is completely on the other side if I were to interject it. But with that being said, what he said is what he said. The level of anger and vitriol, and then when I saw the way he was baited on that show, you know, it's like the baiting, and this is to a point to where civil discourse has gotten to a point. And funny, when he called into my show, the whole point of that show that day was talking about, has hip hop killed music? That was the title of the show. And part of the reason why I was having that topic was the debate and the conversation around hip hop, the top 10, this person versus that person, there's no room for the art anymore. And it makes me like really back out of a lot of hip hop conversations because of that. Because it's degraded to a level to where I'm befuddled. I don't get this shit. I don't get the vitriol.
You know what's so interesting? The more we started talking about the content creation, I started seeing somewhat, I couldn't put it together fast enough to bring it up in the convo, but I started seeing somewhat of a parallel to when people start talking about selling music. And they say, well, lyricists, we don't care about all that so-called high skill, high technicality rap. We just want more so in this middle ground so it could be, you know, popular enough to reach the casual listener, if I'm being honest. Mm-hmm. And it's like, ooh, I wonder if that same thing happening with content creation, where it's like, we don't want this super deep, intricate conversation, documentary. We don't want this super engaged content. We want the carnal feeling of, what did he say to her? Oh, what she say back? What was the? And I want to be clear. I'm not doing holier than thou because I feel it too. Yeah. I feel it too. Like a fight video. You watch a fight video and it's like a part of you is like putting yourself like, what would I do if I was in that position? And I think in some ways you can feel that energy of like, oh shit, he doctor right, that doctor, you know?
Yeah.
And I wonder, is there some parallels to content creation, conversation, whatever, and the music industry and what it takes to entertain people these days? Then I also wonder, am I being biased by the gamification of these industries where I'm looking at the numbers? This person has this many followers, so it must be more valuable. This video has this many views, so it must be more valuable. This song gets played more so it must be more valuable. Because like I can use Lupe for an example. Like you may not see, like somebody made a comment, they said, Lupe didn't have enough stands, so he decided he was gonna be his own stand. I thought that was so fucking funny. Like he just standing himself, nigga. Don't nobody else gotta come out, right? And then I started thinking about it, like, but there are Lupe stands. I met hella Lupe stands, right? They not getting on the internet doing this. Like you'll go to a show to be sold out. Like right now, and I know I'm rambling, so I'm gonna wrap it up. But right now, the 20th anniversary tour, right? That shit was sold out. When you get there, the niggas is rapping word for word a 20-year-old album. All the songs. Now, mind you, he does all the songs in a row. So they know that shit. So I also wonder from my point of view, like, am I overvaluing those numbers when it's, it's a big world outside where people are like, no, we care about the music, Doran. I don't know what you're talking about. We just not on the internet saying it.
Yeah, I feel like the thing that's at fault is white supremacy, ultimately. Just rock with me. Because
Not surprised.
I think putting arbitrary value on things is the same as like putting arbitrary borders on things. It's the same thing as putting arbitrary rules on people. It's very puritanical. It's very rigid, and it's the system in which we're like socialized under. Like even within if you think about puritanical coming from Puritans, that's like a religious framework. It's like you've got purity, you have sin. Sin is the thing that separates the most from God. There are these kind of rigid like boundaries. And like you said something earlier about people getting joy from, oh, that wasn't me. I would never be that stupid to like do that thing. I feel like that's kind of what we're seeing. What like everything is a humiliation ritual. Your numbers were low. You sold this. Like, but outside there's a real world where we're listening to records, where we're collecting music, where we're like talking and stuff. And then there's this other realm, like online, that's being hijacked by like literal white supremacists, in my opinion. Like the coders and crafters of these algorithms that like create the gamification, that mimic gambling, that like all of that is running through that. And I think like as a society, we really need to like reflect on how we surveil one another, how we chastise one another, how we do like the system's work for itself. Like from prisons to suspension to detention, it's always like punishment. And I feel like that's what's kind of fueling a lot of this shit. Like particularly in this echo chamber online. I know that it does translate to literal real world hate, but when we're talking about this medium and we're talking about what people even want, like, I don't know, this was the most vitriolic I even saw like chat. And I'm just like, what is even like going on here? This has to be game by something.
What's going on here?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I feel like it just ties back to that tenet of like conquer and divide, strip the meaning and value of it, and all these arbitrary borders.
And to take up for chat somewhat.
With that, we to go on what we said about white supremacy, when it comes to black people, black art, black stories, they know what you want.
Is it just me? Or you sounded muffled.
Wait, you got
just me?
Something happened. You got muffled.
I got muffled. Okay. Now, I said going to piggyback on what she was saying about white supremacy, it's the way we look at black art, black greatness. It's always in hierarchical. It's like everybody doesn't get a chance to be great. You know, you watch baseball, they can say this pitcher's great, that pitcher's great, and then it's never a competition. Same thing with white quarterbacks. But when it comes to black athletes, it's this person versus that person. You know, entertainers and rap and the culture of rap and how somebody has to be over somebody. And if I'm on this person's side, I have to punish that person. And I think it's just a subconscious behavior with how we view ourselves, number one, and also how we're viewed. And I think that's just something, I'm glad you brought that up, because not saying to be critical of anybody, but saying to bring consciousness out there so for those who care, they can be aware.
1 second, pause. Sorry, I'm back.
Justin, you don't even know what we talking about.
I know it's awesome. I know it's
It was.
undefeated. It's deep
That
and
was a
dope. I
fact.
know that. No, I had
Y'all see this?
oh, look at that sunrise in Paris.
Oh my
Connecting
God.
all over the world.
Okay.
Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world. Did you guys get to this one already, or?
No, this is the next one up.
Okay. Shout out to Bonafide MC. 1 second applause. Lyricism is a painted portrait. Did I get it? Punchlines are the colors used vividly. Boring stories are told every day, along with the dope junk food. Plenty of dope junk food out there. Spin That to me is a great junk food song. I love that. Spin That song. I like it.
Yeah, that shit goes up in the function.
I'm sure.
It's one of those songs that everybody wish they wrote. You could tell when it's a song where everybody like, man, if they would have gave me this, I would have performed. I feel like every person I see singing it, I could have pointed to them and said, you get on stage and sing this song, that's your song. They would have been like that song is, people enjoy singing that.
That's a good way to describe that, because even at the BET Awards, there was a whole moment where like she just like couldn't even start introducing the category because the whole crowd in unison was belting that song, and she just was like, that was a very cool, you know.
Oh shit. Shout out to Butterfly MC. 1 second, plus. All right, this next one is from Pharaoh Dom. How are we defining lyricism? This is the major disconnect when that word comes up. Are Stevie, Smokey, etc. lesser lyricists than Rakim, Nas, etc. because they use less rhyming words? What about the other elements, literary devices? Yeah, and we started the conversation with that. You know, I'm not sure if you just got here, Pharaoh. But you get a chance to hear everybody's idea of what lyricism is. And for the things that are connected to what Lupe's been talking about, we got his definition and, you know, debated or disputed or shared other definitions around it. What do you think about this, though, Dawn?
Like, for me, I'm glad you brought up, because me personally, when I hear lyricism, I don't put it into genres, even though rap seems to be the genre that talks about it the most. I think Smokey Robinson is the greatest lyricist of the century. Of any across genres, you can't get better than Smokey Robinson. It's easier to take the wet from water than the dry from sand. The stuff that he was singing about, Fork in the Road, Two Lovers, when he wrote that, songs like Hunter Gets Captured by the Game. He was such a poet with his lyricism, and he was so inspirational. George Clinton would tell you that we was all just trying to be Smokey with our writing. We listened to all that writing in the 70s and the 80s. There was all people trying to be like Smokey with their writing. Stevie, everybody wanted to sound like Smokey. And so Smokey's lyricism, Michael Jackson's a lyricist, you know, Stevie Wonder's a lyricist, George Clinton, and Ice Cube. They're all Nas. I kind of put Nas, Ice Cube, Kendrick, Smokey, George Clinton. These are like, it's just different forms of lyricism. And I think it really comes down to which genres you maybe been to the most is where you're going to give the higher weight to. But I still, at the end of the day, it's all subjective. You know what I mean? Everything that we listen to right now is blues and R&B. Like I'm writing a 14,000 word article right now on rhythm and blues being the root form of all this shit. You know what I mean? So it's the rhythm and the blues with that everything is taking something from, whether it be hip hop, K-pop, rock and roll, or whatever. It's all coming from the rhythm and blues. So I think that it's not a fight. It's more so what you value. Some people are going to value entendres. Some people are going to value message. And I think it's more of a discussion over values. And in discussions, we can pick up and learn more and appreciate more about art. But I also know that I'm a nerd that cares about art. And that's not most people.
Yeah, I like that. I like the idea of it just being a discussion, because that's what I get back to the question, what's the utility? Like, I want to learn more about your value system and why you weight certain things certain ways. Like, it's subjective as fuck. Like, I feel like there are more correct answers, like, if when you study and know, but that's just my opinion. Like, some shit is just fucking trash, right? Like, maybe that's controversial, I don't know, but I do like it just being kind of an exchange of ideas of, what do you think, what's your perspective, what colors that, and like, how beautiful is music and lyrics and these people and the way that they're crafting this medium, that we could just extrapolate so many different things about the same thing. Like that's the beauty versus it being like some sort of fucked up war. But I do love when conversations get like hairy and I'm like, no, fuck that.
Me
You
too.
know, I like that too. Like, but there has to be balance, I think.
1 second plus. Xavier Williams, big shout out. Xavier says, problem with Lupe is, yes, he's a better rapper than Kendrick. In fact, 99% of the game, but he's not a better song maker. Everything after Lasers is hard for average listener to digest. You need it the stars. Interesting, he says everything after Lasers.
No, I don't really get the Lasers hate. A lot of the stone cold hard Lupe fans, they don't like Lasers. I be trying to keep it clean like their clothes. That's my shit. I don't know. Okay. But I don't think I don't take this as a slight to Lasers though, by the way. Oh no, not this. I'm referring to not this, but I don't understand what y'all are doing with drill music and Zion and Samurai. I gotta be honest, those projects are fucking crazy. So I don't know what y'all mean. I don't know what y'all mean.
I think Samurai lost people at the premise, right? Because
he shouldn't even have told them niggas it was from Amy Winehouse. He shouldn't even have told them niggas. He shouldn't have said it. Way. He should have told them 10 years from now. Actually, this came from, which is another interesting thing about lyricists and when you have all these layers on top of everything. When is the right time to reveal it? When is the right time to say up front, oh, just in case you didn't notice, this could be played backwards and forwards, like Tetsuo and Youth. Like when is the right time to say it versus them figuring it out by themselves? Because people really just didn't like that he said this about Amy Winehouse as a battle rapper. And that's really just what sparked his mind. But if you listen to the project, it's really about all rappers. It's really about, I was outside, niggas wasn't paying me any attention. I kept working until I got heard. Then I got my opportunity to get big. These are the issues that came with it, the different challenges or whatever. And then I kind of ended up back at the beginning. It's really a hero's journey of a rapper's hero journey. But all niggas heard is Amy Winehouse.
I think obviously marketing and branding and positioning is always important. Mm-hmm. I think when it comes to Lupe in general, I think people think about the most complex things that he does, and they forget about all the very easy to understand things that are surrounding it. Like, Factz. Because Samurai's not complicated, right? Like you might get lost in maybe the narrative part of 3 songs, maybe the Samurai title track, maybe #1 headband. I don't know. I'm trying to relate to what other people might be saying, but it's very straightforward. And you're exactly right. It's the hero's journey. Right. In the beginning of the album, Amy Winehouse, or this character is Amy Winehouse, is sitting on the ground, rapping outside of an opera house. And then she goes home, or I guess to her friend's house, or goes home, takes a bath, goes to sleep. Essentially, she dies, and she comes back as, a zombie battle rapper, I guess. I don't know. And then it's just regular things. It's going to the open mic night. It is standing outside of the club. It is like
having your first show when it's only 10 people at the show.
Right.
Blowing up, getting big, finding self-respect. Like when you listen to Palaces, it's kind of about developing that confidence to be like, well, let me keep going. Like it's a fucking hero's journey. It's a rapper's hero journey. And I think this could be frustrating sometimes too for certain artists that want to go on that depth. Like I said, as I'm going on these different art tours, we went to the Louvre, we went to Central France yesterday to this town called Untold, where we went and looked at all of these old like cathedrals and all this shit that is so, the cathedral shit is so intricate. Mm-hmm. Everywhere you turn, it's like, nigga, this is 10 years worth of work on this part. And then this is 10 years worth of work. And then that's 10 years worth of work. And so I can see how it could be frustrating for some artists to be like, hey, I made this big, intricate, amazing thing that's actually comparable to Shakespeare or some other greats that get lauded and put in museums. I went through the Italian painting corridor today, and it's like, damn, these niggas got a whole corridor. Look at all this raw-ass art we made. And it's like, people are just like, man, that shit is too complicated, man. Don't nobody want to hear all that shit. That's kind of frustrating. We should be applauding the rap hero's journey, for sure.
And it also uses very basic language to share the story.
Yes.
Like however complicated the idea might be, you know, the song "The Cool" is still very plain language. It might be a big idea about here's a gangster gets murdered, has a funeral, they bury him, he digs himself up out of his grave and goes back on the street. Might be a very big concept, but the language he uses is not some super technical PhD level, you know, I need to know calculus to be able to read this type stuff, you know. And so I'm not saying that he can't be or he isn't at different points in time, but I think people in their mind think of Lupe as A$AP Rock or, you know, different MCs that isn't always, and I'd argue mostly isn't, you know, like this. He's got a song, He Say, She Say is a song that uses the exact same words to show two different perspectives, and the only thing that changes are the pronouns. So
And it works. It's to see. Do you know when he performs it live, the crowd is like rapping the whole thing word for word, and it's so interesting because it's like the song is about a child dealing with their father being absent, right? So the first verse is the mom saying the verse, and you feel it one way, same exact verse, but it changes where it's like, okay, this is the kid saying the same exact thing. The people are in the crowd like so ready for the second time because it's almost like they're performing something different, but it's the same thing. That's fucking dope.
it's dope. Let's take applause.
I never would have thought of that. I would have been like, I can't do the same verse twice.
Right. Drill music in Zion is pretty straightforward too, all things considered. I mean, there's a couple of moments I kind of get lost in, like that song Seattle. I think I get lost on Seattle, or maybe Zion.
Is that I Kept My Promise to the Street song? You know what? I'm lost on it's a part on drill music, and I don't know what the Malcolm X thing is. I keep meaning to ask him. Like,
Oh, that's my
he
favorite
says it
joint.
in there, like, as you ask yourself, what does Malcolm X mean? Like, what the fuck does that mean, though, in this scheme? I don't know.
I love that part. That's one of my favorite parts of that. That might be my favorite part of
It's
the
fun
album.
to say, but what
It's
does
fun, it's
it
fun.
mean?
I return,
Anyway, we don't got to figure it out.
He said, I returned to the force like a Malcolm X wing.
I know, like, that's what I'm saying.
And
It's fun to say, but I don't get it.
scene. You know they want to
You know
slice
they
your
wanna slice-
dreams. But even Christ took a knife for the team, so swing. I love that. One second.
And you know, I think that's another one of the portraitures of what's the Naomi tennis player name? What's her
Osaka.
name? Naomi Osaka. I think that's why it's called Naomi. I'm pretty
dope.
sure.
It makes sense.
That's why.
I never even thought about it.
Yeah, but my favorite line from it is "I just come around to help," like Batman utility belt.
Right.
That's a bar.
That's how he starts the
I
song.
just come around to help, like Batman's utility belt
All by myself with the world on my delts.
on my delts.
You know, like
Is
the
your
man
delts
on
right
the world
here?
like this? Yeah.
Oh, is
it's
the
up
world?
here.
Is it
Yeah, it's
this-
up here. It's up here.
Whatever, y'all get what I'm saying. Y'all get what I'm saying. Sports
Hold the
balls.
words.
They got a little sports ball.
I have a question. Do you think that part of that, kind of speaking to Justin's earlier marketing, positioning, branding question, is about kind of like the energy and air that he cultivates like around his music and like his persona? Not like the actual technical ability, which is sound, not the like musicality and success, like that sound, or even the academic side of it, the science of like just breaking down sentence structure and like crafting that and like teaching people. Is it just a hallucination of that people or a projection that there is a sense of like mystery, elitism, speaking in code on purpose in front of people who don't understand, or that sort of element to like how he shows up? Because I feel like that's also what people are bumping up against, in my opinion.
Mhm.
Like the idea of him, but also like what he plays into in terms of like his persona.
You know, I think. Oh, go ahead, Justin. 'Cause I was just
think-
thinking, what's the professional way to answer this?
I just think things have changed over time. You know, I think we've been in a very simple time in terms of what we're communicating in our music. You know, generally speaking, for the most people, not everybody. I think that's a product of it, and I also think that artists, perhaps all of us, end up getting labeled something that we might not always be. And so one thing that did happen, or does happen, like Lupe made a song called Dumb It Down. And the whole song was probably one of the most complicated songs he's put on a commercial album, right? Just the whole point of Dumb It Down was saying he doesn't have to dumb it down because he's so dope with people like this, right? But that was also a single with a video, right? And so over time, that becomes sticky in people's minds. Damn, he made that song I still don't even know all the things that are happening on Dumb It Down. You know, I haven't even tried to, really get into that song. Personally, it's not my favorite song that he's done, but I think his rapping performance is incredibly impressive. But I think moments like that end up being sticky in people's mind. So they think about that before they think about Show Goes On. They think about that before they think about Superstar. They think about that before they, maybe not Kick Push, but in terms of like how he gets labeled these things. You do a project with Kaylin Ellis, that's the Dinosaur Project. People conceptually don't necessarily know, the concept itself sounds like it's too big to even get into sometimes. Like you look at Tetsuo and Youth, it's an album that goes forward and backwards. There's, 3 9-minute songs on there? Like the structure of it is actually really impressive, but you start going into certain situations thinking you're not gonna understand something, and now you're not even listening to it the same way. I'm not saying that he isn't all these things, like he isn't complicated. He definitely has shown you he can be as complicated as you need to be. But I think that is actually outsized of his reputation, right? One of my favorite moments in Lupe's career history was when Soulja Boy went on the radio and said, "I'm not trying to be super Lupe lyrical." You know what I mean? Like Soulja Boy diss. I don't even know if he meant it as a diss. It might have been, he's just Soulja Boy thinking, hey, compared to Soulja Boy, yes, super Lupe lyrical. You know what I'm saying? But like, so that, he's like a young guy just saying these things. But out of that, we get SLR, which is one of my favorite Lupe raps ever. You know what I mean? And that song is not really that complicated. It's not that difficult to understand what's going on. So I think some of that's just stuck, is sticky.
I'm trying to think of an appropriate way to answer this. I have to admit I am walking a bit of a tightrope because I don't want to be unprofessional. But I was a little surprised myself where he said the way to get out of it is to retire. And the way he kind of talked about how really if it was up to him, I would have retired. And I wonder, is that part of the reason why maybe things don't get marketed the way you would expect for how dope the projects are? I wonder if that plays somewhat of a part. And so I guess I'll just say that.
What, that he wants to retire?
I mean, if you kind of want to retire and you really don't want to do it anymore, and you think it's hella fake, and you're not really interested in the media because the media has done all sort of fake ass shit, like that Vibe thing, like you want to do something in the streets. What did he say? That, like what? You want to get in the streets about it. Like you being in Vibe magazine and saying that after you just played with somebody else's money, really, is insane. So if you kind of have this chip on your shoulder regarding media, regarding all these processes that you've been going through for hella long, you might become somewhat mercurial. I think I heard him describe himself as mercurial before. It kind of makes sense.
Yeah, look, that part where he was breaking, I didn't know any of that stuff, by the way.
Me neither, which is crazy because Justin, if anybody would know, me and you would know.
Right.
I didn't know half this shit that was in this interview. I'm not gonna lie. I was like,
never
what
heard
the fuck?
Right, half of it I never heard of. I looked at the protests and Anonymous as wins. Those are very significant losses.
Yeah, that was crazy.
He didn't even organize these things, right? You know what's interesting, right? Again, we're speaking in a super fan environment where everybody has their tribes and their team and outside warring for their favorite artists every day. You have to put in context what 2011 was like in internet land for an artist. There's not a lot. I can't even think of another artist that's not Beyonce or something like that I can actually see fans mobilizing to organize a protest in IRL in front of Atlantic Records in 2011. I don't even know what other artist. You have to put it in context again. Throughout the 2000s, after Napster, the entire industry was consolidating and the entire industry was being pirated. And so artists of all types were just getting dropped or never coming out, right? This is a point in time where so many careers were never recovered. And for him, his fans got together on their own and organized a protest to get this album released, which I thought was awesome. Hearing today that the label held that against him, hearing today that Anonymous, the label held that against him, and these are just the impact that his music has had. Lupe he wasn't doing a whole bunch of interviews. Like, he would do the rollout interviews like normal, like a regular artist would, but it wasn't like he was chilling every day on different blogs, from what I can tell. Like, the way he went into the VH1 thing. You know what I mean? Like, I can see Q-Tip screaming at him on the phone. I can see it.
I know Q-Tip cussed his ass the fuck out. Ooh,
For
shit.
real. For real. Like, I can
You know what's...
No, you're good. Like, but you start thinking about all of these moments. You start thinking about the fact that his manager was in jail for 17 years and he has to do all this stuff on his own. He wasn't supposed to be running the label. It's a good thing he learned how to run the label before that happened. But there's been nothing but like stop signs and stiff arms his entire professional career. Yeah. Psychologically, what does that do to a person? I'm the type of person, if I get told no too many times,
I ain't doing it.
Like, depending on what it is, I'm just kind of accepting the state of affairs. Look at all these no's.
Hey, I don't think the people who are talking about excuses and this and that really don't know how effed up the music industry is and what it can do. If I see somebody that's been in the industry more than 10 years and they can muster up a smile, I'm like, oh, you're amazing. You know, because of what even the ones we call quote unquote successful. And so at the end of the day, some people are going to wear a smooth face on it. You know, they'll wear a smile and.
Oh, Dawn. I think something's going on with that microphone. Or is that me?
I think it's Dwan. Hold on. I just muted him.
Okay.
Let me see.
Oh,
something's crazy. Yeah.
What about now? You're
good right now. It happened briefly when you came. It happened briefly when you came back on screen.
Okay, it must be some time to get another one of these XLR cords.
Right.
Yeah, that's definitely what it is.
Anyway, I'll be at the good. But I didn't know. My bad. I must be this cord. But I think that the industry it does a lot of these things to people, and even if they are bitter, even if they are, when it comes to artists, especially artists that has a message like Lupe, even when they do come out bitter, even if they were bitter, as I said, they were confrontational. The way that industry is, I understand. You know what I mean? And I just kind of leave it at that. You know.
Want to take applause? Actively listen.
The streets is crazy though. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Actively listen says. We're taking applause to actively listen. Lupe and his lyrics were the reason that I studied Black American history deeply. Also, I learned why Tatsoon is a cautionary tale in a sense. Thanks, Lupe.
I don't know what Tatsoon is.
I think it's where, is that part of is it Tatsune? Is that part of Akira?
I thought Tetsuo, yeah, that's some anime shit. And I still haven't watched it. And my brother is so mad that I haven't watched it.
Wait, you never seen Akira?
One of the greatest ones.
You ever seen Akira?
No.
That is like, Akira is a monumental anime. Have you seen it, BK?
No, I'm going to have to write down that
yes,
recommendation.
BK. Yes, thank you.
Have you seen
with me, girl?
Have you seen Tetsuo Dora?
No, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, you guys gotta check it out.
They say it's the greatest. It's like, I guess, the godfather of fucking
it's a big one.
anime.
Where can you stream it?
YouTube might have it, to be honest.
Okay.
YouTube has a lot of
because it's old.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They do. I be watching some of them free, but that's kind of new too. How they doing that many free movies? Have y'all been peeping that?
I have been.
Yeah.
I take advantage of that a lot because I'm like, they be
Me
having
too.
like classic ass movies on there. I'm like, how did you get this IP?
And I be like, the whole movie on there? That's crazy.
Yeah.
I be watching that shit though.
I was just watching Head of State last week.
That's my shit. Security.
Yeah, security. This is great. Let's take an applause. All right. So we have.
Oh, I meant to look up the thing. I'm so sorry. I'm about to tell y'all what it is. Wait, hold on before you do it. Tattooing most commonly refers to a prominent Japanese lyricist and songwriter represented by Snoop music. Tattooing. That's what that word was.
Nice. Word up. Next one's from Minor 3000. 1 second applause. That's cool and all, but Lupe got to address the APSA issue here. It's not even about rap anymore. Calling a black woman a bitch is foul behavior, dog.
Yeah, what happened with the APSA shit, if anybody can speak on it? Because I saw people spamming that in the chat, and I was like, okay, I have no context to that.
I want to do this again, because I did this yesterday.
I'm trying not to comment on it because I need to do a little more research on whatever it is that she supposedly, I guess she released some that could, I guess, change my mind or whatever. But I'm also trying not to comment on it because I call people bitches. So I feel like I would be a little bit hypocritical and I don't want to be performative. I call people bitches. I get upset. I'll say something homophobic. So to me, it's very hard for me to just be like, oh, you're mad, watch your mouth. So I'm having a hard time with that.
It's one of those things where it's like you can critique the system you're in. Like you can critique something that you also participate in. So if it's like a homophobic thing, like is wrong to say, or like a man, like someone that's not in the in group saying a chosen word is like even socially unacceptable. So like I would never feel like a hypocrite calling a man out for like calling a woman a bitch. You know what I mean? Like that's just, it's a false equivalency in my opinion.
Right. And that's my point of view on it too. You know what I mean? Look, my overall thing is I think it's completely out of line. It's not something I would do. It's not something I support. I think for me personally right now, the most important takeaway is that Lupe said he wasn't going to do it anymore. He told Jason and Skip that part's over. So I mentioned again, I have a maybe 10 minutes on Third Verse podcast yesterday where I have shared my side of the story on this. Mm-hmm. So if you want to see if you want to see where Lupe came from on it, go check out Jason Amaru on his YouTube channel, and you can see where that conversation went because they tackled it directly.
Yeah.
So it's out there.
Yeah.
Shout out to Minor 3000. To me, a peach. I get everything Lupe is saying. Comprehension is at an all-time low, though, so people have to work harder to get him and where he's coming from, and most just don't take the time to do that today. And I personally 100% agree with this, Tamia, 100%. And so, in particular with this conversation today with Lupe, and also with me in general, this is why I give people an opportunity to talk. This isn't a 30-minute time block or an hour-long show. We got to do this in 12 minutes or we got to be in and out. That's one of the things that's dope about live streams. That's one of the things that's dope about people having their own platforms. You get a chance to give people an opportunity to talk, right? I'm not somebody who goes into these conversations wanting to hear my own voice. I've been doing this long enough to where I know exactly what I sound like. I don't have to force an issue or force myself into a conversation, any conversation, ever, right? And I think that's one of those things that makes it more difficult when you have certain situations. You have a press run like this that Lupe's been on, and the majority of people in there are talking over each other. It doesn't even have to be Lupe related. Most of the places I go and watch people online, there's a lot of over talk that happens, and nothing really comes out of that. And I think you can just watch the spectacle of conflict in general, and that gets your endorphins up. That gets you, excited. That gets you amped. But comprehension is at an all-time low, though. people have to work harder to get him and where anyone is coming from. 100% agree with that. 1 second, applause. AV2OXX, y'all don't know that Lupe a GOAT in the FGC, and he's one of the main reasons why the $1 billion Street Fighter 6 franchise is full of hip hop music, graffiti, fashion, breakdance moves, and influencing the world. I didn't know that. Did you guys know that?
Absolutely.
I did know Lupe is the reason why Rap Genius exists, which is 100% true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I've known those guys for a long time. The owners of it. Actually, before I joined the Hip Hop DX staff, I was still a writer at Hip Hop DX. The owner of Hip Hop DX he tried to buy Rap Genius for $1 million. Right, smart move that they didn't take that deal because they ended up selling, I think, for $80 million or something like that. But this is that point in time in online where Lupe's mixtapes were out and everybody was trying to break down everything that was happening. Like, well, what's he talking about here? What's that? And so that's where the idea for Rap Genius came from. And so, I know people may not like people, but Lupe legitimately is one of the most influential people in terms of hip hop over the past 26 years. So.
And he has mad side quests. I think people don't know. Like, that's another thing I kind of wanted to get into. If he wasn't doing whatever the hell he started doing, the scene started looking real interesting. Like, what the hell y'all gonna do? It started looking interesting, but he got mad. Didn't it though? I was like, y'all about to go have some fun. But he has mad side quests. Like crazy side. I think the nigga climbed a mountain, just all type of shit. It's like hella. It is so many side quests. You'll be like, why are you over there? He's in the boxing video game, like that latest video game that came out. What's it called? Undisputed. Like he's in there. Like you're not even a boxer. Like he's in the fucking video game, and he made the song for the game. Like it's just hella random, wild ass shit. Like what is that photo shoot with Tracy Ellis Ross? Like how the fuck why do you have a photo shoot with Tracy Ellis Ross? I still don't know. Like what was y'all taking pictures for? It's just crazy. So yes, I know. I don't know about breakdancing moves though. That one I don't know.
With these cycles like you're talking about, that's why it's so hard as someone who's an observer. All of us as observers of other people, you never know what people got going on, so you can't really judge somebody's success. Success is relative. There are people who really don't want that spotlight at all. You know what I mean? But they're extremely successful, and you got other people who they are all up in the camera, all up in everybody's face, everybody's picture on Instagram. Hi, and ain't got nothing going on.
Shit.
And they had that hit 3 years ago or 10 years ago. So to sit around and say somebody's successful or not successful, that's nothing that you can really measure, just looking at somebody or judging it on the rap charts. That's why I think they're so disrespectful. You're not successful because you didn't sell this many albums and that person did. That's all BS.
I think that's a little bit of projection too, because people go, if I was in this position, I would want to be here. So you must want to be here. And it's like, well, everybody doesn't want the same exact thing you would want. And people are like, nah, everybody wants this. Everybody wants to have this. Like, no.
Yeah.
Like people say that about me all the time. Like I've had opportunities to do different things, make certain money. Like and maybe it's a Chicago thing. I'm very pig-headed where I'll be like, I don't give a fuck what you got. I don't want to do that. People are like, wait a minute, you're supposed to be starving and be ready to enslave yourself to get whatever possible opportunities you can get. Don't you want to do that like everybody else? Well, not everybody's doing that, but you get what I'm saying? Like a common thing. Like, hell no, I want to be around people I like. Like even Justin, when we talk about content creation, I wouldn't be here if I didn't like Justin. If I didn't trust Justin. If Justin wasn't already somebody of a time, I don't care what could have been the case. I wouldn't be here. So to me, I just look at certain people, ethical people, good people, give me an opportunity to do things because I would never do it if they weren't there. So
yeah, that's real.
That's just that on assumptions of what people want.
One second, pause.
The chat is killing me. I want y'all to know I'm giving y'all my best professional. So y'all saying that I'm letting Lupe slide. It must be spilling over to the chat as well. So the same grace that y'all are complaining about me having. I'm also having it now because certain people what is your deal? Like you literally commented every 30 seconds saying the same thing. What is going on with you? I'm to the point that I'm about to start blocking folks. I'm not gonna lie, and I say this because, to be honest, can I get on some personal shit? I know Justin's like the sun's almost up, and we have a shit ton of other whatever things to
Hey,
do. Right?
the sun is up for you. I'll be J. Cole. Sun is up for you. You got the sun coming up. You thought I was the GOAT. No, good.
Oh,
I caught it. Pause. This week. How do I want to start this? Because Reed said something to me. He said, "Elle, you're a little too close to this to be able to. You got to be biased because you're too close." I said, "You know what, Reed? I think it's the opposite. Because I am so close to it and I know what's going on for real. I can see all the fake ass shit, and I can see the fake shit in a way that I don't think I usually see it in other situations where I'm not that close to it. And it kind of turned me a little bit off on the content creation side, if I'm being honest, because it's like, am I going to put myself in a space where I become a slave to an algorithm and I have to rage bait in order to feel like I'm on the up and up? Because I ain't gonna do that. So what I'm gonna do, just fail?
It's a middle ground.
yeah.
You don't have to. Like, it's an option now. If you're looking at other people, what other people do to get their numbers up and how they title their stuff and what they do, it can be frustrating sometimes to return on the numbers every now and again, but you'll still be fine. It's easier to sleep at night than it is to get some damn numbers. That shit weak. And it's a never-ending beast. Like, going back to what you said earlier, okay, just say it's like people want you want to apologize and they'll continue to go. It's a never-ending thing when you got to feed that. You know what I mean? So unless you're in it for the long haul, it ain't worth it.
Mm-hmm.
1 second applause. Philip McGee. Shout out to Philip. 1 second applause. People want to push people into a fight without the burden of consequences of the people who are involved in the conflicts we are egging on. And I don't think Lou or Dot have beef. It seems like some fans just want more. That's what it seems like to me.
Yeah, they definitely don't. But I want to say this to take up for, and because I know we say Dot fans, but it's only a portion of the fans. I want to say this because being from Chicago, I understand. Do I want to call it this gang? I don't want to say gang. Riding for your folks. I'm gonna say that because niggas definitely play with Kendrick a lot. Maybe some of y'all don't know, but I was there cussing niggas out. Like, people really literally used to say he made slave music. Black people would tell me it was slave music, right? So I understand the idea of, y'all had him fucked up this whole time. We was right. The nigga is fire. He just cut your motherfucking man head off. A black Noah just strangled me a goat. You feel me? So I understand the idea of, well, we got his back and his front. I wish a nigga would say anything. We coming behind him, nigga. Just like how they just killed that son on fucking House of Dragons. Sorry, spoiler alert. Oh, they coming behind them. Oh, they coming. They don't got the word. They coming to take the city. So I do understand that. So I don't want to make it like I don't get that. Because I was doing a similar thing. I mean, it had to make sense for me. I wasn't just going to ride the ride, but sometimes people argue it didn't make no sense and I'm riding. So I don't want to act like I don't understand that because they definitely play with Kendrick a lot. They play with Kendrick a lot. They hated on To Pimp a Butterfly. Every Negro is a star. Like,
and I feel like that line is a good line to parse out because the stand-up has also diluted the ethical fanned out nigga. Like, I feel like I fall in that category. And if I'm fanned out over something that's good in quality and someone's disparaging it, not because we differ in opinion, but because nigga, you just flat out wrong. Like, no, I'm going to say something. So it's a fine line. But also though, like someone said earlier, if you deviate, it's fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I'm writing for like the genre itself, the music itself, the soul, the black niggas themselves. Like it, like fuck a mascot in this shit for real, you know. But also like I'm a fan. The fuck, like bro, yes, I'm a fan. So it's just, and I think that's okay too. But you the stand-up kills all of it. It kills the interest. It kills the convo. People are being disingenuous on purpose, bad faith on purpose. It's draining as fuck.
Mosaic applause. To me, a peach. On the other hand, he's human. We're complex and sometimes contradict ourselves. There's definitely feelings there he won't discuss as deeply as fans want him to, but a lot of it is just misunderstanding. I agree, you know, and also, you know, I understand the idea that people we look up to, admire, see ourselves in, ultimately end up, even if unintentionally, defining ourselves. Like we see ourselves in those we admire. So when we see people we admire being attacked or going through something, it feels like we're getting attacked and we're going through something. You know what I mean? And so a lot of times it's hard to see outside of the personal impact we're experiencing at that point, at the same time. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of that's happening in all these conversations to me.
All this is fluff, just rap. Like,
And like, I didn't get. I saw a lot of comments with the just rap stuff. Lupe did with him coming onto these platforms. You see why other bigger name artists don't when you see how it comes down to it. But as a fan of music, you would want to see the artists come out to us basic non-mainstream podcasts and blogs more, because I think we can get more out of the artists than the mainstream would. But it's a fine line, because when you do, you might go on to one it's going to be a tussle. You know what I mean? It's going to devolve to this, and then you're coming out to speak to fans because you see something that's different than the way they see it. It can turn out to totally backfire against you. So again, it comes back to, I think sometimes it's coming back to this whole confrontation situation. Like what does an artist do? And I just think we're in a funny time right now, because I was just talking about more artists coming on to regular non-stream, non-Apple Music platforms. But if this is going to be the response, what for? You know, I see why they avoid it.
I have a question maybe for more Justin and L on like if you're thinking about the back end media side of things, do you feel like there is a way that a mainstream artist could, or is there just a new trail to blaze in terms of scouting out the place that you're showing up, like knowing when you're walking into a situation that, you know, scouting that out, also understanding the medium, like are you on Twitch, are you on Spaces, are you on live stream, like scouting that piece out, and then also kind of crafting their PR training or media training in a way that's like, I understand that the clip economy exists and you can always get taken out of context and like whatever. We've always seen bylines that are like misleading or headlines that are like taking an artist out of context, and this is just kind of that shit on steroids. But is there a way that a mainstream artist can navigate it in a way where, I like how accessible, like Boots came on the live stream and he was on Hassan's stream, but he was at Coach United first. But he was on Hassan's stream.
When I saw him on Hassan's stream, I'm like, we broke ground.
But like where he was accessible, we could ask him those questions, whatever. Like you get the chat modded up. I mean, is there a way they can traverse this new medium with all that?
I'll say this. Excuse me. One, and this is going to be roundabout. It's going to land where you're at. But looking at this Lupe pressure run, is that what he said? Pressure run?
And then he changed it to press. What was the second one? He changed it. Press.
I can't remember.
It was a bar.
But looking at this, right?
Yeah.
And looking at people who are antagonistic to this, right? Who else out here who has a career at Lupe's level or greater, truthfully at Lupe's level or lower, is just pulling up is just pulling up. Who's the next artist that's just going to pull up on Koala Tea? I'm not trying to throw shots or anything.
Yeah,
What
they're
I'm
all
saying
like
is,
rap round table.
yeah,
everything.
rap round. Who's just pull up? You get an opportunity to have whatever conversation you want, right? And you have an artist at that level who's willing to engage in whatever conversation you want, right? When these things happen, for all of us in this creative space, we understand how rare this is. Mm-hmm. So how we handle that not only is a bat signal and business card for what you do, your live stream, your audience, your community, and how you handle situations like that, should you be talking to more people who might be not in the mood to be lambasted about whatever it is. It's a business card in that direction, but it's also a reputation, or it's also a relationship that you built or you're building or didn't build in that same situation, right? And so the first thing I think of is every platform has to decide what it wants to be. If it wants to be a platform that is open to creatives, artists, celebrities, business people, whoever, you have to handle yourself that way. You have to handle that situation that way, right? Lupe has a reputation of showing up and bullying people, right? He's showing up to these lives. He's not even invited. The people let him up. Not everybody. Not everybody who Lupe shows up to has let him on their show, but other people have. You know what I mean? Whether you agree, disagree, whether you like the performance or how these things are handled or otherwise, who else is just doing that?
Right.
So if we want to have artists come talk to your platform, you have to consider the environment that you're making for these artists. Now, on the flip side, I think every artist knows exactly who they rock with and who they don't rock with. They know based on the stuff that they're watching. Like J. Cole knows exactly, he really rocks with Lost in Vegas. You can tell. He had been watching them. He was disappointed. He didn't get the classic black background that they normally have. He was able to talk about things that they've covered for a long time. I'm not sure how long in advance they knew he was coming, but he showed them love and respect because he legitimately rocks with them. And if I'm another type of artist, I can look at that conversation and see how that was actually beneficial to J. Cole. To me, that's the most beneficial conversation that J. Cole had. I know the Cameron one was big in its importance on Revolt. You know, it was an agreement that he had with him for a long time. But I kind of expect people to go sit down with Cameron on Revolt. Mm-hmm. I know the 7 p.m. and BK one is, in my opinion, probably the most revealing when it comes to the things people wanted to know the most, how he was feeling, what his emotions were while this once-in-a-generation rap battle was happening. That, to me, was also a great look for him. But I expect people to go sit down with Carmelo Anthony and Kazim. Like, I expect people to do that. But Lost in Vegas, like that to me is the example of how we creators in this space should be moving, should we want to interact with these artists that we're spending all this time reacting to and talking to, right? And I think other artists who are trying to figure out what's the best way to get into this new media, because Lupe looks at what he just did as pulling up on all the radio shows. To me, that's actually very complimentary in terms of the importance of all the voices in this space. Mm-hmm. I've run major blogs for a long time. I know how many people don't want to come talk to you. They expect you to report on their turkey drives. They want you to post their songs and their videos. And when it comes down to sit down with them for an interview, they're going to say, fuck you, you just a blog. We need to go to radio and television. I know exactly, my entire career has been navigating this. So now we're at a place where there is benefit to artists sitting down in these environments. And I think the artists need to, from a baseline, understand the value of it. But I think the artists themselves kind of know who they rock with. They just need to take the next step and continue to support these people. Support all these people out here doing all this content talking about you in the first place. Because you get a chance to make a direct connection not only with the hosts of these places, but the community of these places. And I'm starting to see more artists of all types take advantage of that. The key takeaway more than anything else is we have to understand whether or not we want to be that. Like there's platforms I've had and I still have that aren't for artist interviews, right? When I created the breakdown, one of the main things about the breakdown that I always try to do is interview someone around the artist, but never the artist, right? Because this is a place where I'm putting out ideas and conversations, getting close to it, but I don't want to be blinded by, the celebrity. I don't want to get blinded by whatever feelings I have in one way or the other about the artist. I want to get closer to the artist by going to the people that are closest to them, around them. But sometimes you want to keep a journalistic, professional distance in order to keep the integrity of that product. And then I got other products that are like, yeah, come sit down on the couch. Let's talk. You know what I mean? You have to know what you want to be and know who you want to be and know how these things will ultimately look. I'm not sure how many people look at any of the platforms that Lupe has, went to over the course of this week. You know what I mean? But like, everybody should understand how rare that is to have someone that's willing to do that. Like, most people think all of us are bullshit because we're all just in here. That's what most of this space is looking at. And so the rarity of these things even happening is something we have to appreciate if we're even going to put ourselves in a position to have this happen more often.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's across industries. I'm sorry. And I think that's just across more than music. Like, there are podcasts covering like a million different things. And whatever industry it is, Lupe is at the top of that, whatever that is. So if you're covering, whatever you're covering, he's on that level of people. You don't have to know his music to know his name. You know what I mean? And so you're right about that as far as how rare that is. And it is something that I would like to see more, because I think that the way the mainstream, plus the way the mainstream covers a lot of these guys, this is extremely negative too. We can't act like this because we go to them. The mainstream is oftentimes way more negative than these blogs. They'll interview somebody. Yeah, they'll interview somebody, then turn around and talk about, call them anything other than a child of God, So I think that we're at a new time. Jesse, you just hit on something really important about these people all watch. We all know that they watch. All of us have a platform. Word gets around, and sometimes you get the inboxes. Somebody's going to have the courage to say, okay, I'm going to support this podcast that supports me. Part of the reason why I don't go a hard line for certain artists, even though I like them, is, and they ain't gonna come talk to me anyway. So what the hell am I gonna put myself out there for? F them. Maybe I like your music, but hey, you gotta take that L. I ain't about to jump into it for you.
I gotta say this real quick. This was my first example of what we're describing here, right? And I was at Hip Hop DX, editor-in-chief, and there was an artist that we were really trying to sit down with for an interview. He was a focus artist for us that year. It was on our big board, he was number one, right? And so that year, we spent, I don't know how many phone conversations I was having with his publicist, with his PR all year. And the publicist is gonna do the bait and switch. Yeah, we got you. Just interview this guy that nobody knows about yet. Yeah, we got you. But can you cover this other thing first? And I promise I'll get back to you, right? Year goes around, and we never get that interview, right? We covered all of his music videos, we covered his turkey drives, all kinds of news stuff. We just covered it all. And we put our year-end list out. It was the top 25 albums. And not because we didn't get the interview. I know it's gonna sound like that, but it wasn't this. It just wasn't what it was at all. Because everything we did from a list standpoint was voting with the entire staff and all the freelance people. But it just so happened that this artist his album didn't land in the top 25 that year, right? So I ended up going out to an after party after a big event, and I see the artist, and I'm like, "What's up, man? It's Justin Hunt from Hip Hop DX." And he's like, "Justin Hunt? Oh, Hip Hop DX, huh?" I'm like, "Yeah." He was like, "Y'all hated on my album." I'm like, "What are you talking about? You didn't put me on your year-end list." I'm like, "What do you mean?" I wasn't on the list. I'm like, "Our top 25 albums?" He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "You're number 26." Because he legitimately was number 26. He got very upset. He was like, "See, this is what I'm talking about. Y'all don't show me no support." And I was like, "What are you talking about? We cover your albums, we cover your singles, we cover your videos, we cover your turkey drives, we cover your charity stuff. You don't show us no love. The problem is you're at the point now where you think where you came from, you don't need no more. All you do is go to radio. All you do is go to TV. That is your problem. Your problem is you went Hollywood." Now that's when all of him and all his friends got very upset at me. And so they all circle around me And now I have to argue with him about how hard I've been trying to set up this interview, how many conversations we had with his publicist, and everything. And so he was nice enough to calm his friends who were probably strapped down. And I went inside the event. I get to work the next morning, and his publicist is blowing me up. Why are you gonna tell him that you've been trying to reach out to me and we ain't scheduled nothing? Because that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened.
Wow.
My point is like, you can do all the coverage you want in the world on somebody, but if they don't respect you or they don't think you're on that level, they're not gonna show up. So when people do, appreciate it. Like, understand how rare, how difficult it is to even get people in certain positions to respect what you have to say and what you're offering. You know what I'm saying? Because people out here only think about themselves, and I think that's obvious to and omnipresent to all of us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a fact. I think to answer BK's question, I think we already have some evidence of that. With, you notice how the real famous people started going on like Kai Cenat? They were like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah.
Nicki Minaj on Kai Cenat? I think that was like the beginning of like it's actually, you actually get more eyes on you with a more targeted audience on some of these streamer platforms. So I think that was already starting to happen. And I think some people just have the foresight to say, well, you don't have to be Kai Cenat. You don't have to be Hassan. You don't have to have that many viewers for it to still be impactful. Because similar to what Justin said, it's like a radio tour. You might go to a radio station that don't even have that many people listening to it, but you still hit that market. Mm-hmm. So I think it's really smart for artists to start, because people like Nick Grant was very smart to come here.
Yeah.
But
yo, I gotta tell y'all real quick off the record. I mean, not off the record. I don't mean to interrupt.
Off the record? When you said that, I was like, we're not off the record.
Oh, no, it's just us. It's just us. Trust me. No, I'm gonna say this. I think it'd be cool with it. But Nick was very thankful for that look, because after he played the song, we put the clip out. He told me directly that, coming on Culture United, set this project up to be taken seriously. And so he wanted me to thank you guys for that. It was a good look for him. It was a really good look for him. And so we see him now. He's on the Breakfast Club. He's doing all this stuff. People are talking about the projects in conversation. You know what I mean? So there is value for these kind of things. And Nick sees it and he appreciates it. So I wanted to pass that over to you guys, because I don't think I've told you guys that yet.
No, you didn't. Thank you so much,
Nick.
And I think there is a push and pull aspect, because Nick Grant just pulled up. And it doesn't have to be super contentious, and it doesn't have to be like, I think there is with mainstream media, yes, they can be very like two-faced with it, but it's also like very softball these days. It's like, we're not going to venture there because access journalism is such that I can't really ask you anything, or you're never going to sit down with me again. So there does have to be a sort of humility and coming down to earth and being like, okay, I may get cooked in chat, or like I may say something that's not like perfectly manicured. Like you do have to kind of match the medium, because like it felt like we were just FaceTiming with him and we're like, we just heard your album is super dope. Like, and to see how far and wide that stretch is meaningful. Like, it doesn't have to be super high stakes, but also like analyze where you're going first. Like, don't go to the fucking ragebait.com platform and then be like mad that you're everywhere. So anyway. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was going to speak to, because you also asked, like, how do you vet that? And that's the question I don't have an answer to. Because to me, once I see first bullshit, not there. I'm picky like that. As soon as this, you be on a little bit of that cut, not there. But I do think there is some benefit in maybe going to some of the what do they call it, the lion's den, alligator pit, and just keeping that same energy. I think there is some benefit in that, because it shows the different sides of you. So I don't know exactly how to do it, but I think we learn what to do and what not to do by people like Lupe who pop up, because at least now niggas know not to do what the fuck he did this last week.
Look, right, exactly. But like,
at least in the manner that he did it, like, bruh, he was stressing me the fuck out. I ain't gonna know.
Yeah, for real. Like, why are we doing that? Maybe we do this in reverse.
Every time you like,
maybe if he does this in reverse order next time.
Bro, every time I was trying to process one, it was like, actually, he's live right now with it. I'm like,
I know.
Bruh, what are you doing?
That's so funny. Big shout out to Xavier Williams. What about Chief Keef represents the senseless savagery of Chicago? I feel like he addressed this years ago. You remember this, Al?
I know that there was some, I don't know that this is a direct quote. And what I'm noticing by reading some of the comments, that one word change be making the whole sentence change. So I don't know that this is a direct quote. I don't know that it's not a direct quote. He definitely already addressed this, and him and Chief Keef is cool. So
yeah.
Well,
take applause, Tommy Coombs, thank you, Tommy Coombs, says, Lupe, Justin, L, BK, Dwan, Mickey IT, salute to you. 1 second applause. Thank you so much, man.
Salute.
Hella jealous of that IT shit.
I know. I have a suggestion, StreamYard, since I know you're recording everything here. I think you guys should order the super chats on the back end by color. And that way you could just shuffle by color, and that way you could see instead of having to scroll around. You know what I mean? Because, the color is at least how I prioritize things. You come with the right color, you jump to the front of the line. You got a different color. Okay, thank you very much. And we will absolutely make sure we react to it. Because right now I'm going up and I'm going down. I'm going up and where was I? Am I here? I was there.
Pause.
I'm there. I'm so reluctant to pause. It's not even stuff that crosses my mind. But it is funny sometimes when people.
No, I feel you, Justin, on that. It's like when I want to almost announce when I use pause, like, I'm saying this. I
don't mean it in that way. Yeah, me too.
Right.
Like, I'm not, like, it is funny to say that right now.
It's fucking hilarious.
I don't want you to think I'm dead, like, homo, like I'm saying no homo or whatever. Like,
I know.
Right.
I hope people just give me the grace because I'm not, but I can understand if they just like, I really wish you wouldn't do that. Like, damn, I know, but God damn. Like, I'm a ride with you, though. Don't even worry about it. I'm a ride for you when you need me, but the pause shit is funny as fuck. It's a language arts game, and it's kind of a rap game because it's double entendre. I can't stop.
Right. It's fun. Big shout out to Trillian Truly. Lou has an educated opinion on music. N's just mad sensitive because they really respect an opinion they disagree with. I've never known Lou to be a hater. He's solid. That's my experience too, by the way.
Same.
1 second applause. The Do-Rag General. That's why I stopped defending Lupe against internet trolls, because I don't want to be responsible for any BS. How they feel won't change my love for Lupe. The Do-Rag General. 1 second applause. Yeah.
We've been in the Lupe trenches for years. Shout out to Do-Rag.
Yeah. Chef OG Raw. I came mad late, but based on what I caught, good thing I did. Jesus Christmas. Lupe putting Twista's breath control to shame. Long-winded person personified. Much love, though. I mean, there were people who said this about Boots Riley, too. The Boots Riley conversation.
Well, Boots Riley was long-winded now.
He was longer than Lupe. He was longer-winded than Lupe.
I ain't crazy now.
Right, he was.
Look at
He was, right? And it is a balance I try to maintain, right? Before I started doing lives, I would just let whoever talk for as long as they wanted and just figure it out in post, you know what I mean, to understand what it is. I understand wanting to move people along in a conversation, but I also think the internet is we have such expectations to just get to the main event as quickly as possible that you don't let someone actually finish their thought or share their story. Because I know people in here are saying, well, he didn't directly address, whatever. He might not have done it in a 140 character tweet. You might not have done it in a quick soundbite, but there's certain questions we did get the answer to, right? He clearly told us where he was coming from with the logic thing. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like when it comes to, a lot of the dot stuff, you can see where a lot of that's coming from because of his experience describing how fandom or super fandom affected his career. Mm-hmm. And I guess everybody who's been, whose platforms he's been going on, want to know why or ask him if he's a dot hater or whatever it is. And that's because I think people are taking the way he responds to the question and this long history of things that sound like at best backhanded compliments or whatever, and not separating them, or at least not thinking about those two things together, right? And so I look at that and say, I looked at his superfan experience, fans will get you killed stuff, because I honestly think that Lupe's biggest problem is how fan bases, his interaction with fan bases, right? That's where that Beyonce story came from. So you've got
when he
this,
first said that, I was like,
you know what I'm saying?
You got about to in the Bey Hive.
He got into it with the Bey Hive when Twitter first came out. So that puts him in a different space when he's interacting with everybody else. Now it's just like, hey, whatever, man. I'm just gonna say whatever. Oh, this is what you want? Okay, well, this is what I'm gonna say. Like that to me is more of an answer than what other people have just refused to accept. Like people are not accepting him saying that he's not a Kendrick hater. People are not accepting him saying all the things that he is saying about, you know, Kendrick and TDE and the things he appreciates about their music. People won't accept that. I don't think people accept anything other than, you're right, I hate Kendrick Lamar's guts, here's a diss track. I think that's the only thing that people want to hear. And a lot of times the truth isn't a soundbite. The truth is colored through experience. And I personally think he colored his experience in his career in a way that I can understand why certain things look like that. Maybe I'm off. What do you guys think?
I think one of the most, illuminating things that he said tonight was basically like, I'm human, I get rage baited too. I feel like that's a POV that we can all kind of ground ourselves in and understand. Whether you agree with how he responds or not, whether you feel like he got a little condescension in the tone, elitism in the tone or not, whatever you feel, I feel like that's maybe the most unifying thing he said tonight, which was, I be seeing the thumbnails where you got me looking crazy in the rage baity ass thing. And so, yeah, I'll pop in the live and yeah, I'll pop on the thing and blah, blah, blah. And I feel like that, I mean, that is, it seems like a very basic, simple, whatever answer. But I mean, that is what he said a couple times of like, you know, that human tendency to do the thing where you follow that instinct and you want to humble a nigga or embarrass a nigga or correct a nigga or whatever. Like that felt, I don't know, like the most maybe relatable thing he said. I choose not to parse through the history and what the video from 2012 and subs and all this stuff, because I can't even pretend to have like as much context as I would need. And I know my biases swing a certain way, but I feel like just trying to find the neutral ground or trying to find something that can unify, that was an illuminating thing that he said. Yeah. I feel like it was real. Yeah.
That's why I'm always saying the most important thing with me professionally and personally is to try to understand where people are coming from. Because if I understand where they're coming from, then, and one, it helps me react more than anything else. And two, whether or not I agree with that person, I can see the humanity in this thing that looks crazy. And that's something that's really important to me. Tamia Peach, 1 second, applause. I want to know what BK has to say about all of Lupe's capitalist talk, bragging about being connected to some of the biggest capitalist institutions. Great question. What do you think?
I didn't like that. I gotta be honest. I leaned forward and we moved so quickly. That shit sounded crazy. I didn't like that.
Ditto.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know I'm not BK, but when he said
it you know,
I didn't like it.
With this Tamia Peach, you know.
I
feel like it's enough material out there to probably.
But I also couldn't think of. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you good.
I got that slow brain where I heard the end of your sentence already in my head, even though you didn't say it. Like, what the fuck is going on? I couldn't think of a way to address it though, because what was I gonna say? What the fuck are you doing with billionaires, nigga? Don't they suck? Like, what is the correct way to introduce that?
Like, to me, I think it depends on the person and the context, and I feel like that would not be fruitful to go down that road in that with like dead ass. Like, I think it is, being a professional room reader and being like, is this gonna be taken in bad faith? Is this gonna be taken not to, you know what I'm saying? But just, I think it's the context, the person, and figuring out when to, I don't know, interject that shit.
You know what I think about?
I didn't like it though.
because he said, what did he say the other day? He said he's around billionaires and killers, right? And when I think about Lupe Fiasco, I think about juxtaposition, the food and the liquor, you know, the simple and the complexity. You know what I mean? Like everything is like that with Lou. Everything through his music, either way. For me personally, that's what I take away. And so, one, is not surprising. Two, I think also it would have been really interesting if we had got a chance to investigate that a little bit more to understand what that is. You know what I mean? Because I was kind of fascinated about what BK might be thinking too. I was like, I wonder what BK thinks.
Also summed up.
Not me.
Summed up. The billionaires
Oh, yeah, I
are
guess
the
you was
killers.
saying
That ain't no juxtaposition. Like at a certain point, like that ain't like let's really talk about it and what mass slaughter actually fucking looks like and what how much
BK, you better
money it
read.
takes to wipe your hands clean of that shit, but still be affecting that in the world. So like, yeah, that's actually my whole worldview on the exploitative system of capitalism and the idea of winners and losers and what does that really mean to lose in a system like that. So like, I think the billionaires are the killers. The fuck, very obviously.
Ain't
You better
one.
read. You better
Those are your pause.
fucking read. That was a good one. Damn, I wish we would have got to that kind of, but then I don't know.
I don't think we have time.
What he would've said.
You know,
What if he would've been like,
he didn't have that much. He
King
didn't have that much time anyway. He was trying to get out. You know, he had other things he had to do. So I still think we covered ground. Supports 5587 says the Emperor soundtrack is the soundtrack to my life. One of my favorite artists, Empty Bottle, is my favorite Mickey track. Thank you both for your art. That's awesome.
I just started liking Emperor soundtrack on this tour. I used to skip that shit.
To the 5-year-old gunshot, I hear you. There, like the invisible man in the mirror. Cheer up. I put it on the bar like beer nuts. Second applause. Oh, that's funny. All right, what we got here? Much love to see you, Justin, top tier journalist and ambassador for real. Oh, okay, cool. It's all happening. 9L, my heart, and BK are both stars. Keep shining. Dwambi, always dope learning from you. Mickey got us checking boxes. Lupe, #1. 1 second applause. That's
He
really
got it all in there. Pause.
That's really what I wanted to add. If we had a little more, that's really what I wanted to ask. I wanted to ask about SLR 3 or SLR 3.5 Steve Jobs, and I wanted to ask about Wraith. Those are two of the best diss tracks that I feel like aren't talked about enough. Those tracks are crazy. Let's see what we got. Thank you for that.
On some days, I say Wraith is my favorite diss track of all time.
Yeah. Is that Houston, Texas? Is that Houston, Texas, Dave? Is that what that stands for, BK? HTX? Y'all do that? Or is that just HTX, Dave?
Yep.
Houston, Texas, Dave.
Yeah, Houston,
Can't
Texas.
stand how y'all hang y'all's hat on opinions of bots, folks clearly not of the culture, and ignore the valid criticisms made by real people behind these screens. I'm not sure what he's talking about. You guys know what he's talking about?
He's talking about. I mean, I can take it two ways. I could think he's talking about us and being like, "Why are you focusing on certain comments and not us that are real people?" But then it could be the opposite, where it's like, why are the commenters focusing on the comments instead of us real people on the thing? So I really don't know which one he could mean. If it's not a third one, I can't think of.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. I guess if you could let us know who y'all, if you could let us know who y'all is, Dave, that'd be cool. I think that'd be good.
But I also do.
Y'all matters.
I will say, if it is the interpretation I think it is, I feel like there is a lot of when you want to like not talk about a thing, you pick the most outlandish take and be like, "That's so crazy," and then say, "Okay, well, what about this real thing over here?" But I still would need to know who the y'all is in question, if that's the phenomenon they're even talking about.
Something like a phenomenon. Something like a phenomenon. Something like a phenomenon. Something like a phenomenon. Most like
It's also a really good John Travolta movie too. Like the soundtrack that song was on, phenomenal. Good John Travolta movie. For y'all that don't know.
Deepest, bluest, my head is like a shark's fin.
I hated that song.
It's one of the worst LL Cool J songs ever.
Of all time.
This
And I
dude's
fuck
down
with
there
LL Cool
with
J. He killed.
is down there with Accidental Racist. That's probably the worst one.
That's the worst one for sure.
It's Nikolai. People calling Lupe disrespectful are missing the mark. Would it be better if he sneak dissed for 10 years? Rappers talk their shit. That's the game. He just did it straight up. That's mad respectful.
Now, if y'all want to jump somebody, y'all can jump Nikolai because he is shooting at Kendrick.
Thanks for the super chat, Nikolai. Let's take applause.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean, or not.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where he's going at. Desonic Punk says, I think some of this smoke for Lupe comes from the timing around him coming off like he was defending Drake during the summer after the battle and now beating around the bush when it comes to Dot. 100%. I 100% agree with this.
Yeah. Beating around the bush is not the term I would use, but yeah, besides that, absolutely. Absolutely.
I would agree with
That's
that.
the beautiful thing about a marketing campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because like that, it's a lot of vitriol and lines drawn from 2024. Like, I mean, it's beyond, obviously we know, but like, supercharge that shit 2024 and beyond. That's carried over. Even when you talk about in terms of the election, people not getting over that and having some sort of weird grief response in response to that, it totally could be that. Because I think what I saw from around that time was like stuff about Drake collecting memorabilia and just those type, just stepping in those really vitriolic spaces when that shit was at an all-time high. It's definitely not helping the case.
I think that's a good point they made it right here because when he supported Drake around that time, people were thinking like, "Hey, you a lyricist? What's it? It didn't quite add up." And the lines that were drawn since the battle, they're even deeper now than they were this time 2 years ago. You know, fresh off the bat, like it's gotten more entrenched. So that was I think this is probably the first reason because I'm like in my head I'm thinking like, what the hell is going on? Because it's not that serious. But now, just reading that comment makes a lot more sense as to why people are more entrenched.
Now listen to this, right? Right now on Twitter, there's a clip with 32,000 views. Lupe Fiasco says Nas doesn't rank high.
Oh my God. The clip industrial complex at it again, bro.
See that?
Yeah.
Y'all see that? We're not even off the string yet.
Yeah.
Right. Dang.
You heard me, Justin?
No.
Right now, I shouldn't announce that you didn't hear me, huh?
You should announce that I didn't hear you.
I should not announce it. I should just assume you don't hear me when you come back. Anyway, sorry, I keep breaking the fourth wall.
Sometimes I can hear, but that one I couldn't hear you this time.
Right now, it's a clip going, starting to move 32,000. Lupe Fiasco says Nas doesn't rank high on Culture United.
Yo, he cleaned that up pretty quick, though.
It ain't gonna matter.
No, it doesn't, but, you know, we know the facts. Because I understand what he's saying, right? Because, again, he's talking about punches and entendres specifically. Like, he was being very specific. And I don't know if anybody would believe, I mean, I don't know, I can't say that. People believe all kinds of stuff every day. But Nas is clearly a major influence on him. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he's going to be dissing Nas. But, you know, there's a lot of people who don't know that.
They just, on Drink Champs, they asked Nas, like, who do you think is closest to you? And they said, Lupe. I said, damn, I was surprised. I didn't think he was going to say that.
There's so much.
I gotta get up out of here, Justin.
Yo, I appreciate you, bro.
I appreciate all y'all for joining.
Dwan.
Everybody up in here.
Dwan B, cultural heretic, the illest. Now, second applause.
Much appreciated. I appreciate y'all.
I gotta be at class at 9. I'm gonna be sleepy as shit.
What time is it there?
6:14.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I'm not sleepy right now, though. I'm completely amped. It's gonna be like 12 o'clock in class. I'm like,
right.
Okay.
Tamia Peach. That's what it is. We have to hear people out from their point of view. That's empathy, compassion, and the basis of community. I wish Lupe could have stayed longer because this talk only scratched the surface.
I know. I wish
Yeah.
you could have stayed longer too, because we would have got to more. But
Right.
I was already a little flabbergasted about what we got. BK's about to try to leave too. Oh,
What happened?
I don't know, but take her muter for us, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Is everything okay? That looked urgent.
That looked very dramatic.
Yeah. Um.
Maybe her
Shot.
phone was about to die.
Maybe.
Yeah, she switched from the computer to the phone. Maybe she just looked up like, do that say 1%? What the hell? That's what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm hoping for.
Chi-Town till death. Lupe is so full of shit. All this, the fans get you killed, and all these word salad answers enough. I see what he's doing though, where he talks so much you forget your own point. He does it a lot. I mean, do you feel that way, Al?
Well, he
like it
did
was
talk
word
2
salad
times where I
answers?
forgot my word salad. Definitely not. I think that's a dog whistle. Somebody heard somebody else say word salad, so now they say it because it sounds cool. Because it wasn't word salad. Word salad is when you just putting hella words together and they really don't go together. It don't make any sense. That's
Right.
saying one of the top lyricists is using word salad is fucking hilarious, first of all. He does sometimes talk in a way where I forget what my original point is, but a lot of my friends do that, so that could be like a common thing. Chi-Town till death doesn't sound like an accurate name. Let's see. Lupe is so full of shit.
Chi-Town till
All
death
his
doesn't
fans
seem like
written.
it.
Chi-Town to death, but the Chi-Town rapper saying that it'll get you killed is a liar. Okay. Not all of these fans. I don't think that's fair, but you will get killed fucking around trying to do some of this shit. And he knows people who have died fucking around. So I don't know.
And he gave examples of
your phone was about to die.
That point.
My phone is hot as hell. I could cook some shit on this phone right now. I can't even lie.
You got it plugged up?
I did, and then I
Unplug
unplugged it. It's glitching. I'm like, it's hot. Like,
Did it give you the warning where it said, "Hey man, your phone hot as shit"?
oh my god, hold on. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
I couldn't hear L, and then oh my god. Yeah.
Can you hear us now?
Come back on your computer. It should be on by now. I'm not gonna lie, this Apple Store lighting in the background, fucking with it. Come back on your computer.
Oh my god.
Can you hear us?
We can hear you.
It's that the charging port doesn't work.
Oh no. When it
Can you
cools
hear me?
down, you'll know if it works or not. Yes.
Right, you gotta let it cool down.
You gotta let it cool down to know if it works or not. Hold on, I'm gonna text her to see if she can hear us.
Yo.
I'm gonna take you off screen.
Yes.
So we can figure this out.
Oh, she just said yes, I can hear you.
Oh, I thought she said, okay, let's see. Can you hear us?
Justin's producer. We can hear you, I think, BK.
Yo, I am.
Oh wait,
Flipping
no,
upside
turn
down.
your phone off.
Yeah,
Turn your
you
phone
need to
off.
Let that
Turn your
phone
phone
chill
off.
out for a second.
Turn your phone off.
Turn
your phone off.
It was flipping upside down. You
Okay.
yeah.
Turn it
straight
off.
front off. Restart.
Oh
you know.
shit. Okay.
Turn your phone
Okay.
off.
Hold on.
I don't even know if she can hear us.
The flip
That
ain't
flip,
it.
I ain't never seen that before.
Nope. Yep.
I ain't never seen nothing like that before.
The flip is the problem.
I see what he's doing though, where he talks so much. I'm a long-winded talker. I talk in circles. I start with a point, I go on an adventure, and I land on the point. So maybe that makes it easier for me to handle long-winded talkers. He was definitely long-winded. He was definitely long-winded, for y'all, I guess, but he wasn't as long as Boots Riley, I'll say that. But I don't think that was some sort of strategy to not answer a question.
I think when you think like that, you answer like that, especially when niggas nitpick everything you say. So,
Right. Nigel, our brother Nigel. One second applause to Nigel. For the panel, what matters more, the insight and transparency of craft or the warmth and vibrancy of rhythm?
What matters? I'm sorry, I was reading the chat. I still can't believe the chat has this type of energy. What matters more, the insight and transparency of craft or the warmth and vibrancy of the rhythm? For sure.
I think so too.
For sure.
Yeah.
If we're talking about matters more, I want the insight and transparency of craft. But if you think about it, I probably want the insight and transparency of some shit that I already love because of the warmth and vibrancy of the rhythm. Nigel, this shit was easy this week. Yeah. I didn't even have to Google nothing, Nigel.
No, that was actually one of the easiest ones we've had yet. That might be the easiest.
Yeah. Nigel sleepy.
Actively listening says, I understood, he said, she said at 12 years old. Most people feel safer closer to the surface things are, which is fine, but everyone isn't there. 12 years old. He say, she say. You know, yeah, you could do a lot of crazy lyrical gymnastics. Or he can tell you two different perspectives using the same exact words, only changing the pronouns. Which, on a rap track, that's the first time I heard that. At that point in time, I hadn't heard it on a rap track before.
And I don't think I heard it since.
Right. Ms. Hummus, 1 second applause. The beauty of making art doesn't negate the artist of being on some BS. I'd have to agree with that. I think there's a lot of artists who make beautiful things and then they be on some BS. One second applause. Actively listen, new member. Thank you so much. 1 second applause. Leo the Lion says, I understand. I'm a Leo too, by the way. August 19th, mark the calendars. It's Leo. It's Leo. It's almost Leo season.
819. That's 99.
Yeah.
Which goes back to 18, which is 81 backwards.
Right. 819, 1981. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
I love stuff like that.
Right. Right. Ain't that crazy?
Me and my son's birthday are exact opposites of each other. I'm just not gonna tell you what it is so you don't steal his identity. Not you, Justin, but the chat.
Yeah,
but like it's so unique. Year, everything. It's just like, it's this, our birthdays.
That's beautiful.
I know. That's why I couldn't have another kid. How the fuck I'm gonna do that again?
Leo the Lion says, I understand his grievances for some who fought for artistic integrity within a mainstream context. Why is he so hell-bent on taking down someone's art who's seemingly winning that fight? You know, one of the things that, I'm not gonna say it, I'll say it another time. But yeah, I think that's one of the things that's really unfortunate for me too. It's like, I understand where Lupe is coming from. I believe him in how he, describes his frustrations and what he actually, and his actual feelings when it comes to this. But I hate the way that it looks. I do. I don't like it looking like, I don't like the impact of this being that this is the conversation. Like, I don't like the impact that it looks like he seems to be talking down on someone else's art that I think is also good for hip hop. Like, I was saying this, I don't know where I was saying, I might have been saying this on third verse, but I only became disappointed in J. Cole, truthfully, disappointed on the press run, because I felt stupid for thinking J. Cole was like rhyming with the idea that he was the greatest rapper or wanted to be the greatest rapper. I felt like he was embodying things that have been so important to me, my entire life, looking at life through the lens of hip hop. And, regardless of how I might have felt about his music at different points in time, it's hard to find content that I've made that was that might come across as like disrespectful to J. Cole, probably all the way up until at least the battle, but definitely after the battle. Because after the battle is the stuff that started to make me feel like I was, when he said, he pointed his finger and said if we were wrong, I was wrong for thinking that he was the greatest of all time or he might be one of the greatest of all time. Like, that actually hit me. You know what I mean? But the reason I say all this is because I've always felt like J. Cole, and I still do think J. Cole is great for the space. You know what I mean? Like, to me, whether or not I like their music or not is secondary, maybe not from a coverage standpoint, but definitely secondary from how I think about that artist overall. And Cole is one of these artists that I just think it's a fantastic representation of hip hop especially during a time period where what hip hop is to another generation has evolved and is completely, a lot of times feels detached from what it was that made me fall in love with it in the first place. You know what I mean? So I feel you, Leo. 1 second applause. Philip McGee, I love Lou and Dot as a fan of hip hop. Some Kung Fu Kenny fans want Lou to bow to Dot when they haven't even stepped into the dojo. Officially, rap is a war of words that have real impact on wax and that has real impact on wax and street. Yeah, 1 second applause.
Philip was on this. Philip put in hella. I see your doubles and all your shit,
Right,
Philip.
right.
I see you motivated by the lyricism conversation, Philip. It's not lost on me, just to let you know.
Feel like an OK Player chat room in 2007.
They don't know shit about that.
They don't know that. They don't know nothing about that OK Player chat room back in 2007. Let's see what we got next. Mythologics. Big shout out to Mythologics. 1 second applause.
Oh, no.
When did hip hop become so fragmented? I'm a hip hop head, and to be called a Dot fan, a Lupe fan, a Cole fan is just disrespectful. I grew up on late 80s, 90s, and we didn't do that. It's weird to me. Right. This is a super fan environment. It's a super fan environment. Social media had a big part of this. K-pop has a big part of this. It's a strategic pivot that the music industry has done. They want to maximize the revenue from artists who can get people to spend money on them in 3 to 5 different ways. And this is what it is. The genre, not even just hip hop, but genre in general, is suffering. People don't fall in love with a genre of music. I fell in love with music. It used to be, when you think about radio or TV, they would segment the music by genre. So if all these different people are making the same type of music, that's what you would hear on that radio station. Well, now everybody's fragmented. People just go make a playlist, or they put on their favorite artists and just listen to them all day. They follow them on Instagram. They follow them on Twitter. You know what I mean? And so I think that's what you're talking about. And if you're trying to figure out a time when, I would say within the past 10 years.
Absolutely. And I think that's why I come off so weird, because it's like, you're supposed to be a K-Dot fan. And right now it's K-Dot fans versus Lupe fans. Like, I am a both. And I just don't know how to be like, no, pick a role. And I don't think I have to. And I'm not going to, if I'm being honest. I'm not going to. So it's like, I guess it just is what it is. That's that Chicago shit. Fuck it, I'm about to start Chicago repping right now. Fucking Chi-Town to death wouldn't do it.
Second applause. The great 980. My problem is Lupe slips the main point of the convo with truth and doesn't address what he's really being asked. But you can't argue because it's true what he said. It leaves the listeners unsatisfied. What do you think he's talking about specifically?
I think that they are talking about Koala, saying that. Well, hold on. Let me just make sure. My problem is Lupe slips the main point of the convo with truth and doesn't address what he's really being asked, but you can't argue because it's true what he said. It leaves the listener unsatisfied. Oh, okay. So I was about to get it wrong. I hate people who do this, first of all. I know people who do this. They'll say a true statement, and you can't say you wrong because the statement was true, but it doesn't actually speak to the question. That's not what I hear. And I do hear people who do that, and I highlight it. I'm really good at highlighting it. So I don't hear that.
Yeah, I didn't hear it too.
There are some times where he didn't answer, but it doesn't feel like the people I know who purposefully do it that way.
Right. It didn't feel manipulative. Like there wasn't an answer that I feel he gave that didn't feel thoughtful or add like in my opinion, understandable context. Shout out to the great, 1 second applause. Said Dweller, 1 second applause, my brother. Salute to the Culture United family. L, you're a real one for literally bringing in the dawn for this live. Look at the sun rising behind you. 9 second applause. NPC John Smith, 1 second applause. My brother, he says, I'm really looking forward to catching the replay tomorrow. Sometimes I feel like Lupe is Chappelle's When Keeping It Real Goes Wrong, skit personified. Internet trolls will give you all the smoke with no fire. Culture United is the right place for these combos. My brother, 1 second applause. Keeping it real goes wrong. Let's see. Okay, here's Philip again. Lou gave the opportunity to Koala not to talk about him, but to him. If people had that time with someone you are taking time to speak for them, why not try understanding before raising our voices to hear each other out? If people had that time with someone you are taking
Yeah,
time
like
to
if you want to talk about somebody and they finally pop up for you to talk to them, why wouldn't you talk to them instead of all the other shit?
Well, that's some people just want that, you know? Some people want
Like
just to have smoke and friction and fighting. That's what people want sometimes.
Like, look at Stanademics. Lupe Fiasco says that he no longer wants to show love to Kendrick Lamar due to catching feelings. 16,000 views.
Lupe,
I'm not gonna lie,
what's
y'all.
it say again? What's it say?
It says Lupe Fiasco says he no longer wants to show love to Kendrick Lamar due to catching feelings.
I mean, it's clip culture.
Y'all are just kind of proving the point.
Yeah,
Like, we got a story about Vibe telling them do they want to meet in the streets about them fucking over a Reebok deal. And that's what y'all want to clip and misrepresent. I'm starting to feel a little vindicated. Because it's like, that's some bullshit. I can see why people don't want to talk. And you know what's fucked up about it too? It's fucked up for the content creators because we curating this conversation, being very thoughtful and all of that. And a person like whoever that person is, you picking up somebody else's content that you didn't curate and you perverting it so you can get paid on Twitter.
Clip culture.
A little tacky.
1 second applause, Philip. Alexa says Lupe is irksome. His knowledge shares are less critical communication. His knowledge shares are less critical communication. More. You want to read it? Or you want me to read it?
Yeah. You saw me doing it with the thing?
Well, I heard you talking while I was talking, so I wasn't sure.
Sorry. Please don't do me like Teray and Cheyenne Bryant. Oh my God, I gotta run away. I'm just playing.
Lupe is irksome. His knowledge shares are less critical communication, more performance of status. His self-regard leans on proximity to privilege, evident every time he mentions where he teaches.
Tired of how many comments can the nigga teach at MIT without a college degree? If I fucking taught at MIT without a college degree, I would. You know what it is? People don't think he's a regular person. Because if I did that, I don't think they would do that. If you did that, I don't think they would say that. If you fucking taught at MIT without no fucking college degree, you ain't gonna bring it up. You ain't gonna speak about it like I teach at MIT. But so I don't know. I kind of want to stop answering questions. I mean, I'm gonna go. Can I leave?
You got it. I can hold it down if you want to go. I know you got class too.
I'm gonna go. I have class tomorrow. I think that I have stayed here with the sun.
Yeah. You thugged it out.
Risen with the sun. I thugged it out.
Word up.
I'm gonna be honest. I wanted to share the sunrise in Paris with you guys, so I was kind of excited about it. So I hope you guys enjoyed what you could see about it. Do I have any last words? No. I'm very proud of this interview. I think this is dope. I think it's about to get ruined though, Justin.
What?
I feel like I don't know. I feel like people are about to try to ruin our hard work when we just cooked. Because there was a day where in journalistic standards is us getting multiple never heard before stories. Right? But it's almost like y'all glaze the whole time. It's like this different grading is so weird because we really cooked. We really just cooked.
Mm. Mm. You know, I stopped worrying about things like that.
Okay.
We're in the content space. Part of it is people flipping your content to whatever it is. We're talking about hip hop. It's a sample-based culture, remixes. You know, so I think as long as the integrity of the conversation or the integrity of of the work itself lives somewhere, that's awesome. However they clip it and go different places, can't control that. It's like fighting a wave.
Thank you, Justin.
Yeah.
Now I have a better 2 hours sleep and then try to get up. I think we're going to the Louvre again today. Tomorrow. Oh, yeah, today. Damn. Today. Yesterday we went. The Mona Lisa little as shit. But whatever.
Mona Lisa little as shit. It is, right? It is really small when you actually see it in person.
And you have to kind of swim through a sea of people to get there. And I got there like, shit is a postage stamp. But, you know, whatever. I'll continue showing you guys my Paris trip. You want me to hurry up and get off the thing so you can finish?
No.
I'll continue showing you guys my Paris trip. I'm doing a paper here about resistance markers in hip hop and how they compare to resistance markers in like regular Parisian history. Because, you know, Paris has a lot of rebellions and things like that. So I'm comparing and contrasting like acceptable rebellion, you know, like highly regarded rebellion versus, oh, get y'all hip hop ass the fuck out of here.
Mm.
And so Professor Sky, who is an amazing resource, connected me with some hip hop fellows. I almost said Blue, but that's London, right?
I think it's
some Monsieurs or whatever. I didn't say that right. And so I'm going to go to a couple of little hip hop spots, try to catch a cipher if I can. I'm going to go to the Roots show. So your girl has a paper coming so we can kind of see a little bit about Parisian hip hop. I'm going to see if I can meet a few people and bring us back some info. So wish me luck. And if you got some suggestions or whatever, DM them to me. I mean, if you can still DM me if I didn't block you from the chat.
Yo, I'm really proud of you, and I'm proud to know you, and I'm glad that you're over there. This has been a monumental year for you in my eyes. You know, just a number of things that you keep accomplishing, a number of things I know about you personally that you're apprehensive to do. I watch you move in that direction. You're moving with confidence, you know what I mean? And so it's just really, really special to see you do all this. And I'm excited to see what how your paper goes and some of the other things we talked about too, because I think those are going to surprise people as well.
So much, Justin.
El Janelle, wow. 9-second applause. And then there was one. So this background right here, my original background was all albums. It was like a whole wall. It was just albums. It was these albums. When I moved to the spot, I wanted to switch up the background a little bit. Sometimes you need to freshen things up. And so you guys normally see the fireplace. Like I said before, I hurt my back. Doctor said I need a backiotomy. So I got to sit here this way. But this is what, you know, the other part of the studio looks like, you know. So these are those albums spread out. I tried to do an art gallery effect. I'm not sure how effective it was. But let me know. All right. Continuing on. What's this one? Light breath, North woman again. English is my third language. The chat keeps talking about accountability. Do they mean that you should have said to his face that he screwed up? What is accountability to you? I don't know what the chat's talking about. One thing that is very consistent with me when I do this show is I'm generally not looking at the live chat for a number of reasons. The main one is distracting. It goes fast. You know, I personally try to stay in the moment with whatever's happening as much as possible. If it's not on the super chat side of things, I'm generally not seeing it. And so that's no disrespect to everybody who's engaged. But, you know, I am multitasking up here. And so Very rarely will I ever look over there. So I'm not sure what the chat means by that. Perhaps that's what it is. A lot of times people just want to see people, you know, held accountable to their own personal definition, or if that's not the right way to describe it, I guess that's what this is. So perhaps that's what they're talking about it. What is accountability for me? I'm not sure what this, again, is specifically talking about. Now, if it's talking about what some of the other super chats earlier had mentioned, I felt like that particular conversation, Jason and Skip actually did that, right? So, you know, Lou said he wasn't going to do that anymore. If that's the case, to me, that's what that looks like. But I'm not sure what this is, though. Appreciate you, Light Barath, North Woman. 1 second, applause. I don't know if that's a place. I don't know if I got that. Is that a place? Light Barath. Barath. Never seen that before. Next one is That Girl Shines. 1 second, applause. Lupe seems to be manipulative and condescending. He left without telling us about what changed yesterday for him, and he expected you to tell it. I don't even think he expected me to tell it. I mean, I think he would have shared it if he wanted to share it. But I wouldn't call that manipulative and condescending because he didn't do that. A lot of times people get in front of cameras or audiences and they decide that not everything is for everyone. He told 2 stories, maybe 3 stories, maybe 4 stories today that I've never heard, that he said he's never told, right? So he's done however many interviews over the course of his career, and he chose to share those stories here today. So I don't know if it's manipulative and condescending because he didn't outwardly explain that moment, but I don't even think he expected me to tell it. So 1 second, applause. Philip McGee, my man Philip again, 1 second, applause. Lupe, my favorite rapper, but I don't trust him or know him. Excuse me. He might pop up anywhere smiling, unassuming with 2 bloody sides. My first super chat was missed and super powerful. I love that. I love this. I love this. Love see you. It's all happening. Thank you, my brother. 1 second, applause. Bars. All right, so we got this one. Honestly, I ain't gonna lie, man, it just seems like a bunch of consumers being mad that someone who is more qualified doesn't value their opinion at the same level. I think there's a lot of that too, you know. We're all now interconnected in a different kind of way. You don't have to have anything other than an internet connection to build a platform and share your opinion and become an authority. And we've seen it a lot of times, like people just talk to anybody any kind of way on the internet. And I think that, I truly do believe that the energy you put out into anything is the energy that you get back. Thoughts are physical. It's all happening. You know, words are spells. These kind of things are always at the forefront of what it is that I'm doing. And so I also understand, let me say this too. All right, so again, I had a non-traditional approach into writing about rap music. And I remember I went to lunch, was it lunch? It was a lunch. I went to a lunch with 2 Chainz. And it was one of these, you know, I think Brisk Bodega, some organization was hosting this lunch, and 2 Chainz was the featured speaker. And so I sat next to 2 Chainz, and this is pretty early in my career. And I was sitting next to him, and I said that, yo, 2 Chainz, at this point in your career, you know, do you feel like there are people who try to get interviews with you that just aren't qualified to do so? And he said, yeah, absolutely. At this point in my career, I don't want to just talk to anybody. I need someone who is professional, someone who has experience doing this, someone I know is familiar with my work and my catalog. I need people who have been able to walk as far down this road as I have to sit down with me and talk. I'm not just going to talk to anybody who has a recorder. If you look at the flip side of that, the Carter 2, probably my favorite Lil Wayne album, but in Carter 2, there's a part where this guy, what song is that? Feel Me, I think right before Feel Me, there's a part where this guy comes up with a camera in front of, I guess Wayne's telling the story about this guy walking up to him with a camera. And he says, yo, Wayne, I got my camera. He comes up to me with this camera, wants me to rap for him, right? I look at him and say, how much I get paid for this? Right? My point is, a lot of times we think that people should just talk to us because we're in their face. A lot of times people think that we've earned positions just because we're here. But not everybody looks at it the same way. I'm one of the rare people, just straight up, over the course of my career, particularly on the media side, I'm one of the rare people who would share information. I'm one of the rare people who will show love to other independent writers, journalists who hadn't been in this space as long as I'd have. And over here on YouTube, I'm one of the rare people who will shout out, creators who are still building their audience. That's not a very common thing for people to do. And I'm not even just talking about artists or celebrities. You know what I mean? I'm just talking about in general. Because what happened when we all became gamified, when we all became walking scoreboards, is people treat you based on the number of points you put on the board. If your audience isn't past a certain number, a lot of people will discredit you. And I had that exact experience. My entire career started off with people not respecting me or caring about my opinion because it looked like I hadn't accomplished anything. And truthfully, I hadn't. I had not. All things considered, I had not done anything other than show up for myself and post. And that, for me personally, was never enough for me to expect anything from anyone out here. You know what I'm saying? So you get online, you start talking however you want to talk to different people. Doesn't mean that those people have to respect you. Doesn't mean that they have to treat you the same. If they do, awesome. If they don't, then that's what happens. So this makes me think about the qualifications, comment at the super chat I saw earlier. Yeah, there are going to be people that expect you to have certain qualifications before you say certain things to them, before you pose certain positions. Like even starting from the position that lyricism doesn't sell, right? Well, shout out to King Green for that video, right? There has been 16 years of people saying long content doesn't work. Of people saying, keep the bars simple, nobody knows what you're talking about, right? But you go look at who has sold the most records, it tends to be lyricists sitting up there. So starting from King Green's video, which I think was asking a question more than anything else, when it comes to the people who actually are lyricists, they are having a lot of success, right? And so I look at this whole qualifications idea as, I don't think anybody needs to be qualified to have an opinion. But if you're sitting in front of someone making points or charges that could be debated, and you're doing it in a way that makes that person feel like you're not respecting the things that they've accomplished, which is exactly what 2 Chainz was talking about at that lunch I went to. He had a real problem with independent journalists or bloggers just running up to him with an audio recorder or a camera phone, expecting him to talk. He had a very real problem with that. He's like, what are you doing? I'm 2 Chainz. Maybe Titty Boy might sit down for that, but I've been 2 Chainz a long time. I'm not going to sit here and just talk to anybody that has a camera in my face. When I used to run around New York City with an audio recorder, or not even an audio recorder, I had a little piece that connected at the bottom of my iPod. So run around New York City doing that. There were people who gave me a shot. Shout out to Raekwon, 1 second applause. I waited outside of SOB's the night that Cuban Links 2, Purple Tape 2 came out. Right by the garage door where his limo was parked or whatever. Hoping I could get 3 questions with Raekwon. He was nice enough to do it. You know who didn't do it? The rest of everybody else I was listening to. You know how difficult it was to get people to take me seriously, walking up to them, asking them questions like that? Like, no. So I don't even think the issue is whether or not you need to have credentials to talk to someone. I think the issue more so is a lot of times there's a lot of people who don't have credentials who show up disrespectful. And they didn't want to flip it as if like, yo, he's up here talking about like I haven't accomplished anything. He's talking to me like I'm in a disrespectful way. You know, I'm not speaking on anything specifically that's happened this week. This isn't about, legitimately, it's not about Koala Tea or Jason or Rap Roundtable. All of them I respect and love. But the idea that someone might have that reaction, I have encountered other people who had the same thing. And I've seen that with 2 Chainz, and I've had a lot of people say that to me over the course of my career. So, 1 second applause. All right, we are through the yellows. Now we're moving on to the next color. How you guys doing? You guys doing all right out there? Let's see. Let's see. All right, let's see what we got. Ball for real says, respectfully though, Rosenberg Raw. 1 second applause. Let's see the next one. Justin is live streaming from 2007. I am. 1 second applause. Shout out to Brown Girl L right here. Musical storytelling evokes emotion and feeling. Yeah, I think this was about lyricism. I agree with that too. You know, there's a lot of fluid responses to what lyricism is or isn't. That's why I wanted to set the table. So at least we had an understanding of what people mean by that for the audience. Because that is one question that people have been having the whole time. Is like, what do you mean by lyricism? And not even just this week with this conversation, but like in general. What's this? Shout out to Chris Welsh. 1 second applause. Been a Lupe fan since 2005. Me too, brother. For Black Coffee, shout out Lupe. Just wanted to say Tattoo on Youth, Drill Music in Zion, Samurai and the Cool are my favorite records. Lasers is also a personal favorite of mine too. 1 second applause. Lasers is where I think the rift, I won't say rift, but the split into, I think that album was split amongst Lupe fans because the fans had waited and fought so long for that project. But then it didn't turn out the way that, it wasn't structured the same as what we'd seen with Food, Liquor, and the Cool. But a lot of his biggest records on there, I think that's definitely his biggest first week on there. If I'm not mistaken, it's platinum. But the thing that stands out to me is that that's the first album where I really started hearing Lupe talk about his personal experiences more. Till I Get There, he has a line where he says, I'm telling you this all from a therapist's couch. And at that point in time, I wasn't used to Lupe really even rapping in first person, at all. And so that was one of those moments where I got a peek inside what his life was really like. And those things are kind of, few and far between. And I know that he likes to keep a distance between, his personal thoughts and what he puts out there. He does a lot of narrative storytelling, a lot of third-person storytelling, and I think that's the case. I think it's probably the reason why. My career, I didn't start using the word I. If you go look at editorially anything I've written, anything you've seen published on a platform that wasn't my own blog was never first person, And so, but I've been trying to do a lot more of that over the past 2 years because at some point, I want people to have a better understanding of who I am. You know what I mean? And I'm just trying to grow as a person. But those are, a lot of times that's really difficult for artists and a lot of different people. I feel you on that though. For Black Coffee, 1 second applause. Let's see what we got here. Spartan, 117. Shout out to Spartan, 1 second applause. Chi-Town native and Lupe fan, shout out to you. Shout out to you, OG. Word up, that's what's up. What's this one right here? The Good Honky. Lupe, big ups a man who has ghostwriters he hates. That conversation was so pivotal to all of this. That was the A-verb conversation. I mean, probably more than just that. But that A-verb conversation during the battle, he said, I guess it was right before. I guess right after Like That drop, probably. I can't remember. But yeah, he said that he thought that Drake did a better job with punchlines and entendres. I guess he was saying it was more lyrical. So everything he said in this chat tonight, the perspective and what he values at that standpoint was also reflecting that conversation. But I feel you on that. We'll say applause. That was another one that I just didn't agree with either. The Good Honky says, y'all see how sad Lupe was on the Rap Roundtable? Motherfucker, a bitter hater. It's actually fucking sad. Had so much talent, but heart filled with hate for K-Dot. I appreciate the comment. 1 second applause. King Green, Shout out to King Green, 1 second applause. King Green would have been great for this panel too, because this conversation starts with his video. You should definitely go check it out. It's on the Rap Latte. I think it's on the Rap. No, is it on the Rap Latte? I think it's on his channel. But it's a great conversation about whether lyricism sells records. And then on the Rap Latte channel, him and Torre, I think it was today, maybe it was yesterday. Great live stream, really going through all of this too. So make sure you check that out. 1 second plus. Elaine, TCM deserves way better, baby. Teeth stop the antics. Baby teeth stop the antics. Is that what you call them? That's crazy. I appreciate the super chat. 1 second applause. Let's see. Well, let me see. How does this work? Is this a new feature? Is there something I can do with this? Let's see what this is. NPC John Smith says, I don't like how people are acting like there are villains and victims in this situation, excluding the APSA situation. Everyone showed up and did what they were supposed to do in the algo-led attention economy. Hey, that's a fair way to look at it. 1 second applause. Jarv, that's not Jarv. Where'd Jarv go? This is Jarv. Jarv from Rap Roundtable. Lupe and I have a greater understanding. I'll expound on this coming Monday. Okay, ooh, 1 second applause. Let me know if you want to hop on, Jarv. I got a bunch of super chats to go through, but if you want to talk about anything now, let me know. I'll send you the link. I'll text you just in case you're not here. Jarv's my man, though. I really rock with him. Great guy. Okay, so where we at? That baby teeth caught me off guard right there. Mental gymnastics. What does Lupe think of Jay-Z and Nas as lyricists? 1 second applause to you for the super chat. I think he talked about that. He talked about how those were his two biggest influences. He even gave an anecdote about being in the studio with Jay-Z when he was putting together What More Can I Say, because he brought that to them. That was the Buchanans who produced that. And Hov looked at him and said, what would you do on this? He said he made it after, he felt like he made it after that moment. So there it is. 1 second applause. All right, Sassy says, thank you, Lupe, for representing the shy and where our lyricism comes from. Awesome. 1 second applause. Brown Girl L says, is a spoken word artist the same as a lyricist? I'd say that's a lyricist. I think, spoken word and battle rap are, I guess battle rap without an opponent is spoken word. I guess that's what it is. Yeah, I'd say this is the same thing. Let me know what you guys think about that in the comment section. 1 second applause. X4YZ7Z0. Thank you for a super chat. 1 second applause. Big Guap 23. Fuck all that. Who made the best coke rap album of all time? Best coke rap album. Okay, Purple Tape. Purple Tape's way up there. Supreme Clientele's way up there. Let God Sort 'Em Out is way up there. I mean, truthfully, Clip's whole catalog is way up there. You look at it like that. I guess 3 out of the 4. Best coke rap album of all time. Who's on my wall? Let me take a look. Ooh, I love Fishscale. Fishscale's amazing. I don't think it's the best, but I love it. I don't know. I'd probably say Purple Tape is just something about the Purple Tape for me. I think that might be the greatest coke rap album of all time. I am liking this Max B and French Montana Coke Boys Narcos project this year. They got some records on that. I love that one. Wouldn't call it the greatest of all time, but I'm gonna go with the Purple Tape. Let me know what you guys think. 1 second applause. Your Highness. Tattoo on Youth is one of my favorite albums of all time. Me too. 1 second applause. Toast God. If it's all about punchlines, Rum Nitty is the GOAT. Very hard to argue. Very hard to argue. Rum Nitty is crazy out here. 1 second applause. Xavier Williams. Nas is God. Lupe is Jesus. MJ versus Kobe. Not mad at that. Not mad at that at all. 1 second applause. K-Way for real. God damn, I haven't seen this many Caucasian people on the Lakers since they were in Minneapolis marching to keep schoolgirls segregated. Carry on. Yo, K-Way, if you're on Instagram or Twitter, DM me. I want to ask you a question when you get a chance. I don't know of another way to get in touch with you. So if you missed this, I guess maybe I'll ask you if I see you in another chat. But 1 second, pause. Cost 0818. Where do you rank Nas as greatest of all time, Lou? I'll ask him and pass that along. Appreciate that. Duma 253. Good to see you, Duma. Oh, you switched up. You switched up the profile pic. He had the food before. What is this? Yeah, there we go. He wrote as a gun. He wrote backwards. What the fuck, Lupe? Okay, that Nas thing that he said there. He clearly wasn't trying to diss Nas. Nas is probably his biggest inspiration, one of his biggest inspirations. He's talked about how one of the things he learned from Nas is always to try to keep some consciousness in the music. I think a lot of his third-person storytelling that he does is probably inspired by I Gave You Power, at least. You know what I mean? I know it was critical to his catalog. I'm sure it came across the way it came across, but there's no parts of me that thinks Lupe Fiasco was dissing Nas. And I know that's going to be, it sounds like it's a clip that's going around already, but nah, I don't think that's what's happening. 1 second, applause though. Shy Nose, big shout to Shy Nose. Lyricism is in the dictionary. If people are academic, then at least reference defined terms instead of subjective preference for what you want to hear. 1 second, applause, I feel you on that. The illest says, you are delusional if you think Nas ain't got no bars. There's gonna be a bunch of these, I know. Acid Breakers. Nas wrote Illmatic at age 16 and it's a classic, a genius and living legend. Rap doesn't have to be so academic and proper. A lot of it's just freestyles. I actually think that is, rap becoming more academic is a sign of growth and it's a sign of the power of this culture and this medium. You know, like if you take just the genre itself and all of its extensions, and people have career as journalists just through this. People have career as reactors just through this. People have careers as teachers now just through this. And so I agree that not all of it has to be academic in terms of how we engage with it and talk about it. But the fact that it has now grown to the point where it can be academic and people want to learn and study and get into the nuances and theory behind it, that to me is amazing. I think that is fantastic. 1 second, plus. Music, I need to figure out how to pronounce this. Musadri. Musadri, you see me struggling. Musadri. Can't stay for the entire convo, but just want to shout out Pharaoh Heights, one of my low-key favorite Lupe projects that nobody's talked about. I like that project a lot too. 1 second, applause. On the way to Cali, chicken in my salad, sound like a ballad. You're loyal, so I'm Khaled. Buy your mama a palace. Scratch that. Buy your mama what matters. I can't remember that, but I love that line, that rhyme scheme right there. Star Trek ambassador. I can tell Lou's favorite class in school was English. 1 second. Was he really that long-winded to y'all? Let me know in the chat. 1 second, applause. Big Biz Grizz. Great. Another moment for Lupe to talk down to us commoners. Good grief. It's hard for me to listen to his points when he is constantly this pompous. Let me know what you were talking about specifically, which point you were making that made you feel that way, Grizz. 1 second, applause. Happy birthday, BK. What's up, Brown Girl L? 1 second, applause. Xavier Williams. Andre 3000 is overrated. There's a debate on this channel. I know the full debate is available for members. There's definitely clips available for everybody else, but it's me and Mickey Factz. And in this conversation, we're talking about ranking artists. And Mickey's point of view on this has evolved my perspective. And Andre's been my GOAT forever. And as time goes on, thinking about Mickey's point of view, I see where he's coming from, and I have adopted it, to be honest. I don't think Andre's overrated by any means, but I think it's difficult for you to be in the GOAT conversation and not have not have to go through the actual process and rigor and just personal and emotional tests of putting together an album of rapping by yourself. Like that sheer act of having to put a project, like fill all the verses of a song by yourself is so primary that it's difficult for me to say a person who hasn't been able to do that or experience that is on the same level of other greats who have done that. And so I don't think he's overrated at all, but I have evolved my opinion on that, and I do agree with you, Xavier. 1 second applause. Well, I don't agree with you, but I do appreciate you. There you go. I don't think 3 Stacks overrated at all. Rico Fun Time. Sing About Me, I'm Dying of Thirst is how much a dollar costs is above bars. Why bars is a thing in storytelling. Storytelling is what rap is about. I mean, you could even look at He Say, She Say or Hurt Me Soul from Lupe's catalog that's like that. You know, there's a lot of artists who have things like that. And I don't even take this conversation as saying you're the GOAT if you have all these punchlines. I think it's really just a measure of understanding and comparison when it comes to specifically this point of view on lyricism as it pertains to rap. Because like even with Shy knows what she just said a second ago, lyricism is a definition in the dictionary. Why try so hard? Well, lyricism in hip hop is separate from the definition in the dictionary, and it's always been that way, right? A lot of this is taking place within the covenants of the culture. So, you know, the Merriam-Webster definition is going to be more broad than how hip hop looks at things or has looked at things. And so I agree, like storytelling is also what rap is about. Because in the beginning, it was just really braggadocio and why my DJ is better than your DJ. Storytelling is where it truthfully comes in later. A lot of it is really just how great the DJ is. So, like even the idea that battle rappers can be the best MCs is challenging because modern battle rap doesn't even include the music. Hip hop started as a party. There was music there. Give me a second. How do I do this? Let's do this way. Oh, is this how I do this? Oh, I can do it this way. Give me 1 second. All right. Appreciate that though. 1 second, please. Big Biz Grizz. Okay, explain the BS with absinthe. We've talked about that. Itachi Uchiha. Koala is a grifter. Okay. Zero. You a rap legend. Why respond to random streamers? I think he talked about that. Apologize. Yeah, there we are. Okay. I think we didn't talk about the AI thing at all though. And that is something I wish we had more opportunity to expound on because I know that's something that's really important to him and something he's been working on. The thing that, I mean, I've said this all the time. I've got videos on this channel, breakdowns on this channel on my position on AI. I think particularly black people, we have to get over this. Too many times when there's when there's innovations in any space, we are reluctant. I understand Udio and Suno are evil. I also understand the number of AI projects that are in place right now that are being built to protect IP. So that Udio and Suno can't keep stealing from all these artists. I also doubt most people even really know what AI is. But right now, I continue to be frustrated with everybody just outside saying, F AI. In my mind, it's F theft, F stealing from other artists, but AI is way more than that. And if we, as a people, as a community, sit here and say we don't want AI, and AI is still happening, where do you think that puts us? What do you think they're actually going to use this AI for? Looks like it's for tracking and prison purposes also, among other things. And also, if we have this much of a problem with AI, it's time to take it to our congresspeople. It's time to take it to our congressman, man. Talk it to your local official and make it, put laws in place. But sitting here and acting like AI isn't here, and sitting here and acting like, you know, you're going to exclude yourself from the conversation is the worst advice that I think we can give ourselves as a people. And we are people who are often left behind when it comes to things like this. So I don't know. And I completely disagree with that selling out for AI thing. Completely. Afro's 1, 2, 3. Appreciate you. 1 second applause. Jarv, my brother, what up, man?
What's the word, man?
Rap Roundtable, 9 second applause.
Yeah. ECM, the hardest working man in the game, back falling off and all, man. What's the word, man?
Hey, it's all happening, man. It's all happening. It's been an active and entertaining week. How you feeling?
Well, I first want to thank Lupe Fiasco for giving us something to talk about. You know what I mean?
Right.
Whether he meant to or not, he fed the ecosystem, and it's created a lot of conversations, both on and off camera, and I'm here for it. To me, that's the best part of this. As you create community and you connect with people, you're able to have conversations that people enjoy, they're entertained by, and if things go left, you could kind of right them when necessary.
Well, to your first point, it's a slow week outside of this.
Hell yeah. Honestly, since Iceman kind of slowed down, it's been relatively slow. Like we looking at Jay-Z a little bit, but he's not giving us music, so it hasn't been much to sink our teeth into besides a couple of releases that we've listened to, we've talked about, so on and so forth. So it is what it is.
I've been looking at the calendar. Even starting this year, I was looking at the calendar for what big tentpole projects were coming. And I personally knew that this Drake release was going to be the last time we had something of this scale that's coming out. Dot may drop. Future's definitely dropping. I think Hove will probably drop. There's some other things. But in terms of that, all the things that are connected to that Iceman conversation,
it's over with.
It's a wrap. If anybody who missed that wave, anybody who didn't have a viral post or didn't maximize their opportunity to talk about ultimately the battle or Drake, that is a big miss in terms of what we can predict that hip hop and rap music and fans will be excited about, or at least excited to talk about, whether or not they like it.
Yeah, and the problem is because of what Iceman wasn't, we got to call it what it is, he didn't give us much to sink our teeth into. Like, again, going back to that battle from 2 years ago, Kendrick's greatest thing that he gave to us is the fact that he recentered everything as far as what we expect from our rappers. So, like, some of those Drake bars, let's say he would have threw those same bars in prior to the battle, we probably go crazy. There's probably think pieces, there's big conversations around it. But because we kind of pushed out a lot of the casual listeners to where they've been exposed to what they are, and the high-level lyricists are in a position to where they can control the conversation. A couple of, like, as I was calling them, dad joke bars from Drake that people were calling disses, it just doesn't land. So we'll listen to it, we'll raise our eyebrow, and then be like, all right, this... I mean, you had your chance 2 years ago, Aubrey. If you're not going to really save the thing, then we got to move on. And I think a lot of people, including Drake fans, they want to admit it on the socials, but including Drake fans, because the streams tell us. They listened, they partook, and they moved on. Much like the fall off. They listened, they partook, and they moved on. Again, we've never seen a J. Cole album fall out of the charts that way. I know people are going to say, what about charts? But we can use chart data when it kind of emphasizes fraudulence in conversations. They kept telling us how great this album was, how much they were streaming it, and we watched it descend out of the conversation, descend out of the zeitgeist. There's no fall-off conversation. There's no debates about songs. No one's clamoring for visuals. Iceman is doing the same thing now. Iceman's sticking around longer because he gave us so much to listen to. But the Habib T is come and gone. The Maid of Honor is not even in any conversations. We're doing shebang challenges, and that's not catching on. So we don't have a tempo release. I don't look at Future as that. Future's, he's a very popular niche to me. He's gonna do what he does. I'm gonna listen, but he's not a conversation starter when it comes to music. He's a vibe guy. He's a full-on vibe guy. So unless Jay-Z finally gives us a date, or maybe Escobar comes outside, or maybe Kendrick decides to give us a date, because a lot of people in and around that orbit have been teasing us that new music is on the way. We got to get back in our mixtape bag. You know, Griselda's right there. There's been some controversy with that. We have guys in the South that are delivering the bars. You know, go start digging in them crates, people. Go find it. It's there, but now you got to go find it.
1 second, applause. Yeah, man. I mean, I personally think the fall off did everything exactly it was supposed to do. Mm-hmm. It fell off. You know the how terrible the energy is around that name. Like, he's been walking around in his head saying the fall off, the fall off, the fall off, the fall off. Like, words are powerful. The fall off, the fall off, the fall off. What'd you say, baby? Oh, no, I'll be there in a second. The fall off, the fall off, the fall off, the fall off. Like, I'm not shocked it's his first album to fall out the charts this quickly. It's called The Fall Off.
Yeah. Yeah, and we planned on talking about that on Monday before Lupe Fiasco pulled in and we ended up going completely left. But the more I listen to the album, I think that was by design. I think he gave us an album that wasn't meant to be like radio or spun up. It's supposed to be for his down bottom day ones. They're going to get it. It connects the story. But like the people who are on the periphery who want to listen to something that makes them feel a certain type of thing, he ain't give us that album. Or especially on a double album, he gave us something very specific to his fans. The end. I can't be mad at that.
As long as they're happy.
Yeah, I mean, apparently they might not be playing it, but they're happy.
You and Lou was on the show this week. I watched that one.
Yeah, listen, we did not expect that. Like, we knew like he tends to like lurk in the comments. I lobbed the link in the chat. He pulled up, you know, and I think this is a situation where, and you know, people gonna get mad, but it's like Lupe's disposition. Like I resonate with that a little bit. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think he pulled up a little bit more so on defense, considering there's been a lot of creators who've been on his head for things that he could say he didn't initiate. And that's what we talked about off the record. He didn't initiate the conversation. And I think people think that I didn't understand what he was trying to say. But I think when the situation when you come through and you're on defense, thinking that we're on offense, and granted, some of my brothers said some offensive things. I can't speak for them. But me personally, I was trying to explain to him that, yeah, you pulled up there and he didn't bring it up, but you didn't have to feed it either. And that's where we divided for a while until we spoke again. And it was just like, listen, to me, you're Lupe Fiasco. Koala Tea can say whatever he wants to say. Even if you decide to pull up to his platform and have a conversation, you cannot allow him to get you to say the thing, because it's going to get clipped and it's going to travel. And now you've lost the right to control your narrative. And that's what I said to him, verbatim. That's what I said to him. Even tonight, he made a comment about Nas. I knew exactly what he meant when he said it, because we're rap nerds. We got it right away. We didn't even hesitate. We didn't flinch.
Yeah.
Someone cut that and it already went viral. You once again in a position to where you can't control your narrative. And I was like, when I saw that, I said, see, Lupe, this is what I was talking about. You have to honestly speak in multi-syllabic ways, not rap, but speak in multi-syllables. You got to spell everything out to the public, or they're going to take your words and spin it. Because he cleaned it up maybe like 5 minutes later.
Yeah, he cleaned it up.
That hasn't traveled anywhere. Now, once, in 4 or 5 days' time, he shitted on both Kendrick Lamar and Nas. So now Lupe's out here looking like a jerk. You know what I mean? And that's what I was trying to explain to him. Ended up having a talk over Thon. And then we spoke again, and that's what it was. Like, boom. That's how you feel, Lupe. And I said to him, I gotta respect that. That's who you are as a man. Great. But I'm telling you, in this internet climate, you're playing a dangerous game, even if you don't give a fuck. And that's where we left it off at.
Did you say the talk over a thon?
Yeah, that's what it was. You know what I mean? Like, cause you know what I mean? Like, L tried to shoot at me. I said, L, you know we let that man talk for almost an hour before it went anywhere, right? Like, we let him cook. He ran the offense. We went to our spots on the floor, and we tried to talk when we could talk. And at the end, when I decided to do whatever, here go L trying to punch me in the back, and I'm like, yo, you ain't see the rest of it? We let him talk for mad long. You know what I mean? But again, we're in a good place now, because I think a lot of times people are not comfortable disagreeing, bro.
Yeah.
And I had to explain to him, I said, I don't care about agreeing. I don't think agreeing is important. As long as we understand where we are in the conversation, we can disagree comfortably and move on to the next thing.
That's my whole thing, man. I'm less concerned about agreeing with somebody. I'm most concerned with understanding where they're coming from. And in order for me to understand where they're coming from, I got to hear what they're saying. If I don't really hear what they're saying, then I'm not even in a position to have a good rebuttal.
Right.
I got to understand what it is before I start saying what it isn't.
That's a fact. Give me 1 second. Like, put me back in the waiting area. I have to go get my charger. My laptop's about to die.
Do you think? Flowing sounds. Lupe is a multifaceted individual. Yes, he is. Tweezo Buckley. Lupe is a condescending has-been rapper who can't get back to his glory years. Dissing Dot and begging for a response has went nowhere but on here. Appreciate that, Tweezo Buckley. X4Y720, albums aren't an excuse. Mainstream artists have freestyles, mixtapes, features, and guest verses to prove their lyricism. I'm not quite sure. I guess that's about, I'm not sure what that's about, but I do agree with that. There's a lot of ways to show your lyricism there. Gone Post Hole. Big shout out to you. 1 second applause. I fuck with Lou music as a fan experimenting with AI. Neuralink is now pirating all your fantasies. Fish versus how AI is trained feels dissonant. Just a thought. Yeah, that's interesting. You back?
All right.
All right, cool.
Yeah, man. It was a great conversation. I like the sport of things. I think he got on there. But it's like the skeptic in my brain is just like, all right, you didn't say it, but the rap fan in me is like, brother, you're Lupe. There's a lot of people out here who listen to both artists. You got to know where this conversation is going to go. And granted, he's done a good job for the most part of trying to like diffuse the flame. But I'm not sure you could put that horse back in the barn, bro. I think it's over with. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if there's a loose stray on a Kenny record, or at least him assessing the situation, because this is very loud. You know, and the fans, he made a point about the fans like getting artists killed or whatever the case. I think that was a bit extreme. I understood what he was coming from, but Kendrick Lamar's a showman. He's the basketball player that does play to the audience. And if he hit large majority of his audience, his biggest supporters, content creators included, and they see that situation, he's gonna feed the beast. The streets need a body. He's gonna throw that crowd a bone. It's gonna be a bar, and he has to be prepared for that. He cannot be surprised when that ball comes his way, because it's coming. We've been following rap. We've been listening to rap essentially our entire lives. We've seen this movie play out so many times. It's almost like the Matrix when they say it's like 5 anomalies and he's the 6th one. This is it. If Kendrick doesn't say anything, I'd be surprised at this point.
I definitely don't think we'll see Lou be as conservative as he's been.
Right.
His tone and temperament is different now. So we'll see what it looks like going forth. I definitely wouldn't be surprised if, I'm not expecting either of them to deliver bars to each other, but at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if one or both of them I think it'll be something expresses some feelings.
Not necessarily like a diss, but like definitely something that in passing that if you listen to you caught it kind of situation.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of people who I'll come back to that. I'll say it another time. I'll say that for another time. I'll say that for another time. But you and Lou are cool. You guys talk to
Absolutely. We had it was like almost like a 70-minute conversation. We covered a few things. It started off a little rocky, of course, because it was almost like picking up where we left off from the night before. But like by the end of it, it was just like, look, like, bro, whatever you think it is, because another thing that we were fighting up against is I think he thought that we're like a Kendrick-centric platform. I'm like, bro, I am not even a Kendrick guy. In fact, after he left, and even before he left, I said to him, if you caught it, I fake agreed with you when you was talking about the 100. It might not be 100, but the concept of there's other guys who are more lyrically inclined than Kendrick. Yeah, I can see that. It's just like in sports, there's guys we've never seen make it to the professional level. Maybe some things happen, they just didn't have the ability to make it to the highest level. That were better than some of our favorites. It's real. Battle rappers, they whole shtick is bars. They don't have a beat. They have to come up with creative ways to diss their opponent. So of course guys are more lyrically inclined. So yeah, like I told him that. And I think he misunderstood, and I think that's something we have to work on as a platform. I don't think he realized how much he gave me in that moment. But he was like, you talk a lot of shit about me. I'm like, I'm not. I don't. I said, Deanie's like one of his favorite rappers. Like, you're in his top 5. That's my friend. Like, when we get into our bag on the show and I start talking about Lupe, it's not you, it's him. I'm trying to upset him. You know what I mean? Same way when I talk about Kendrick, I'm trying to get under Sin's skin. When they mention Hove, I get mad. That's just how it goes. When we talk about Drake, you see how Mace get when we talk about Drake. That's 20 years of friendship y'all seeing on camera. But at the same time, people don't always realize that, like, we're not potting. We're not four dudes that came together and said, let's turn the microphones on. This is our friendship. You guys are seeing in real time, and we might have to do a better job of kind of being more direct about our conversations and not being like Kanye talking like it's just the four of us in the room and there's not a camera right here. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because it's like, I told myself, if you watch the show and you really, really watch the show, because he's like, yo, you're in my algorithm, then you'll realize that I always say, we don't talk crazy about rappers because 9 times out of 10, we're going to bump into these guys and we're going to want to shake their hand. So we try to keep it music. We don't call guys out their name too crazy, and we move on. But again, in the future, and even with little things that have happened with other platforms, we've seen now we gotta tighten it up a little bit. We're not 4 guys in the studio anymore, like when we could just do what we want to do and it's not going to travel. Things are traveling too far now and messages get lost. I'm essentially the same advice I gave Lupe, I'm taking it for myself as well. We got to control our message a little bit better.
Well, second applause. Now, where were you for the Knicks championship parade, everything?
I was in Barbados, man. I got the hell out of town, bro.
You did?
Hell yeah.
You ain't want to be there?
Barbados. I went to Sandals for about 5 nights, 4 days, and had a great time. I had to work the night of they won the championship. I was at the radio station, so that was hellacious. I basically ended up working a double because my boss wanted to have the daytime host connect with the host that were working on the overnight to kind of create like a nice little moment for the championship. So that was kind of crazy. And then by that Tuesday, I was in Barbados. I got out of there. I'm a Laker fan. I believe purple and gold.
Okay.
I don't hate the Knicks, but I can't stand Knicks fans. So it was like I cannot be around so many of you. I already had to be on the phone and cut up clips and do all the work of all the happiness surrounding the Knicks. So I was out of town. That was God's plan. You know what I mean? That the Knicks would win it. I wouldn't have to be around and marinating 2 million Knicks fans celebrating.
Y'all looking like the Minneapolis Lakers these days.
Man, shit. As long as they can play, they could be from wherever. And based on the tape, I think the Lakers are going to be fine. You know, the white boy, the Minneapolis Lakers, we got Gil Goodrich, Jerry West, so on and so forth. We will be okay.
Jerry West was on the Minneapolis Lakers?
Nah, he was on the early days of LA.
Okay, just making sure. I know George Mikan. George Mikan is the only one I know.
Was the star of the Minneapolis Lakers. But, you know, people act like Jerry West wasn't Jerry West is the logo. A white man is the logo. Like, we got to stop acting like we don't know, you know? The Lakers have a nice, rich history of black and white alike.
Yeah, that's true. Well, yeah, and it's been a very long time since we've seen the Minneapolis Lakers.
To be honest, I'm a little uncomfortable by it, though. I ain't gonna lie. You know, like, dude, I need a brother in that starting lineup. But, you know, as long as we win games and we hold up that Larry O'Brien, it'll be okay.
That's what's up. 1 second applause. You want to go through some of these super chats with me?
Sure, I got a couple minutes before I get kicked out.
All right, let's see this real quick. We got Cherry Not Cherry. Lupe teaches outsiders rap theory for AI and said it won't benefit black people, which makes sense. He'll sell out since he said he's culturally Japanese. Zing. That's just zing, zing. That's what that is.
Oh, man. That, you know what it is?
Yeah.
In this climate, bro, and everyone's afraid of Skynet. Anything that's involving AI and the fact that anytime we see anything AI related, the most powerful form of it is filled with misinformation. You know, we can't lock it in. But the truth of the matter is, if we've been dealing with AI the whole time, anytime you go on Instagram and you put one of them little filters around your face, that's artificial intelligence. Yep. When Snapchat was taking off and you had them little doggy filters or like the little screen, the scary face, that's all AI. We've been dealing with it the entire time. So I don't know, man. I don't like. I guess as a person who loves rap, I don't like the idea of our culture being homogenized that way, because it's going too far. But at the same time, do we celebrate being number one if it comes with that, or do we want to gatekeep and bring it back to the essence of 30, 40 years ago?
Or do we use AI to protect our IP?
Boom, and that's a conversation I've been seeing happening with artists where they're saying that companies or other people who are within the industry are stealing their music or stealing their vocals to use that to essentially train AI how to recreate music, which is terrible to me, because eventually you're going to phase out the art because everything is going to be digitized. You don't need humans anymore.
My problem with this conversation is people keep pointing the finger at AI. People are so anti-AI, particularly black people, particularly our people. That has to change.
Yeah.
AI ain't going nowhere.
It's here.
What are we going to do? Sit here and keep ourselves from the table to help define what this looks like in the future? We're going to continue to let the white man define this for us.
Well,
we're going to continue beating up black people who are in this space because they're in this space because we think that they're selling out. Like, I was thinking about this the other day. I wonder what like the people in the South, like the formerly enslaved people in the South. I would love to read texts from those people who are mad that the Union won. Oh, now we got all this freedom. What am I supposed to do? It was much easier when I didn't have this freedom.
No, but you make a great point. The more we are resistant to it, the more we let those people over there control it. And then by the time it becomes the norm, we're backwards. We're like years behind. We might as well join it and control it while we can, while it's controllable before it goes all the way left and we're cooked out here.
This is a problem. This happens. You know what I mean? Like, I understand being, pro artist and viewing this as artist theft. That boat has sailed.
Yeah.
We are to me, if anybody got a problem and you're not telling me that, you're not showing me the letter that we can all copy and send to our elected officials that you put together, I'm not looking at you the same. If you're over here telling me you hate AI and your only solution is don't use it, that's great in this niche, this awesome in this community, and you're fighting a good fight. But that is not something that's going to lead to tangible results for an outcome that it sounds like you want.
But you know what, too? I think it's a matter of when you deal with technology on that level, it's a matter of, do you want to deal with these rich people? Do you want to continue to put money in their pocket? A lot of their issues with AI is also tied into how they feel about the economy and how they feel about capitalism. They feel like they're submitting to the man if they allow or they get on board with the teaching of AI. So I guess it becomes like a catch-22 situation. But you know me, like I believe that this is just what it is. Like we can be anti whatever we want to be, but the ground beneath us, there's rules of engagement, and you got to play the game the way the game is meant to be played. And you can do it. You can do it honorably. You don't have to sell out. You don't have to. You don't have to do anything that makes you look crazy in the light. But you cannot not play the game either, because then you'll be in the lottery. To use a basketball term, you either want to win, make a little money, set your family up, and be in the know, or you're going to be on the outside looking in a few years, because they're already dumbing down society. Like again, I worked in a high school from 2013 to 2022, and I can tell you I've seen the curriculum year over year and how they're systemically dumbing down kids. We had like digital programs where they were pushing kids through. Like you could cut school for like 3 years, not to just go completely left, but it's all related. You could cut class for 3 years, and on your senior year, they would give you like a software program for you to do all of your courses, get your credit, not with no teacher in the room. You just get the answers from somebody, fill it in, they push you out, you graduate on time, and now you're in society. You know what I mean? They are dumbing things down. So you have to be in the know. Like right now, education to me is the most important currency, because it's trying to make you stupid. Do you see how kids do math? Now, everybody who's parents in the chat, look at how they do math equations. Look how they do long division. And then you look at it like, what is this nonsense? Because it's nonsense. So if AI is worrying you, believe me when I tell you, that is the least of your concerns. Be in the know.
1 second applause. I like this one right here from NPC John Smith. T.I. deserves more convo time, in my opinion. Rant is the hardest shit I've heard since Let God Sort Him Out. What do you think of T.I.'s albums? You heard it yet?
Nah, I didn't get to that album yet. I'm actually happy to listen to it. We're going to be in the studio Friday, so we're going to be covering that. So that's on my to-do list for tomorrow.
It's a really, really good album. We did a reaction to it on, I guess, Thursday, I guess Friday your time.
Yeah.
It's just me, Stat, and DJ. Stab's up here like, no skips. I don't know if there's no skips. I've gone through it a couple of times now. I'm like, okay, there's like 3, 4 that
I don't think T.I. has a no skip album in him, and if he does, if it's not I'm Serious, it's Urban Legend.
Yeah. King is
right. Yes,
yeah, King is right there.
Just Mace me. Mace always does that to me. I say Urban Legend, he'll follow it up right away. You gotta put King in there too, bro.
King is in there, and then I like Paper Trail a lot.
I think the Sonics. I think Paper Trail's that was his least hardest album, and I think they kind of went away from some of the grit that we love from T.I. So it doesn't get like appreciated the way it should.
It was definitely a pop leading experience, and I think he executed on it though.
Absolutely.
Like you look at T.I.'s career. T.I.'s one of people I think underestimate T.I.'s catalog.
Well, Lil Wayne happened, and they don't understand that like like T.I.'s prime, that run in the early stages of the South takeover, T.I. had a Hall of Fame run. Like he really had like a Jay-Z-esque late 90s, early aughts run, album for album, features, event listens, as far as like getting guys together and making things happen, big singles. He did it all. But I think Lil Wayne happening immediately right after that, we tend to forget that T.I. was that guy. It was T.I., then it was Jeezy, then Rose had a little bit of a situation. He wasn't moving the same units as a Jeezy and a T.I., then Wayne took off and the rest was history.
I mean, look at this. 4 number 1 hits.
Yep.
You know how hard it is to get a number 1 hit? He's got 4 of them.
Yeah. Yeah. He was that guy, man. He was that guy.
I looked this up. I guess maybe it was a couple years ago, talking to my homie. Who was I talking to about this? I can't remember who I was talking to about this, but I was like, 4? Like, I don't think people realize how difficult a number 1 song is a lot of times. Like, you start hearing number 1s. Oh, I got this many number 1s. I got 8 number 1s. I got 13 number 1s. You know what I mean?
He had the number 1s, and he had like the street singles that went
right. That went both ways,
covering all of those bases.
I mean, Dead and Gone was 2, 4 number 1s. Billboard has the worst site, by the way.
Yes, I don't understand how they're this important and their website still feels like we're in 2008.
It does, right? That's exactly what it sounds like. 1 second pause. Oh man, but yeah, T.I. is T.I. You know what I mean? And
underappreciated. You know, I think time has been unkind to him as far as that goes.
Right.
You know, but like, again, to my point, rap is kind of like resetting and the regionalities in place. Shout out Glasses, to where like the songs I have heard from him, I'm like, he don't have to chase a sound anymore. He could just make a very Atlanta forward album and not have to do something that sounds like new modern age trap or something that's drilly or something that's West Coast. He could just make an old Atlanta album for the unks. And I think from what I've heard thus far, like, yeah, he's back in his bag, honestly.
Yeah, it's really good. It's a really good project. Appreciate you, NPC John Smith. 1 second applause. We got this one right here from High Level Tales. Justin, I'll be turning 33 in a month, and I lost my job yesterday. I feel like I hit rock bottom. What were your trials and tribulations in your 30s, and did you feel behind? I switched careers in my. I actually switched careers in my 20s. I'd say I worked in investment banking first. I had. Wait, let's start with you. Do you have any trials and tribulations in your 30s?
I would say for me in my 30s.
I guess maybe you're in your 30s now. I'm not even sure.
I'm approaching 42, good brother.
Oh,
you know,
okay. Hey, 1 second applause, man. You wear it well.
Class of 84, man. You know,
there you go.
I waited a while to be a parent. That worked out in my favor. For my 30s, I think for me it was I've always been employed. I don't have the situation of like losing my job and feeling rock bottom. But I would say like spiritually, I felt like I wasn't necessarily living my truth. Like I had a job. I was working in a high school. I transitioned from the position I had to becoming a dean, but I felt like I was wearing a mask. You know what I mean? Like, this is not who I am. I want to do media. Like, this is like the entire time podcasted. I had a sports show. Before that, when I first met you, I was managing an artist. I always wanted to be in the media space somehow, some way. Like that's who I am fundamentally. But I'm working this job and paying bills and feeling like, yo, I got to jump off the ledge. And around pandemic time, I connected with a few guys who had his own platform, and we fostered a relationship. And then there was a grad program out in Iona in New Rochelle that had a fully dedicated sports communications and media program with direct industry ties. And he was like, bro, you're really good at this. You should look into this program. And that basically changed my life. Like once I stepped through the doors of that, I ended up interviewing Doc Gooden of the Mets. I interviewed Allen Houston. I did like a full-on 10-minute sit-down interview with Allen Houston. I talked to a few Yankee legends as well. And that opened my eyes like, bro, like I don't have to wear this mask. It's real safe to have a job and pay bills. And I don't knock anyone for that, especially in this day and age, post-Obama, full-on Trump. They cut the legs out of the black middle class. Like Trump's presence was a direct attack on the middle class black people because we leveled up those 8 years under Obama. Say what you want about Obama's presidency. We as a people leveled up so hard during those 8 years, right? But I'm like, I could be safe and I could pay these bills. I could buy the house and I could be comfortable. The roof is there. Or I could go chase this media shit and make it happen. And that was my tribulation, taking the mask off and living my raps. I wanted to get into media. I quit my job. I started working at the Yes Network. I got over to Odyssey WFAN, and from there, I got another freelance gig doing high school play-by-play. So during the basketball season, if you're in the New York City area, like all the big games for football, basketball, I'm the lead voice for that. I just jumped off the ledge and decided I don't want to be this guy that's just paying bills and existing. If I'm going to be a parent and my kid asks me, yo, like, why did you do the things you do? I want to be able to say, you know what? I bet on myself and I won. So that's what I decided to do. So for this guy right here, I would say that you got a minor setback, but now you have an opportunity to take the mask off. Whoever you want to be, now you have ample time. And if you just lost your job and they fired you, it's either a severance package or unemployment. So you won't be broke. There'll be some paper in your pocket. Go and get it. Go live your raps for real. You got a chance right now to actually go ahead and do it.
Well, second applause. That's a great answer. That's a phenomenal answer. I hope that helps you, high-level tales. For me, I've gone through a lot of different remixes and reevaluations of who I was at different points in time. And I moved basically every 5 years growing up, so starting over isn't new to me, and it's not something I'm necessarily scared of. But I ran into real challenges. I was supposed to get married at one point in time, and we didn't get married, and the years after we didn't get married were I was kind of lost, just to be honest. I wasn't sure where my heart was in a lot of ways. I wasn't even sure who I was in a lot of ways during that point of time. And there was a point of time when all these different publications would call me to interview me for editor positions. And this is after I left EX, this is after I left Empire, you know. The reason I peg it to when I was supposed to get married and didn't get married is because I was just, again, trying to find myself again, I think, more than anything else. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to go back into a publication, be an editor again. I wasn't quite sure what I wanted things to look like, because at that point in time, I'd already had the business of working in the music business, or excuse me, the experience of working in the music business. You know, I hadn't started writing for TV yet, but that was, maybe I had. Yeah, I had started writing for television, you know, I had just finished writing for television. Yeah, that's what happened. And so I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to do yet. And so all these different publications would reach out to me and ask me if I wanted to come in for an interview. And there was a period of time where I went through maybe 5 different interviews for 5 very well-known publications. And they all interviewed me. They asked me to make a presentation, put ideas together for what I thought we could do at this outlet. They all didn't hire me, and they all stole my content strategy. Like all of them. Like, I'm looking at publications, I'm looking at every day, do exactly what I said I would do, but they didn't hire me. Man, I was so dejected.
Dirty game, man.
It's a dirty game. I was so dejected. And also, truthfully, at that point in time, I really needed money. Because what happens if you don't get married, your house becomes her house.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I actually was really lost. And there's 2 things that I did. One, I really went inward. I decided that, all right, I need to find a better idea of exactly, or more defined idea of exactly what it is that I wanted out of my life. I made a ton of changes to how I was living my day-to-day and every day. And then 3, I tried to thin out everything else that felt like a distraction. So whether that was different people, or if it was how I was spending most of my time, or whether that was, whether or not I was outside drinking or inside drinking, whatever it was. I tried to get to the bare bones again and remind myself of the things that got me to that point in the first place, but also just the things I loved and valued the most. And so it was most important for me to get as close to me as possible before I go outside, just trying to find things that fit just simply because I needed money. My goal has never been just to try to find ways to pay a bill. You know, my goal has always been to try to find the most organic ways to elevate my life and my spirit. And so I went inward in this particular example at this point in time. And what I found was myself through that. And what the universe brought me was all kinds of opportunities right at the right amount of time. So, I think if I have any advice to you, I would say get down to the essence of who you are and what you want, and focus on that, and let that guide you to your next stop.
You know, like all in all, fulfillment. That's what it's all about
Right.
at the end of the day. You don't want to just be here. You want to feel fulfilled in your purpose.
Right. 1 second applause. 1 second applause. I like that right there. That's dope. That was a nice super. Don't you love when you get like the hearty super chats? You know.
Hell yeah, man. You know, I'm always ducking straight, so I like a little niceness from time to time. You know what I mean?
Right. Shout out to Star Trek Ambassador. Star Trek be in watching y'all too, right? I feel like I see him over there. I feel like we need to get educated on the types of AI we want to be regulated. The problem is that a lot of us want AI to be banned, but it's going to lead to an era where everything tech-related gets banned by the government. Then we all have to go back to pre-1970s. Our main problem is generative AI. Other forms of AI like predictive, which Stern separation uses, or agnetic AI are not the problem.
Right.
I'm going to take your lead there, Star Trek Ambassador, because I am aware of everything I don't know about AI. And it sounds like you're way more informed. And I think ultimately this is something that people can take away, at least lead them to places they might want to start researching.
Agreed. Again, you have to stop letting the internet, feed into your thoughts. You got to now, like I always say, go do the knowledge. Go learn things on your own. Because if you open up your social medias and you see fake AI videos of a lion fighting a bear, then you're going to have bad opinions on AI. You know, you got to go out there and learn it yourself and understand the nuances of it, not the surface level things that they're trying to distract you with. The actual tangible things that you could take away from it is what you need to be locking in on right now when it comes to AI.
One second, applause. NPC John Smith, imagine if after all this, Lupe finally drops a diss, then apologizes, then does an interview and says, no, you thought I meant what I was saying. That's your fault.
Yo.
Dog.
That's the one thing I know he won't do. You know what I mean? He's not going to waste his time to record that and then do that. Like, he's not going to do that.
He ain't Colin out here.
No,
he ain't Colin.
Absolutely not.
That's crazy. 1 second applause. It's funny. Shout out to Ro Mango. I'm a big fan. There are different AI types, and I don't think people have the vocabulary to explain the ones they have gripes with. You're right, and I think they probably need to go back and look at Star Trek Ambassador Super Chat to get the distinction going here. But you're right, man. I just don't think we don't have enough information. We don't know what we don't know, and we are looking at everything through the lens of the thing that we don't like. There are plenty of things that AI is good at that people like. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know, and that's another thing about American history. Like, a lot of the stuff that we ended up loving before we loved it, it was banned. Yeah. You know, anytime you pop that bottle of whatever your vice is, whether it's brown or white or a bear or whatever the case may be, there was prohibition, you know. You know, they tried to ban black people. You love black people, right? All the good things. They try to ban it before they figure it out. So,
well, they successfully banned black people.
Lock it in.
Black people were successfully banned now.
Hello? You know what I mean?
They did a good job. Terrible.
Tomato.
Big shout out to 504 Scooby. L pausing on Justin's up and down. Yeah, you missed that. That was part that happened earlier. Or at least the pause thing is funny. I had a fun time talking about pause on Rap Roundtable that time. Yeah. Pause and hey, yo.
You know what I mean? It's always gonna be here because honestly, it's funny. Because sometimes when you think back of what you said when everyone's like, "Yo, what you just said?" Like it's hilarious. You know what I mean? It's not anti any community. It's just comedy.
It is comedy. Word Matt, the rap clerk, joined late. How do y'all feel about the Lauryn Hill tribute? I saw criticism for her getting a lot of praise for someone who only dropped one album. Shaking my head. What do you think?
You know. This is the thing, like, there's certain people in entertainment or in the world that are like super geniuses, and when their sliders are turned all the way up, we don't get too much from them or they get taken away from us. Thankfully, Lauryn Hill is still on this plane, but Lauryn Hill's a super genius, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think people really understand that because they get so focused on the negatives, the showing up late, the no-shows, things of that nature. To be that great at rapping and have that voice and have that great ability to be an actress, her sliders are so high that there was always going to be a wire lost somewhere. All of our super geniuses are touched in different ways, right? So if she gave us this one album, you know how great this album had to be to resonate for this many years, and we don't care that we didn't get a miseducation too? We don't need it. That's it. It got me to thinking. I'm like, when I was watching the performance, I couldn't help myself because I'm a rap fan. So there's always a certain level of comparative energy that I'm leaning into, and I'm like, yo, like all of these people are doing these performances, and it's great. But I'm like, yo, they can't fuck with Lauren. That's what I was thinking. I was like, all of these vocalists, I'm like, they can't touch it. The feeling, the emotion, the soul of it all. Like they can't. The only people who really came the closest that made me feel something when I was listening to it was Lizzo. Shout out Lizzo. Queen Latifah came out. And that's another thing. I don't know if it's the unkism in me, but I'm like, yo, there's something about 90s energy. If you're from the 90s and you lived through it, that energy, it can never be replicated. Because when Queen came on that stage, I'm getting goosebumps talking about it right now because it's like, this is the thing. This is the grail. It's still the grail to me. Like, I was even getting mad at Common. Like, Common don't even got to be here. Love the comment, but at that moment, all I needed was Queen Latifah. And I think when you think about Lauryn Hill, Superwoman, I'm like, yo, I really got a chance to grow up, and I had Lauryn Hill, Foxy Brown, and Little Kim at the same time. Like, life was really good, and I'm like, who's gonna do that now? Who's gonna fill that void? And someone in the chat just mentioned Doechii. I think Doechii's on her way. I think Doechii's one of those ones. You know what's funny? That Girl Get Up record didn't go crazy, super crazy, but the way it's lingered, tell me people get it. They're starting to figure it out because we don't get those collaborations anymore with a voice like a SZA and a lyricist like a Doechii that's coming together, super simplistic beat, allowing their abilities to shine through. We need more of that, I need Rhapsody to come back outside and be more active, I need to see that high level shit is still there, because if it's highfalutin and it's good energy, and now you have younger people who are more interested in being informed, this is all of their times to now come outside and put the music out. Because you see what's happening with Spin That. That is a very fabricated push right now. And I knew it was fabricated when I saw Kiss and Fat Joe tell the truth when they first heard it. And then all of a sudden she's on the platform with them and they being nice about it. So there's money behind that. So it's up to us, the people, to get behind the actual talent and make sure that they're in the right positions.
For second plus. I saw criticism for her getting a lot of praise for someone who only dropped one album. She dropped more than one album. She has at least 2 solo albums, even if she only plays 3 notes on one of them. But The Score is one of the greatest albums of all time. Like the Score? You crazy?
No.
The Score? Like,
I didn't appreciate the Fugees when I was a kid. They had joints that I really loved, but then when I went back and I listened, because Wyclef annoys me, because I hate when he cosplays all the other nationalities. Like, bro, you're Haitian, just be Haitian, bro. You don't got to be Jamaican, you don't got to be this and that. You're a Haitian, and it's a strong in the tri-state area. The Haitian contingent is strong. You don't got to do that, right? But when you go back and you listen to it, brother, these guys, holy, like, again, I wish that things could have made a lot more sense for a little bit longer, but it's like, what does rap sound like if they stuck around? I think timing is everything, because they showed up right as like the commercialization energy was happening. You had the Bad Boy team over there. By like 2001, or 2001 through 2003, would a Fuji Sonics work? Would they have had to like lean into whatever was popping at the time? Are they getting an R. Kelly produced record? Do we want that kind of vibe from our Fugees? I just don't know. So maybe they needed to be a moment in time. But the music they were putting out all the way through Miseducation, that's kind of like Wu-Tang. We always praise Wu-Tang for that. But does that same kind of learning tree exist with the Fugees? What Wyclef did as a solo, what Lauren did as a solo, what they did as a group, that tree is underrated and underappreciated in hip-hop.
They had Salam Remy producing. Yeah. Right. So I think they'd be okay. Like he went on to do Amy Whitehouse and Everybody Else Dope and Nas. Mm-hmm. So I think sonically they would have been okay. Okay. They also were just super diverse, right? Yeah. It's the way that Lauren can sing, the way that Clef can sing, the way that Clef plays all these different instruments. Praz's voice is, I think, his strongest asset on a record.
Because the bars weren't there.
The bars weren't there, but he made Ghetto Superstar. He made one of the biggest songs in hip-hop history, so even his non-rapping self was able to put big numbers on the board. I think that more than anything else, they would have been built to weather whatever. You know what I mean? Like, especially there's no world where I don't see a young Kanye West being in the studio with the Fugees. I just don't see it.
And you know what too? Like, especially on the East Coast, like as Caribbean culture started to become more like pop culture out there, It would have been an easy transition because you had Foxy doing it at a high clip. You had Sean Paul crossing over. You had Elephant Man crossing over. They could have really cooked up some fire, in fact. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, the Fugees have scored to me top 6 album of all time for me personally. Lauren's rapping on there is crazy. But even Blunted on Reality, their first one, I'm not a fan of that album overall, but Mona Lisa, that's one of the best songs ever.
I'll tell you like this, I'm still subconsciously, most like female rappers, I'm scoring them on the Lauryn Hill scale. Like, how much do you move me? What's your pocket work? Your voice control, etc. Like, if you get close to Lauryn, I like you. If you're farther away from Lauryn, it could go either way.
Word up. Let's take applause. The Barry Freeman says, when it comes to Lupe's definition of lyricism, true definition and etymology, or hip-hop culture in its whole entirety, which is more important, or the true focus point for the next MCs? And I think Lupe was saying lyricism lives in entendre, punchlines, similes, metaphors, like that's the hip-hop context of that terminology that he leads into. What do you think? Which is more important or true focus for the next MCs?
It's tricky, man, because I think we've gone through so many iterations of what rap is in the last 15 to 20. And even right now, like I saw a clip on Instagram. They were one of these festivals, and all these kids, shout out L. Last week we were joking about the vampire rappers, but a lot of these quote vampire rappers are skinny jeans and tattooed faces. They're not lyricists. They're not barsmiths. So I'm not sure. There was a lot of time where there was a big emphasis on more so flow than what you were saying. There was a lot of guys who was getting away with having crazy flows and saying absolutely nothing. I think that this transformative period, I think it's just who's going to be the person more so than what that dictates what the status quo is. I think right now we're in that power vacuum where like we need more, let God sort them out. We need more of that. We need more guys putting out music like that to where that's the thing, because there's still a lot of young people who have never listened to the clips. They don't listen to Kendrick. They don't listen to JID. They don't listen to Cole. Low key, again, as a person who worked in a school, on my way out of the educational system, the kids had already stopped listening to Drake. It's the adults listening to Drake. Surprise. I don't know if y'all know that, right? So it might be up to a young guy that we just don't know about yet. Like, what's homie name again from Louisiana? He's big time.
Lil Reezy.
It might be up to him. He's young enough to where he could be in a bit of a gray area to talk to both crowds and bring it together. But for me, as Unc, it's what Lupe said, because that's the things that moved us. How did you think of that? Because when I was a kid and I was, being next to the guys that rhymed, I tried to rap. I couldn't do it. I'm like, how are you able to think of that and put these things together metaphorically to make it make sense? And I think that at that core, we need to get back to that. We need to still be in that situation, even if it's a basic like metaphor. And I know I'm a like metaphor snob, but I'll take that in 2026. Give me some good like metaphors, a couple of good similes, a double entendre. I ain't asking for too much right now. Let's keep it in that perspective.
Right, and maybe some dope production with melodic hooks to get on the charts. And
it is a perfect.
Just keep it basic.
Listen, when has it missed? You get a good. To me, like right now, we don't have enough of that. Where is the rap love song with the young lady singing the hook, or vice versa, the lady rapper with the young man singing the hook? We don't get that good stuff anymore. We're getting cheated.
So you never wrote a rhyme? You never wrote raps?
I tried. I sucked.
Kick one of your raps.
Hell no. It's so bad I don't remember them. You know what I mean?
Rapping is fun. I don't know why people just don't rap, because it's fun.
Now we'll say that when we get to the studio and after we do the in studio session, we're macking out a little bit drunk. We'll try to freestyle a little bit, and sometimes it's good, sometimes it's pretty terrible.
You play basketball?
A little bit.
Hoop?
A little bit. I won't embarrass myself on the court. Put it like that.
Okay. All right. We'll take applause. That's funny. We got this one right here from KXII Brived. Okay. Honestly, the problem in these lames brain fucking consumers wanting their opinions to matter as much as rappers. Lupe ain't saying shit wrong.
These super chats is where like you got a lot of angry people on the internet, and you try to just give them a hug digitally, like, bro, look. Yeah, but at the end of the day, Lupe is coming down from his pedestal amongst the public and giving his breakdown, and I think the problem is when we turn the camera on and we put it on ourselves when we get to talking, it's almost like there's a certain level of humanity that they feel like gets thrown out the window. No, we can still have misunderstandings. That's all it is. I don't know. In the Koala Tea situation, that seems like it's a little bit more personal than a misunderstanding. But everywhere else that Lupe's been on, a lot of times it's more misunderstanding than personal attack, ad hominem attacks. Like, nah, it's just we see it differently. You know, like when did we stop having disagreements? Our whole childhoods and early adulthoods is us debating, disagreeing, slapboxing, and moving on with our day. Like, why do we all have to agree about everything now? If Lupe, it's not even about Lupe saying anything wrong. It's about Lupe, to me, anyway, and my point was, he's Lupe Fiasco. So if he says something, we can't just say okay and keep scrolling. Like, wait a minute. This is a Shogun master level lyricist. He's not some guy, or no disrespect to the Griselda guys. This is not like Benny the Butcher saying something right now. This is Lupe Fiasco, 20+ year veteran, super respected. So the point of the disagreement comes in the fact that we respect him so much that if he says it, it's like, nah, I gotta think about that. Then I gotta wonder, why would he say that? You know what I mean? And then people think when we start having the conversation, it's about, he didn't say nothing wrong. It's not about wrong. It's about the what and the cause and the effect. That's what I was trying to say in the clip. Like, bro, it's the cause and the effect because you said this and you meant this, or you responded to Koala Tea, whatever he said. But no one's looking for Koala Tea on the internet right now, Justin. They looking at Lupe. It wasn't the Lupe Fiasco podcast where he had a hot take. He was on Koala Tea platform, and now you on multiple platforms talking about something that you didn't initiate. But brother, you brought the match to the kerosene that was already there, and you flicked it. So now we here now.
I just think more creators should. I don't want to say should, but I think this is an example of something that we just don't see a lot. Lupe, for better or worse or whatever you think about it, he be pulling up.
And I love that.
How many of these people out here we talk about pull up? I'm not saying that just because he pulls up, you mean you need to welcome him or anyone with open arms. I'm not saying that you need to bow down to their point of view if you disagree. I'm not saying you need to be afraid of conflict. I'm just saying, especially as someone who has been a journalist for a long time, and also someone who has been an independent creator for a long time too. I started my first blog in 2006, and before that, I was emailing my friends like it was a makeshift newsletter for 2 years before that, right? These type of things just don't happen that much.
No.
Like, it just doesn't happen.
Not at all.
You know what I mean? And so I always try to remind myself again, that's what I was saying earlier on the live. It's not always just what I want to get out of this particular conversation that I'm thinking about. I'm also thinking about what type of bat signal do I want this particular conversation to send to other people that I also really want to talk about, or actually more than right now really want to focus on, right? And everything is a business card in the digital space.
Shit. Ain't that the truth?
You know what I'm saying? Brown Girl L, needed more context. I listen to various music genres, especially indie and Hispanic artists. So The Show Goes On is the last Super Lupe song I remember. That's one of his biggest.
Yeah.
It might be his biggest. Either that one or Superstar.
I mean, he got joints. And again, that's why it's like he's not some dude who's no disrespect to underground rappers, but some underground rapper who had a run and an advantage. Like, nah, like this guy was a thing. He was at one point he was the most co-signed up and coming guy ever. He had in the middle of the Nas and Jay-Z beef, he had both Nas and Jay-Z co-sign coming into the league. He was on one of Kanye's biggest singles at the time. We knew who this guy was. So these things, him coming down and talking to us and people like us, that don't happen because again, we could get cursed out by random rapper A on Twitter. And you throw that link in response to him cursing you out. He's not coming on your podcast to talk about the thing. He's just going to curse you out and move on. So I give credit where so he's going to give his time. But like I said to him, I'm like, as much as you give in your time, be a little bit more measured about what you say. Like I said, I can't tell another man what to do. But because I know this internet thing and how clip culture works, you're gonna get misrepresented 10 times out of 10 as if you say the wrong thing.
One of the things he talked about today was he's accepted that fact a long time ago. You know what I mean? And so, you know,
I told him he's like Larry David from Curb Your Enthusiasm. Like, you mean well, and 9 times out of 10 you're right, but you somehow end up being wrong. You know what I mean?
Right. Shout out to Brown Girl L. 1 second applause. We're about done here. Let me see what we got next. Let's see. Please share your paper with us, L. Enjoy Paris. I'll make sure to pass that on to Mia. Thank you so much. Brown Girl L says, shout out to BK and L for holding it down last week. Big facts. Big facts. 9 second applause to them. Okay, that's why you know it's 9 seconds. We get to woo. They held it down for real. I was moderating the panel at the Grammy Museum around Delicious Vinyl, and so the book Bust a Move, I guess it's out now, and I've just felt so blessed and highly favored to have those two be able to rock with this show, host this show while I was gone.
You made when you put that lineup together, you hell of a choice, because the show didn't lose a step.
Yeah, not at all, man. Y'all did a fantastic job, man. How was it?
It was fun, bro. It was Culture United. It was more of the same. You know, the only issues we had was her drop buttons was betraying her, but beyond that.
Y'all the illest for real. 1 second applause. What we got here? Dat Chicken Wang. Now that's a crazy name right there. Dat Chicken Wang with an A.
Okay.
You think he's Asian?
Chicken.
You think it's his last name?
Probably Chicken Wang, maybe, who knows? Or he's just trying to be, as a pun.
It is. A shameless plug to my aunt, a former Bay Area music journalist, but tell Elle to check Black Paris Tours while she's out there. Appreciate y'all. Word up. 1 second applause. Here, I'll text her right now before I forget.
Black Paris Tours, yikes.
Black Paris Tours. Check.
I mean, you make sure, because, you know, we've heard about Paris and how they feel about us. So make sure you tap into everything black over there while you can.
Right. Well, you know, they love black people on their soccer team.
You know, they want the blacks for athletics. You know how that go.
It's crazy watching all these European teams.
Yeah, if we're not entertaining you, they don't want us.
It's crazy watching these European teams just get blacker and blacker and blacker every year.
They figured it out.
Yeah. Ladies love Double D. Okay. Rap is like Marley and Peter Tosh. It's subjective.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. I mean, all of this lives in the preference, taste, subjective standpoint. You know, and I do appreciate academia or people taking this to academia places to add culture or add theory and technique behind things that were just, you know, created out of the imaginations of young people.
Hell yeah.
Like one of the I play a lot of chess, right? My favorite thing about chess is chess theory. Like I don't study chess theory, but like chess theory, the chess language, the slang used in chess, it reminds me a lot of basketball. Like the culture around chess to me is really fascinating. But they have chess theory. You can go take a chess, like what do you do when your knight is on D5 and your pawn and the other pawn is a pawn, and you have a pawn on, you know, A4 and then there's a bishop somewhere. Like there is a theory around what's the best move in that situation. Like I love that. Like that's my favorite thing about it. And so I'm with academia, hip hop moving into academia to add theory around things that, as Ladies Love Double D says, is that just a pause just by saying someone else's name? Oh well. You're taking something subjective and you're putting theory behind it. I love that. One second pause. Mo Kinfe, hey Justin, this whole live actually made me appreciate Lupe on a new level. I think the earned authority he assumes while speaking rubs people wrong too. I think that's the case. But yo, have you had people that, because you're in the media space now, you've been on this journey. I was talking about this earlier. I remember when people told me I wasn't qualified or didn't have the qualifications to sit down and have a conversation with them. Did you have anything like that? You ever experienced that? Absolutely.
You know, before clout was like slang, like clout was actually a real thing in the professional landscape of media. Like you had to have a certain kind of positioning, hue, and some experience before you were allowed to talk to certain people. Hell, when I go to work, I can't say it because I don't want to get fired, but there's a certain individual, very prominent, who refuses to even make eye contact with me. You dig what I'm saying? So hell yeah, that's a real thing. And that bothers people at times. It doesn't bother me because I understand how the game is played. But a person like Lupe Fiasco, he gets to talking, he's going to make certain people uncomfortable because, for lack of a better phrasing, sometimes he's talking over you. He's looking over you. Hell, on Monday, at points it felt like he was talking over us. Not the physical, but the literal of it all. Like, he's saying things that above us. We're not rappers. You don't get where I'm coming from, etc., etc. So it's like, yes, that can be off-putting, you know, and you got to just tuck your feelings in. Like, it is what it is. You either that, or you got to, you know, this is New York, you got to get your weight up, or you got to maybe force that person to see you. And kind of like what happened with our conversation was, I was like, nah, you know, I can't have this conversation this way anymore. Like, he got to see me now. Like, literally see where I'm coming from, you know? And that's what it is. Like, you got to be a little more forceful about it. But it's not a negative thing. It's just, I don't know, maybe I'm jaded because I've been in the professional space for half my life now. It's like, yo, you're going to come across people who are not going to see you. They're not going to want to talk to you. They're not going to want to do whatever. And, okay, whatever. Is my paycheck the same? Yes. Is there room for upwards mobility? Yes. Is there a way I can reposition myself to level it up? Yes. And sometimes, in Lupe's case, if there's a conversation to be had after it went left, take the conversation. Let's talk about it. Because that's how you could be seen as well. Because sometimes the real test is not when the cameras are on, it's when the cameras are off. Like, are you going to keep the same energy now or not? Right?
Right.
Or like, this whole thing about like earned authority, he assumes he's speaking. I mean, people project that. And I did that to him. I said, you're Lupe Fiasco. You can't do certain things. So I'm projecting that earned authority on him as an example. It's a catch-22, man.
Well taken plus. What's this? There's like 3 more. This should be good. Let me see. The Barry Freeman, lyric etymology-wise origin of words is dated back to the 1580s. Hip-hop is considered to be created between 1969 and 1972. Excuse me. So can a personal definition hinder or misconstrue the overall concept we're tackling?
I think time changes the definition. I think era to era, it just means something differently, you know? Again,
yeah, because words evolve.
Yeah. And like your lifestyles evolve. Like I think I'm lucky enough to be born when I was born to where I can see it all. Again, half my life, we were still using regular phones and pay phones and phones where you got to turn the joint. I had a black and white TV growing up, Justin. So I didn't have cable. I didn't have internet. So I'm able to see the world pre and post. There was a hip hop culture pre-internet, post-internet. Like the guys with the big clothes in the Wu-Tang, the Tommy Hilfiger drip, all of that, and then seeing what it transitioned to, seeing what hip hop is supposed to mean, seeing what lyricism is supposed to mean. It's gonna change. Like from if you do like little pocket sections, 80s to 90s, 90s to 2000s, 2000 to 2010, so on and so forth. I mean, for people who really love it and they lived it, and put yourself in that position, Justin. Think about what rap was during the blog era to where we are right now, and what the conversation pieces are, what the lingo is, what the energy is. The definitions have changed again.
Stop glazing.
Oh, okay. Who would have thought?
We got some new words. We got one more new word coming up after the super chat because this is the second to last one. But here is Philip McGee again says, "Oh geez, I thought Mickey Factz popped back up for a second after putting the kids to bed, but Jarv and Factz might be related with hi-hats."
Shout out Mickey Factz, man. Shout out Mickey Factz, but I wasn't blessed with the lyrical dexterity that Mickey Factz has.
Word of 1 second applause. And here's the last one right here. It says, Doomer253, my brother. Chat solved it. Lupe is neurospicy. Look at that, brand new word.
Lupe, he's had some experiences, and I think he just has like real life trust issues. He's been burned. And when you get burned, how he's been burned, that changes your perspective on life and people all over. You have usually when people get burned like that, they have the inner circle who they know they can lean on and trust, and everybody outside of that space, it could go either way. It's 50-50 with everybody else.
Yeah. 100%. I mean, he talked about that quite a bit in this conversation today. The stuff he's been through. I learned more things today about that he has gone through. So I see where he's coming from on a lot of these things. And that, again, like I say all the time, I might be a broken record by this point, but that, for me, is what's most important. Yeah. If I can understand where you're coming from and I can see the world through your lens, then it makes it much easier for me to disagree. You know what I'm saying? Not without even being judgmental. You know what I mean? Just like, okay, I see where you're coming from. I wouldn't do that. You could drive a car with your feet if you want to. Don't make it a good fucking idea.
But the problem is the mob, the internet, the voices behind avatars, they judge.
Right.
They judge hard, and you got to pick and choose. Do you want to let them judge you and make it matter, or just live your life how you choose to? And I think he's in a position where sometimes he hopscotches, sometimes he don't give a fuck, sometimes he gets bothered by the judgment. You know, you might have to permanently pick a side you want to be on.
Right on. 1 second pause. Let me see. Someone just said this. I'm going to ask you this. If you can respond, quickly, I'll let you know. But Miss Booked and Busy, I don't think my chat was read, but okay. What was your chat? You can just write it right now. You don't have to do another super chat. Write it real quick if you're still here, and I'll go ahead and read it in general.
See, that's great. I got this. Justin just teaching me how to be a better host. I would have just ended the stream. See, now I got to be more like Justin.
My thing is, I care about this community. I care about community in general. I know that there's going to be plenty of times people disagree with me. They don't like what I have to say. They don't like where I'm coming from, and I'm sure that's going to be the case, in reverse. But doesn't mean I don't care. People are going to tell me I did something wrong. They'll tell me they don't like what I said. They're going to tell me whatever. That's part of it. If we agree all the time, that's a cult.
That's not real to me.
This ain't a cult. Okay.
If you agree with me all the time, bro, I don't trust you. I do not trust you. Like, I don't. Like, tell me the truth. If you're not telling me when I'm full of it, then we can't be friends. We can't talk at all.
Yeah. So Miss Booked and Busy, you got until the clock turns to 11:17. Once the clock says 11:17 p.m., we're gonna keep it moving.
Scroll up, copy and paste. All right.
But I want to give a shout out to all the mods. Big shout out to Sed holding us down. Big shout out to Lils. Here we go. Is this what it was? I think this is what it is. Okay, we'll come back around. Let's see. She made it. She did make it. I give it to her. She did make it. She says, we should allow public figures to be human communicators. We want them to be real, but expect every sentence to be perfect. I agree.
Man.
100%. 100%.
Man.
I can't believe I missed this one.
This right here.
This is a fantastic super chat.
Because I really believe that this digital space and us communicating this way, and it's good to have community and connect with people. There's people that I've had real relationships with, like even like a guy like Leroy Green in the chat. I've had phone conversations with Leroy. I've had full-on arguments with Leroy. I've never met Leroy a day in my life. Right. You know what I'm saying? But we are allowed, this space allows us to connect. But at the same time, that word accountable, we got to hold you accountable. Nah, bro. Right. I'm not saying don't hold me accountable, but also let me fuck up too. Like I can't shoot 100%. I'm going to mess up. It's about what you do after you mess up. If you continue to mess up, then maybe you're a jerk. But if we have moments where we fall short, yes, let us be human communicators. Yeah. Let us fall short. Let us be assholes for a couple of days, but allow grace and allow us to bounce back. This whole perfection energy, I can't stand it because I know I'm gonna mess up. I'm me.
I've accepted. I had to accept it. I've been in this space long enough to where I understand so much of this. You just chalk it up to the game, man. Fall forward fast.
Yeah.
Don't get hung up on the last piece of content. You got another one to put out tomorrow.
Watch, rinse, repeat. You know what I mean?
Make your mistakes. Do your best not to make the same mistake twice. You piss somebody off. You offend somebody. Be succinct and sincere. You know what I mean? Like, and just move forward.
That's it.
Because a lot of times people want you to hold you accountable for the rest of your life. And you have to understand that that's part of the game, but you can't let it define your future. You have to grow past, we all have to grow past our mistakes. Otherwise, we're going to be trapped in the past forever.
Living that loop.
Yeah, that's what it is. My brother Jarv, man, you got anything you want to let people know? Anybody you want to shout out?
Tap into the rap roundtable, you know what I mean? You know what we do. Yep. I think Dama Dozen, for those who are familiar, he's going to be in studio with us pretty soon.
On
the underground side, we have China Streets pulling in pretty soon as well. I'm trying to get Rome to pull back up, but I know Rome might be tired of talking to us. I love Rome Streets. He's done like maybe 3 or 4 interviews, but he has a new project coming out, so I'm trying to get Rome to pull back up because I feel like Rome was like a checkpoint artist for me because We met Rome right before he took off. We talked to him again as the Griselda thing was really doing well. We talked to him again at the peak of his Griselda experience. Now he's over at Mass Appeal. I'd like to talk to him again and kind of get an idea of like where he's at, because like I'm seeing him. Like we went to one of his shows a few months ago. Now was Sin and I went together, and I was like, bro, Rome look like money now. Like his life really done changed.
Right, he done leveled up.
He's a paper now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You've had that same experience with artists you follow. Like you see it at a certain point, they cross over a certain threshold, and that money look a little bit different. So I'd like to talk to him again. And yeah, Monday Live, we're gonna talk about the Lupe Fiasco conversation in full. You know what I mean, and really expound upon it, because you know that was a very interesting experience for me. You know, to talk to him. And like Mesito was saying, like, bro, like, you know, when you started this platform, did you think it would be like this when you got to talk to the people you've talked to? I was like, absolutely not. Like that's crazy for me. When I woke up yesterday, was I gonna have an hour-long conversation with Lupe? Nah. You know what I mean? Would I have been able to talk to a Ransom? No. Get to go to events with Nas? Is that absolutely not? Like you don't think these things are real when you kick the ball down the block and try to figure some things out. But yeah, Monday we're gonna talk about it. Look out for Diamond Dozen. Look out for China Streets, and you know, whoever else we have on, we all about, at the end of the day, it's all about the New York over and underground. We trying to shine a light on our city without all the extra nonsense. That's what we do. No frills, hip hop, rap conversation. Divine Eternally, much love. Appreciate it.
DE the illest. Jarv, 9-second applause.
Yes, sir. No fourth quarter pull up with the company, man.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. Thank y'all for rocking with us. Another episode of Culture United. # See You Wednesdays. Every Wednesday right here, 5 p.m. PST, the Company Man channel. Thank you so much to all the mods. Happy birthday, Lils. You had a birthday. We sang happy birthday to you on third verse yesterday, but happy birthday to you. Big shout out to Bucktooth. I'm going to get back to you. Hit me up again. I think I have some ideas for what we're talking about. Big shout out to Sed. Big shout out to everybody who's been holding us down. Thank you to everybody who watched the conversation and agreed with what we had to say. And big thank you to everyone who did not agree.
All right.
Just about that time. Did not agree. This was a great night for me. I will share this with you. This is my first time really having a Lupe Fiasco interview on my platform. And so this is something that Company Man year one, you know, Company Man, Justin working in investment banking has been waiting for a very long time. So in a very, very real way, I am happy to say it is all happening. Peace.
Culture united, culture united, culture united, culture united, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world, connecting all over the world.